Human beings have faced many important questions throughout time, but there's one that's been with us from the very beginning. What's for dinner? The answer goes beyond our plates. Food shapes our cultures, our economies, our very planet, but not always in a positive way. Many of our current production methods are actually harming nature, which in turn harms our ability to keep growing food in the future. But it doesn't have to be that way. We can produce food in ways that nurture the planet. That's the whole point behind regenerative food systems, to produce food in ways that don't just avoid harm, but actively restore nature, reversing some of our damage to the planet. Let's widen the lens and look at things from a broader perspective. See how everything is connected, from the tiniest soil-enriching microbes all the way to fields, farms, fisheries, and the whole chain of actors designed to bring food to our tables. It's not us and nature. We're all part of the same system. But this system is in dire need of transformation. Regenerative food systems help the world's farmers, fishers, and ranchers to restore nature by doing what they do best, providing people with food. What does this look like? On land, using cover crops between harvests or planting crops without tilling the soil helps restore the complex soil biology farms need to produce food for many years to come. Know what else it does? Reduce greenhouse gas emissions and water pollution. At sea, aquaculture, the practice of growing food in the water, can be a real game changer when it's done right. Consider oysters. You don't even have to feed them. They get their nutrients by actually filtering the water, improving the quality of their environment as they eat. Or seaweed, it stores carbon and helps fight climate change without even leaving the seabed. And while these terms may be new, the methods are not. Indigenous people have been using many of these nurturing practices for thousands of years. And that's just a drop in the ocean of possibilities that regenerative food systems can offer, as they actively embrace the diversity that makes food so much more than just eating, and growing so much more than just producing. We now face a choice, one that goes beyond our daily dinner. Do we stick with our current menu, or do we give nature a seat at the table?
Goiadana tregojnë se shumë vjet më parë, një peshkatar me emrin Linkest, duke peshkuar në liqen, rjetat e tij kanë zënë një gjah të veçantë, një shtoj zavall. Peshkatari mahnitet nga bukuria e saj, e ndërsa zgjat dorën ta kap ajo kërcen, e futet në thellësitë e liqenit. Në dorën e peshkatarit ngelet vetëm këmisha e saj, ngjyrë argjendi. Peshkatari nuk ndalet, kërkon, e në fund e gjen atë shtoj zavallën dhe martohet me të. E thërret gjithnjë me emrin Liknida, ashtu ka dëshirë ta quajë. Nga martesa lindin 2 fëmijë, djali Enkelet dhe vajza Ohrida. Peshkatari e donte shumë gruan e tij. Dhe gjithmonë kur shkonte për peshkim, thëriste emrin Liknida, Liknida, Liknida. Nga atere, liqeni mban emrin Liknida. Në ditët e sotme, brezat e rinj kanë mundësi të reja për të përballuar jetën e tyre. Por këto mundësi shoqërohen edhe me shumë sfida, edhe me shumë kërcënime.
Kërcënimi më i madh për të gjithë zonën e liçenit të Ohrit janë mbetjet e kohëve moderne. Mbetjet plastike janë ato më të rrezikshmet. Ato e mbulojnë perlën e bukur të liçenit të Ohrit me qese plastike. Dhe liçeni nuk është i rëndësishëm vetëm për bukuritë që ka. Liçeni i Ohrit me kohë është i njohur si një dukuri e mrekullueshme e natyrës, me një histori gjeologjike për më shumë se miliona vjet më parë. Liçeni i Ohrit është liçeni me shkallën e biodiversitetit më të lartë në botë, nëse do të merret parasysh edhe numri i llojeve endemike për sipërfaqen e zonës përreth. Po për sa kohë? Nëse njerëzit do të vazhdojnë të ndotin liçenin e Ohrit në këtë mënyrë për pak vite, i gjithë mjedisi do të shkatërohet tërësisht nga ndotja. Megjithatë, nëse njerëzit përpiqen disi më shumë, ata mund të shpëtojnë dhuratat e natyrës, të cilat nuk na janë falur vetëm ne, por edhe fëmijëve tanë.
Tani po ju kërkoj brezave të rinj, të japin besën se do ta mbrojnë trashëgiminë e tyre.
Here's the fact on water. If you have a business anywhere in the world, it's going to be directly impacted by the global water crisis. By 2050, an estimated 45% of global GDP will be at risk due to water stress. It's an environmental and a human issue, but also a business issue and one that we're uniquely positioned to influence. The data shows that just 150 of the world's biggest companies have the potential to influence 1/3 of global freshwater use. Hi, my name is Jim Fitterling and I'm the CEO of Dow, a proud co-founder of the Water Resilience Coalition. The Water Resilience Coalition is a CEO-led initiative of the United Nations Global Compact's CEO Water Mandate. We've pledged to accomplish 3 large initiatives by 2050. Make a net positive water impact. That means we'll contribute more to water-stressed basins than what is taken from them. Develop and implement a water-resilient value chain across our own global value chain, and provide global leadership, raise awareness, and inspire other industry leaders to join this important cause. The issue of water stress should matter to every CEO. We must face the facts. Industry uses 20% of all water globally. But that also means we have the power to do something about it. Dow wants to ensure that our company is using the least amount of water possible and that we're working together to improve water usage across all industry. We strongly believe that by collaborating with our stakeholders on solutions to the water crisis is the only way that we'll be able to solve it. We hope our early participation will inspire that kind of partnership across the entire water value chain. For Dow, being part of this coalition will allow us to collaborate with others on real solutions to real local water issues that not only affect our plants, but importantly, affect our communities too. It is important for us to reduce our own use of water, but we also want to use our expertise to help others reduce their use as well. One of the unique aspects of the Water Resilience Coalition is the breadth of partners that are working toward a solution. Many similar organizations are based around particular industries or like-minded NGOs, for example. But this coalition pledges us to work across the entire water value chain, and that's one of the reasons that Dow signed on to this initiative. A bedrock principle for us is our belief that we develop better solutions together.
Quando a gente termina, anda na mata aqui, e a gente está com muita sede, e geralmente esse pó tem água.
Ela não é, como muitas das vezes se diz, o pulmão do mundo. Ela é um dos ar-condicionados do mundo, que ajuda a arrefecer um pouco o aquecimento global. Ela é uma produtora de água. Ela é um motor que distribui água para todo o sul do continente. São os famosos rios voadores, hoje cientificamente comprovados. Daí a importância que a Amazônia tem para o Brasil e para o mundo.
Brasilien spielt als großes Flächenland mit vielen Einwohnern natürlich eine ganz herausgehobene Rolle bei der Erreichung der weltweiten Klimaziele, insbesondere wegen der großen Waldflächen. Und das ist auch unsere Motivation für die deutsche Bundesregierung und hier für dieses Haus, das Bundesministerium für wirtschaftliche Zusammenarbeit und Entwicklung, massiv zu investieren, unsere Partner zu unterstützen bei der Erreichung der Ziele, die sie sich selbst gesetzt haben.
We used to say that Amazon had 2 seasons, the wet season and the wetter season. That was the situation. No longer. It's already happening. It's already being degraded by deforestation, fire, and climate.
Hier an der Attussite sind wir in der Mitte von ungestörtem Regenwald. Und was für uns sehr erschreckend war, dass wir gesehen haben, dass auch hier in der regenärmeren Zeit sehr, sehr hohe Luftverschmutzungen feststellbar sind. Luftverschmutzungen, die schwerer sind als in manchen europäischen Großstädten.
Here at INPI, we developed the techniques, the procedures to detect fires and monitor deforestation. So it's a very technical job. And I would say that the difficulty today is not technical anymore. We know precisely what is being deforested, where, when, and by whom. So all the technical needs related to this problem were solved. What remains to be fixed is the political will to stop deforestation and forest fires in Brazil.
The forest dries during the dry season because of fires. Fires produce smoke and soot, so the clouds start forming with too many small droplets who do not coalesce to produce rain. So they start falling a little bit and evaporate again. So the forest spends sometimes months, 2 months without any rain. So it becomes so dry, it catches fire.
Essa crise hídrica é a maior crise hídrica da história do Brasil, dos últimos 50 anos. A barragem aqui, ela hoje está com menos de 15% do reservatório completo. E há 3 anos atrás ela estava vertendo. Se você olhar ali, aquela área que está meio verde ali, a água estava descendo como se fosse uma cachoeira. Quem mais está sendo afetado, infelizmente, é o produtor rural. Principalmente nessa bacia hidrográfica, que é a bacia do Descoberto. Eles estão tendo que parar de irrigar. E parar de irrigar significa parar de produzir alimento. Parar de produzir alimento também significa desemprego, também significa, inclusive, aumento no preço dos alimentos.
A ciência já provou que, para a manutenção do ciclo hídrico, do regime de chuvas no Brasil, é fundamental proteger as florestas e outros biomas, como, por exemplo, o cerrado. No entanto, infelizmente, uma parte dos grandes proprietários rurais brasileiros parece ainda não ter entendido isso e continuam pensando e querendo desmatar como se as florestas fossem desnecessárias. O que me espanta, o que me chama a atenção, é que parece que eles não entendem que para a própria manutenção da atividade deles, a agricultura, é fundamental ter água. E para ter água, é fundamental ter floresta. Esse é o dilema que a gente vive hoje em dia no Brasil.
Aqui em Brasília, a gente está com um problema grave de água, né? Esse ano mesmo a gente chegou a ter na cidade até 2 dias de racionamento, quer dizer, 2 dias sem água, né? Os produtores rurais aqui em Brasília estão impedidos de fazer captação de água depois das 9 da manhã e até as 16 horas.
Por que ainda ocorre desmatamento? Na Amazônia hoje moram 25 milhões de pessoas. Como nós vamos garantir a melhoria da qualidade de vida dessas pessoas, já que elas não podem usar 80% da sua propriedade? Eu tenho a resposta. Valorizar os serviços florestais.
Planting water means this. Means when you look inside the plant, what do you find? This is dropping water. It's actually literally producing water. See the water coming out of there? This is a cactus. It's called pear cactus in English.
Panda, will you share the first slide?
Just 1 second, please. Just. Is it there yet? No, not yet. Almost there, almost there.
And Should we just wait for a couple of participants to join us? It's just us at the moment. Okay, we have
all the
we will not
participants
see
will
the
be
participants on
through
the.
YouTube.
Yeah, this is not the presentation, Upanda. Something else is showing. So Nathan, do we begin right away, or are there more participants who we can't see?
All the participants will be watching on YouTube, so we won't see anybody here.
Ah, I see, I see. So we begin right away.
Yes.
Can we see it
so
now?
Upanda, yeah, we can. It's loading, I think.
Yeah.
And then Upanda, if you can close your camera, then I'll open mine. But it's still loading, yeah. Perfect. Everyone, a very warm welcome to the Water Pavilion, Water for Climate, hashtag Water for Climate. What we are going to speak about today is digital inclusion to enhance climate resilience. The next slide, please, Upanda. So let me share with you the agenda before I go down to giving you an overview of the presentation. So the first presentation will be by Upanda Udalagama from IMI, who will be providing an overview of the contentious and relations between digital inclusion and climate resilience, but also opportunities. And she will also be introducing you all to a new project that IMI leads on the very same subject titled Doing Science with Society. This is followed by a very exciting panel with the following persons: Lisa Debbie Beck, who is the Gender and Social Inclusion Lead at the Global Water Partnership. We have Asel Mursakulova from the University of Central Asia's Mountain Societies Research Institute, and also co-founder of the analytical club Mongu, which I'm sure she will speak about. Indika Arulingam, who is a researcher at IMI and also the co-author of the 2021 High-Level Panel for Expert report on youth and agriculture. Then we have Mayank Jain, who's co-founder of a membership-based farmer producer organization in Bihar, India, which has 60% women as their members, with a special focus on youth and minorities and marginalized communities. And Mayank is going to be talking about social inclusion and digital innovations in the organization that they lead, which is called Sumarth. Then we have Doris Adam, who is an energy analyst with a focus on emerging technologies. Doris is having some problems connecting, so hopefully she will be on board. We keep our fingers crossed. Following this, and of course your contributions and your feedback, we end with a wrap up by Michelle Neck from Stanford University, former IMI, who's really triggered some really interesting insights on social inclusion and digital innovations. And finally, the last word by Alan Nicole, who's Director, Water Growth and Inclusion at IMI. So let me just set the context for the presentation and the rest of the session. Upanda, the next slide, please. Thank you. So for sure, the agriculture sector is experiencing a lot of challenges relating to climate, relating to urbanization, transitioning economies, moving to other sectors, etc. Poverty, inequality, gender, you name it, it's all there in the sort of basket of what makes for how do we get food security addressed, and especially how do we look at water security in the context of so much unpredictability, too much water, too little water at the wrong times, etc. But one of the challenges that's really key and perhaps less talked about is about who's going to grow our food in the future. So, the global age for farmers across the world is around 58 to 60 years. And there's an enormous amount of analysis which shows that new generations, the youth, are not very interested in farming. The next slide. So, a report that was done by IMI, and we produced a blog post on this, shows that climate impacts are a major driver of youth pull-out of agriculture. But as this report also points out, this blog and the reports associated with this blog post, that climate is a major driver, but not the only driver of youth pull-out of agriculture. There are so many different types of pull and push pressures that are resulting in youth pull out of agriculture across the global south. The next slide. So, in the face of this challenge as to who's going to be farming in the future, the question that's often posed, or even sometimes, the solution that's presented is that climate smart agriculture or digital innovations in agriculture is the silver bullet to attract youth to agriculture. So is this really true? And this will be a first question that we'd like to hear your feedback on. So here you have the Menti link and the code, which we will also post in the chat so you don't miss it when we move away from this slide. We would really encourage you to post your response to this question. Is climate smart agriculture the silver bullet to attract youth to agriculture? So that we can get a conversation started with you, with all of you as we move ahead. The next slide. So what's really interesting in this high-level panel expert report on youth and agriculture that my colleague Indika Arulingam, who's on the panel, was a co-author, was that, there are many different types of challenges that really impact how youth engage with agriculture. First of all, are intergenerational relations and realities, and land ownership, or even the ability to really make decisions on resources is something that is not available, not accessible to youth in many different social contexts. It's also about aspirations, it's about mobility, it's about the geography, it's about so many different issues that is resulting in youth pull out of agriculture. The next slide. So, the fact that technological innovations are presented as solutions, but are they really the silver bullet? And I ask this question because a lot of the technological innovations that are presented as climate solutions, as climate interventions, are presented as solutions. But then often the solutions that we are offering might not really fit in with the problems, different contexts in different settings, the different challenges that different groups of diverse, heterogeneous youth experience in very different social, political, economic, and ecological settings. So we, a couple of us were working on these issues, take away the message from Kentaro Toyama, who's been really working around these issues and has some really interesting publications on this, where he says that, our reliance on solutions really distracts us from understanding what really matters and what is the problem. So can we use technology also to really try and understand the problems? The next slide, which is my very last slide. So which is the question that I would like to leave you with, the second Mentimeter question. So in the HLPE report, it was identified, which as I also discussed, that the reasons that youth are moving away from agriculture is complex and consists of many different issues and challenges. So the question that we want to really ask you is that, can technological innovations also address some of these structural youth agriculture challenges? And do you know of any such innovations? So we'd really like to hear from you. With this, I welcome you once again to this session, and I hand over to my colleague Upanda for the next presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Deepa, for that introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is such an honor to start off this session, especially on this Youth and Empowerment Day. As a young woman who is starting out her career in the development field, it is wise to get the lay of the land, understand what I'm really getting into. Who will I be interacting with on the field? Why am I choosing a specific population to focus on? What sort of tools will I apply to collect data? And how will I assure the information that I have collected can be translated into transformative outcomes and empowering solutions? And funnily enough, all the answers to my questions revolve around the idea of digital innovations. So today, I want to take the time to question my questions, brainstorm the extent that digital innovations can reach in a time that the world seems to be getting warmer, wetter, hotter, and drier. And also, at the same time, place myself, a member of the youth community, on a pedestal and emphasize that I am the most powerful agent within this room right now, and that the importance of digital innovations will not be fulfilled without the inclusion of the youth population. Within the previous centuries, brilliant leaps have been made, resulting in digital technology to be at the center of the fourth industrial revolution. We have advanced sensor platforms, AI, blockchain, the Internet of Things that are transforming and influencing all spheres of life across the water, food, energy nexus. In relation to an Earth that has now reached a stage in which populations are impacted by climate extremes daily, it is vital that we have access to quick, real-time feedback in order to support individuals to brace for impact. And this is possible through digital interventions. Through real-time data collections, we're able to model climate risks that are then transcribed to provide us with patterns. The most relevant examples of climate modeling being found in the latest IPCC report. We're able to use technology for climate change transparency, specifying countries to report on their progress and keeping them accountable to their promises. There's more collective engagement involved, such as youth, in mobilizing together through digital technologies with the aim of tackling climate change and developing a greener digital system. And also, there's a lot of worry that digital innovations can exacerbate deep-rooted inequalities. But there are also examples of digital technology precisely addressing these inequalities. Technology on its own is not going to do any problem solving, but with the right intention and objective, that is what makes a difference to whether rooted inequalities persist. These are precisely the reasons why this digital journey is so exciting, as it holds so much promise. Through digital expansion, we're bringing the world to people's fingertips and speeding up change. We're transitioning into digital systems that can enable adaptation to the climate crisis by switching to renewable energy sources. And with the focus on farming systems, new ways of accessing and using data can enhance producer capacity and support stronger producer-consumer relationships, pushing farmers to become more engaged within the market systems. Actually, Maya and Jane, one of our panelists today, have been creating this type of maximum impact, right? By giving farmers the opportunity to decide when, where, and how to sell to consumers while they earn a sustainable income. We look forward to talking with them. And even more importantly, digital technologies have helped farmers become more aware of how climate change impacts their surrounding environment through the use of climate services, like weather indexed insurance schemes and disaster warning systems. But I know with such great expectation, it is still quite strange that technology doesn't benefit everybody. Referring to a post written by our very own Deepa Joshi, in which she cites a 2013 article by Alberto Alicida, it illustrates the invention of the plow during the Mesopotamian era of the 3rd century BC, and how such a mechanization of agriculture led to persisting patriarchy. Still today, with the plow existing in many of our societies, these gender divides persist, as described in this 2020 study by Amita Kumari. By looking at individuals and societies where the plow was historically used, elements of the patriarchy were stronger compared to culture that didn't have the plow at all. It goes to show that a tool is never just a tool. It holds the power to sideline a gender to be weaker and to establish a greater prevalence of attitudes that favor gender inequality. We can also look at the Green Revolution and how technology may have reshaped agriculture at the time, but it still had instituted historical inequalities. Through subsidies for mechanization that aggravated land and profits for larger farmers, marginalized smallholders were excluded from receiving the benefits, and therefore inequalities persisted and became more widespread. Therefore, is there a fear that patterns of the past will be repeated? Are digital innovations too good to be true by only favoring the majority, mainstream groups of society? Asking such questions leads up to our focus on youth, as there's a lot of hope being pinned on us with the expectation that we can transform food systems and lift communities out of poverty. It is projected by 2030, 20 million youth will enter the labor force on an annual basis, with agriculture and food system being the largest employer, particularly in the global south, where climate change is creating the most detrimental challenges of all. But young people today have become quite detached from traditional agricultural systems due to generational poverty and marginalization, resulting in their aspirations not matching with their livelihood realities. So what is shaping youth aspirations? What is shaping their pull away from agriculture? Can digital innovation be used to lure back youth who are leaving agriculture? And additionally, is it wrong for us to assume that all youth will be a fan of digital innovations? Trying to answer these questions makes us recognize that youth are not a homogeneous group. Due to our geographies, both biophysical and socioeconomic, we are all located within different technological grids in different parts of the world, and therefore our space and scope to apply digital innovations vary, and it depends on how advanced our country is. It's also about considering the intersectional social dimensions that one is surrounded by. Can a young person afford to use such tech gadgets? What about the necessary training and education needed to understand what digital innovations they're holding in their hands? Do they have the necessary mobility to access these knowledge and skills? Digging deep into these contested spaces makes us ask if we're really placing social inclusion at the heart of designing digital innovations. To move forward, we need to think outside the box, flip the situation, and design ways to overcome inequalities rather than reiterate them as it has historically been done. This entails allowing more vulnerable groups to be participants of the design process rather than just observers. And coincidentally, an IMI-led research project titled Doing Science for Society intends on doing just that. With the aim of assessing climate vulnerabilities in Bihar, India, we apply a digital ethnographic tool called SenseMaker to capture many experiences and stories, to analyze how groups experience climate risks, and understand the factors that enable their resilience strategies. Through SenseMaker, we're making the most marginalized be heard and understand how climate challenges intersect with other social injustices, such as gender, class, sexism, racism, and so on. Additionally, we use SenseMaker to enable reflection by key institutional stakeholders to share how and why the climate strategies they implement in the first place tend to be exclusionary. And lastly, we'll bring all those voices together and jointly design bottom-up climate strategies that will build the resilience pertaining specifically to the marginalized populations in Bihar, as there is no one-size-fits-all solution. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout this brief presentation, we have questioned the questions surrounding the capability of digital innovations in creating transformational change within the climate change arena. Whether such an aim is possible depends on how inclusive we intend to be, and if you choose to reverse the hierarchy that allows exclusionary measures to persist. And most importantly, there needs to be more meaningful, empowering engagement, bringing in women and youth, not just because they're a check mark on your inclusion list, but because their voices matter. My final comment to you is this: the young generation owns the future of the planet. I mean, your generations have had your fun during the previous three industrial revolutions. Let the fourth revolution be ours. Thank you. Before we move on to our panel session, a gentle reminder to please fill in the Mentimeter poll. The link is in the chat, and please fill it in during the process of the session. All right, let's go in. Let's drive on. Building up on this excitement of digital innovation, it is my pleasure to introduce the panel for today's session. Our distinguished panelists range from diverse geographies, bringing with them valuable knowledge and unique experiences. Therefore, it's such a privilege to be able to moderate this session. So let's dive right in. Starting with Lisa. Lisa, you bring to the table 20 years of research experience as a social anthropologist, working in sub-Saharan Africa with a particular focus of social inclusion in the water sector. While being based in Burkina Faso, you created a conceptual socio-hydrological model of the interaction between people and water quality. Given that context of working within a space where you've already implemented digital innovations to visualize how water and social systems are interconnected, what do you see as the most significant barrier to digital innovations and exclusion in achieving change for the most vulnerable and marginalized? And please provide examples of your pioneering work in Africa. Over to you.
Thank you, Upanda, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. So yes, when we talk about barriers to digital innovation and social inclusion, and it's great to follow on your wonderful presentation as you've raised a lot of these issues already. The barriers are really a complex set of elements that intersect in ways that cannot be untangled easily, if at all. But I would say that there is one word that encompasses all of these barriers, and that is access. It's the access that people have to knowledge, to decision-making power, to resources, and these resources could be financial or others. people who are vulnerable and who have been marginalized within their social setting are often less educated, at least in formal ways of education. They have limited access to informal trainings and formal trainings. Their voices, and we should not forget these people have a voice, but they're often not heard or listened to in the spaces where decisions are made. It could be due to their age, to their gender, social status, and religion. So all these different intersectional aspects of inclusion that are key for understanding the obstacles to true inclusion. Now, participation in digital innovation requires technical equipment, and often the most vulnerable, the most marginalized populations do not have access to this due to funds, because a lot of times this technical equipment may cost a lot of money. So we may develop models, and you mentioned this socio-hydrological model that I worked on together with socio-hydrologists from University of Vienna. And the challenge we had is that often the programs that are used for the development of such models are not available even to the technical experts in some of the countries where we're working. So for example, when we worked with the river basin authorities in Burkina Faso, they didn't have access or didn't have training in that particular modeling. Those models were not available for free, or they were not able to run it on the poor computer equipment they had. So, and that's even at the sort of the urban or high level of the regional stakeholders. But when we think about the rural areas and the farmer population, I mean, again and again, I've seen situations where even having people having a mobile phone, a working mobile phone, that's the important component, because I think that a lot of times we talk about mobile phone coverage increasing around the globe just based on the statistics of how many people signed up to take a SIM card, right? But is that SIM card actually then activated properly? Is it working with a mobile phone? A lot of times women will use the mobile phone that belongs to their husband, so we can only access them through the husband or through the permission of the husband. Or maybe they don't have network. Very, very often electricity is a basic access issue that we face. There are areas where we worked in rural Uganda, Ethiopia, Burkina Faso, where people have access to electricity only for an hour per day. So how can we expect them to be up to date on all the latest digital technologies when they can't even charge their mobile phone? So these are really basic challenges. And so understanding the access challenge is the core to the solution, in my opinion. The digital innovators should really be exposed to the conditions of these rural settings and understand the immensity of these challenges. They should be exposed to the conditions. They should look for solutions that are both affordable and suitable for the context, and suitable both in terms of social norms, such as the belief that young people or women should not be involved in decision making, which is still the case in many countries where we work, to more technical and structural obstacles, such as lack of electricity, lack of funds, lack of network, or limited access to investment. Young people can often not get a loan from the bank because they don't have anything to sign that loan against, or any guarantor. So I believe that while the situation is complex and challenging, if investors are interested in working in this space, I'm sure that if we work together with the vulnerable and marginalized in these contexts, in a collaborative way of co-creation, really considering their needs and their challenges, that we could find sustainable and innovative solutions. But it really has to be that kind of co-creation, not just participation for the sake of participation. We don't want to just consult the stakeholders, tick the box and move on. We really need to engage them in this process, and through that co-creation, then we can find the solutions that are inclusive and sustainable. I'll stop there and hand over back to you, Panda. Thank you.
Well said, Lisa. Well said. I think, what we see most often is those that are most affected are not even included in the conversation, right? As you said, not giving a seat at the table, or just not considered to be vital to the conversation. And with that lack of network, agency, and as you rightly said, access, those who are marginalized will continue to be pushed back, which is, very distressing today. So thank you, Lisa. Asel, I come to you. Building up on this theme of achieving greater equity, it is becoming quite apparent that digital transformations will evolve only when the rights of the most vulnerable are recognized and are seen as agents of change. Referring to your research, which studies the issues along the Kyrgyzstan-Tajikistan border, you are a key spokesperson for advocating for the voice of young people who are affected by the current issues along that border. Coming from such a conflicted region, what have been the barriers to digital innovation and inclusion in achieving change for the most vulnerable communities from a remote location? Over to you.
Thank you, Upanda. The barriers to digital innovation can vary greatly from region to region and depending on various levels of technology diffusion. I would like to discuss a specific of mountainous countries. Mountainous countries are known to have vulnerable ecosystem to climate change, and simultaneously, due to the complex topography of these countries, building any infrastructure, including digital, is expensive and technology complex process. For Central Asia case study, we can see that these barriers are following. The first is the low network coverage of remote regions that is depending on the altitude and coverage of the road and communication infrastructure. Innovation penetration can have a large gap between different parts of the same country. The second, innovation is underdeveloped due to slow growth of economic. Statistics show that agricultural sector is reducing its share of GDP in Central Asian countries. Thus, digital innovation is concentrated mainly in the service sector of urban centers, in contrary to the rural areas. And third, unstable institutional environment. For example, in Kyrgyzstan, the authorized body responsible for the promotion of digital innovation disappeared, and reappeared in the structure of the government during 12 months. Therefore, it is important to understand that digital innovation is promoted in a specific infrastructural ecosystem where roads, network coverage, economic growth rates play a crucial, complex role. I will stop here and will hold to you, Upanda.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Asel. I mean, interesting, right? It's always reassuring to see the connections between answers, such as you and Lisa, which emphasize the importance of institutional structures in bridging that gap between the uptake of technologies and, well, the inability to have any access to these necessary resources. As you said, without a functioning road, the lack of mobility hides away populations from having access to knowledge, information, and other vital services. So thank you, Asel. Right, let's zero in. Let's zero in on the spotlight group of the day, which is the youth, and how to publicly empower them. I believe that as a demographic, the young people are expanding globally, but at the same time, youth unemployment remains to be quite high. This results in young people seeking alternative strategies such as migration out of livelihoods in their agriculture, and it becomes such a huge concern for smallholder farming and global food security. I mean, Indica, your research into looking at youth participation in small-scale fisheries, aquaculture, and value chains highlights the transition in which if youth are constrained by socioeconomic or political factors, such as not having access to land, financial resources, or being left out of the decision-making circles, they are inhibited from scaling up to new opportunities. So therefore, after being implemented and being access to kind of research platforms, do you think digital technology can help bridge these youth challenges, such as engagement with agriculture? Over to you, Indika.
Thank you, Upanda. So as you very correctly mentioned, there has been a lot of interest in the recent past on the topic of youth engagement with agriculture and food systems. However, solutions for engagement or re-engagement of young people tends to frequently take a paternalistic approach of young people and their needs, such as being youth-specific interventions that are largely atomized from the inequalities that determine how young people might be able to engage with agriculture for their livelihoods. So when we talk about youth and digital innovation together, we should be cautious about essentializing young people as individuals who are more innovative or entrepreneurial than other age groups, for whom livelihoods in agriculture can be developed simply through digital innovation fixes. For instance, while young people appear to be more capable than older individuals when it comes to ICT capabilities, there is no clear evidence to support a direct relationship between age or being young and a higher propensity for innovations. So any attempts to fix youth in agriculture through digital innovations first requires us to consider whether agriculture is first able to offer productive and rewarding livelihoods and fair incomes for young people. Many youth start building livelihoods in agriculture from a position of less resource endowment and power. They typically have less access to assets, including land and water rights, finances, and knowledge. They have to fight to have their voices heard in decision-making spaces dominated by the patriarchy, as we are witnessing today in the COP26 negotiations. And these constraints are, of course, become even more acute based on other intersectional identities such as gender and class. Digital technologies have the potential to address some of these challenges. For example, the internet can enable young people to circumvent some of the more exclusionary aspects of knowledge access, such as the financial and physical barriers of attending research and educational institutions based on socioeconomic status or gender. It also provides spaces for young people to be knowledge creators and distributors in their own right, altering generational power asymmetries in who gets to create and provide knowledge. But of course, all of this will be shaped by digital divides, as discussed by Lisa earlier on. As with all technological change, the potential risks and benefits of digital innovation and to which groups these accrue depends entirely on the context of application. As food systems become more capital intensive, assets, resources, and profits from input provisioning to food distribution are increasingly consolidated with fewer hands. There is increasing concern that digital technologies, by enabling new forms of control and value extraction from food systems, for example, through the extracting and analyzing of large amounts of data, will further accelerate this trend, with implications for farmer autonomy and further deepening inequalities between farmers. However, being aware of these differences can help to expand how digital technologies support inclusivity in agriculture. There are several promising examples of how digital innovation, especially when accompanied by social innovation, has significant potential for democratizing what technologies are developed, by whom, and for whose benefit. One example of this is FarmHack, started by the Greenhorns, an organization of young farmers in the USA. FarmHack is a web platform where designs for the development and repair for farm tools, machinery, sensors, and other technologies are shared using an open source or Creative Commons approach. These are made available and editable by other members of the community, thus providing a platform for farmer-to-farmer learning, collective action, and greater choice and control by farmers over the technologies that become available to them. Another example is a sensor and cloud-based environmental management system for agriculture, developed by volunteers from YAL IT Hub, a youth-run startup accelerator from Sri Lanka, an application that they adapted for local conditions and which was made available for farmers at affordable prices. So in conclusion, young people are not waiting around passively for youth-friendly interventions for re-engagement with food systems. Within the very real challenges they operate under, they are attempting to build livelihoods in food systems, influencing the course of agricultural transitions, and at times, by doing so, even impinging on the power imbalances that constrain them. So when we talk about digital innovations and youth engagement in one sentence, there's an urgent need to go beyond paternalistic approaches and recognize and work with young people as equal and active participants. I'll stop here. Over to you, Panda.
Thank you, Indika. I mean, you're right. After hearing your insights, youth aren't waiting. We want to get on the go, but it's also important to consider that without actually having access or accumulating the necessary resources such as training or education, the youth are left at such a disadvantage because they possess such limited knowledge and skills. But think about it. They aren't able to adapt to climate change risks because they're decreasing their familiarity with traditional agroecological knowledges by moving away from agriculture, and it worsens the situation even further. A lot to think about, a lot to digest. Thank you, Indika. Mayank, you are well aware of this situation, how inequalities can become more exacerbated when they intersect with other vulnerabilities, such as climate change risks. As a social enterprise, Sumart serves the most marginalized smallholder farmers in Bihar by integrating technology and ensuring sustainable recurring income for the communities, providing end-to-end solution from the field right into the market arena. Based on your value chain model, are barriers to more inclusive technological innovations due to knowledge hierarchies, value-driven attitudes, or simply because of lack of access to digital tech and services? Over to you, Mayank.
Yeah, thank you, Panda, for this question. So I'll just in my response by giving you a brief background of where we work and what we have seen over our work in past years in the state of Bihar. And we work in one of the least developed districts of India, where special emphasis is on agriculture. So when we talk about how India has developed and how we have taken the primary sector for granted, if you see, agriculture has always been a way of life for people as well as a source of livelihood. So it was also a cultural thing and a business opportunity at the same time. But while we were moving towards tertiary and secondary sectors, we often neglected the primary sector, and there has been erosion of values. So now, how I see and how I perceive these things is that we are making amendments to our entire thinking and whatever erosion has happened, and we are bringing digital inclusion or digital solutions as one of the solution, where we talk about bringing glory back to agriculture or addressing issues like climate resilience or doing climate smart agriculture. Now, for me, particularly, I think it's a mix of all these things, the knowledge hierarchies, the value-driven attitudes, and it's also about access of digital tech and services. So I will just give you some examples. So in past 7 years, we have worked with 9 different startups. We have help them in deploying their solutions on ground. And yes, accessibility and last mile connectivity is a biggest challenge, especially most of the apps and the kind of things what we are doing right now, they are not available in vernaculars. That is also creating a problem, and it requires a huge infrastructure, especially the Indian farmers and the entire ecosystem is right now under technologized. And it's the land is fragmented, and there is a very strong nexus of politics and economics at the ground level that needs to be understood. So I will give you another example. It's a very good policy move which has been made by Government of India and has been implemented in few of the states, which is about National Agriculture Market. And it talks about farmer is free to sell his or her produce anywhere. But what is essentially happening, despite all these measures, farmers are not free to sell. Why? Because they have already taken money from the money lenders in their villages. The traders want price opacity, and there will be more transparency. Digital solutions are occupied, and everybody is trying to fetch more profit or more money from this entire value chain. And that is also one of the barriers which is happening right now. Despite that, ENAM is one of the flagship programs right now in India, and I'm very hopeful that it would be highly successful as it brings more transparency to the system. Again, in digital inclusions, there has been a lot of emphasis on farmer producer organizations and formation of collectives right now by the government of India. And in India, agriculture is a state subject. So states are also emphasizing on creating these things. And their collectivization is happening and everything is happening, then farmer is getting more bargaining power. So I think these are the things what is happening right now. Now coming to knowledge hierarchies, what I have seen, the kind of solutions which are we getting right now, there is a total disconnect, especially with the policymakers as well as the technologists who are designing these solutions without actually understanding the domain. You can't go about things. And especially in agriculture, where there is a different microclimate and hyperlocal things which are there, it needs to be appreciated. So it also becomes a function of cost, and it needs to be well tackled. So I think it's a mix of all these things, and each factor has its pros and cons. But to have a more inclusive technological innovations, I think we have to just focus on core of things, and which could be leveraging the existing infrastructure what we have in India, and then gradually moving towards more radical transformations which are happening in terms of blockchain or more money transparency and addressing different issues in value chain. Yeah, over to you, Panda.
Thank you, Mike. As you rightly said, at the end of the day, what do we want? Transformations. We don't want them to just be on a checklist that they know they've just produced something. We want them that their livelihood security to actually develop from something better, from something that was worse to something much better. And last but not least, Doris, you're creating waves within the energy sector in Ghana, having committed yourself to promoting sustainable energy initiatives within the country. Your research of looking at Ghana's electricity market, evaluating the country's changing generational mix from hydroelectric to thermal power production is all quite thrilling, as you're providing a spotlight on this era of green energy. And this prompts me to ask, how can digital innovations, including new forms of e-mobility, help create more inclusive outcomes towards achieving our climate targets? Do you have any country experiences to share? Any challenges you've encountered on the ground? And most importantly, how can we scale up to fit with the current times? Over to you, Doris.
Hi, everybody. My name is Doris, and good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. I hope you can hear me, and I hope you can all see me as well. On the 3rd of November, here at COP, the United Nations Secretary General launched the SDG report, and part of that report was a team part of the report on technology and data, which I was very privileged to be part of, to work on. And I can say that I just want to take a bit of quotes from that report, because that report was launched alongside all the global roadmap for the accelerated SDG. And in that report, I mean, as much as we spoke about innovations and the digital revolution that is coming as a wave all across Africa and here, we were able to pick out key principles which we need to be able to follow in terms of our digital innovation that would actually make us close the gap. It's all about closing the gap. Before I come in to talk about some country experiences in Ghana, and then take us through a bit of the challenges and how to scale it up. To certain the ambitions, it has to have a certain vision and be in line with the achievement of the SDGs. I mean, and to be able to integrate sustainability into it. We both know that a lot of innovations come about, a lot of digital innovations come about, especially within Africa and around the world. But as a result of when it's launched and it can't be sustained, we just have it in a couple of months and then that's the end of it. But we need to have innovations that are able to be sustained in order to have an impact on us. And to be able to also do that, we need to be able to act locally. That was one of the main pointers of of the report to act locally and to leave no one behind. I will share the report later with Upanda, and she can share with everybody on this call as well. But in being able to act locally, we need to be able to customize some of our technological digital innovations that we have within the country. You know, I would use this to launch into an example from Ghana, something called Smart Farm. There is a way you can actually farm in Ghana without actually owning a farm. There's a way you can farm without going to the farm, yet you can earn profit from the farm that you'll be farming on. You may actually even have the farm without seeing the farm ever in the first place. And so I wanted to be able to talk about that. Smart farming is just an innovation by a couple of young people, youth within the country, who come up with a way to get, it's also with the idea of co-opting people, right? So you co-opt money in this case, and that money is what is used to run Smart Farm. So you can actually sign up with $100, $200, any amount of money, but it's just coordinating resources from individuals worldwide. And it has almost 1,000 people sign up now, and most of the people who sign up are workers and students. Again, back to the youth and what we have to do. And what it has brought into bear is how you can farm by just being on your phone, literally, and being able to link your bank account to the farm and being able to pay. So over the time, what these people have done is to be able to benefit both the farmers and the people who are putting the money on board. I sign up. Other people sign up. Then we all bring the money on board, give it to a farmer, make sure that that is also monitored. The farmer gets his produce, sells it off, more of a co-op nature. You get money and bring it back into the people who brought the money back to you. It's more like going on the stock exchange and trying to buy stock on the market and getting profit. This time we're buying stock on the farmer's market. So this is one digital innovation that has been able to bring farmers the money, the needed funding that they deserve, and being able to bring the innovation locally and getting the people within the land to support that. So aside that, in terms of e-mobility, there is a young individual in Ghana coming up to do what we call e-bikes as a form of delivery network. So you've got electric bikes. So because as she said, I am big on sustainable development, I'm big on clean energy, on clean transport, and everything that has got to do with having a sustainability angle to it for the future. So when it comes to this person having e-bikes, he not only is going to use electricity to power his bikes, right? But he's going to now use those forms of two-wheelers to do delivery networks, give jobs to the youth, and in so doing, create it with an app on your phone. So when you are actually wanting to call a delivery driver, you're not just calling any delivery, you're calling an e-delivery, more of it, because you're getting an e-bike to do your delivery for you. You are also contributing towards bridging the gap in order to be able to get to where we want to get to achieve our climate targets at the end. So basically, in leaving no one behind, we have to be able to understand that, yes, there is a digital divide. There is an issue of affordability. There's an issue of capacity development, which we have all said in various forms this morning. There is an issue of existing technologies that are being underdeployed. So we have to be able to bring all the technologies to bear. And when individuals come up with various innovations or digital innovations, as we have seen, as I've just explained to you, in terms of smart agric and in terms of e-mobility being used as a smart delivery mechanism, it also shows us that the youth can come up with things. But if we do acknowledge the digital divide and we do acknowledge that there is an accessibility issue and technology issue, then we can be able to build the capacity of the people to get to do more. Because from what they have done, from what others are doing, from what so many others are doing, we can scale up. But we cannot scale up if we don't actually acknowledge the challenges that are ongoing and how we can be able to use those challenges, transform them to tools that can allow us to scale up. In terms of the digital divide, I don't want to so much talk about it as much as just to say that when we want to come up with innovations these days, innovations that are being born through the phone more than through the laptop, especially for Africans. Because for all those who work in Africa, you would agree that there are more phones for the youth than there are laptops. I stand to be corrected, but every youth has a phone and mostly can access the internet to some extent. In some areas, yes, there is that digital divide in terms of the technology itself or in terms of getting internet access. But if we have phones, then we are able to attract every young person to be able to use a digital means to connect around the world. And that is how we bridge the gap, to be able to start from the phone, not necessarily just a laptop, but understand that it can start from here. And then when we're scaling it up, we can scale up from here into another way. Because I want to emphasize exactly on acting locally and the homegrown innovations. The homegrown innovations are very important because when we grow it at home and we are able to show what can come out from where in Africa, then we can actually have partnerships across the world, not just donors, but partners. So if I have something in Africa that I grow, like the smart agri, that works well, if Alan far away somewhere in the world also sees that this is an innovation that can grow and be able to bridge the gap, he comes in to partner. He partners at homegrown innovation, and that helps us to scale up. In the report somewhere, it was, we actually made a proposition to the UN that they set up what we call a platform, more like a comprehensive global assessment of innovations. More, that was a bit geared towards the energy innovations, but we were saying that when we have a global platform that can bring together all innovations and programs that can help us to learn from a collective place. So when you go to that platform, you're seeing all the innovations that are coming across the world, in Africa, wherever, in Asia, Southeast America, wherever you see the innovation, you can be able to also see, I want to go into this, I want to scale up this, I want to partner with these people. And in partnering, we get to scale it up, because innovations as innovations, it's not enough. It has to be sustained to be able to have an impact. And for it to be able to have an impact as well, it has to be that kind of innovation that we can scale up into a bigger approach, because there is a big nexus here. Every innovation that we come up with, every digital platform that we come up with, of course, there is a nexus here. We have agri, and there's a nexus to technology, there's a nexus to water, and the nexus to the farmers. So we know that there's a connection. And in that way, we are not only maybe tackling SDG 2, hunger, or tackling SDG 6 or tackling 7 in terms of clean energy for the e-mobility delivery, but we are tackling so much more sustainable development goals. And that is how we bridge the gap to be able to move forward. Thank you so much.
Brilliant, brilliant, Doris. Thank you. Right, this is what this session is all about, right? To show that while there may be challenges in creating a more equal environment, in the way people interact or interface digital tools, there are also some big wins to celebrate, in which there are intelligent ways being undertaken to use technology to its full capacity. Wow. Thank you, my esteemed panelists, for contributing your valuable time and knowledge to this session. And it's been a pleasure conversing with you from all around the world. With that said, I'm going to hand it to my colleagues, Michelle and Alan, to provide us with a final rundown. Over to you, Michelle. Over to you, Alan.
Thanks, Upanda. And thanks so much to all of our panelists. I learned a lot, and I'm really struck by kind of the two different sides of digital inclusion that we saw emerge today. On the one hand, there's this question of who has access to digital technologies. And Lisa mentioned how gender dynamics affect who owns a mobile phone. Also talked about the institutional environment. We heard Mayank talk about how infrastructure is important for last mile connectivity and the associated costs of that. And beyond who has access to using digital technologies, Upanda went a step farther to say who has access to designing and developing these technologies, who has the digital skills and the resources to actually make decisions about how they're built. And I think these questions really go a long way in shaping the second side of digital inclusion that emerged today, which is how can digital technologies create inclusive benefits? And to this point, Upanda also mentioned how tech won't solve anything on its own. We need the intentions there. Indica talked about the importance of context specificity. Doris mentioned the commitment to sustaining digital tech use, acting locally in homegrown innovations. And Deepa mentioned how tech is often framed as solutions, but we want to make sure we're addressing the right problems. So I guess I'm left kind of thinking about how we can center these intentions, this nuance and these commitments as we're building and implementing digital technologies. And Alan, I'd be really curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. Firstly, thanks to all the participants. Wonderful discussion and rich and challenging at the same time. I was struck by something Deepa said at the beginning. Don't let solutions distract us from key problems, core problems that are maybe invisible, difficult to see, or even problems that are in plain sight, but somehow we don't want to tackle them. Are they wicked problems? Are they too difficult? But they go to the heart of points that have been raised by all the panelists, that there are structural power inequalities out there. There are problems of access to basic services, Lisa mentioned. There's remoteness, Asal mentioned. There are huge institutional challenges here. The instability in institutional environments, Asal also mentioned, which is critical. So how far are the institutional environments, the power structures essentially out there, hindering or not the capacity of youth to engage in what Upanda calls the fourth industrial revolution, this enormous transformation that we're seeing in front of us, and that is central to the climate change agenda? Because we, as you hear in COP in Glasgow, the call is for enormous structural transformations in economies, and with those, of course, come enormous social transformations, and part of that is this incredible digital revolution, which has the capacity to change things, or has the capacity to enable change in the right direction, perhaps. But at the same time, there are huge structural inequalities in the capacity of youth. And again, picking up on Indica's point, we mustn't essentialize youth here and imagine that all youth has access to technology and to digital innovation in the same way. Of course they don't. So there are huge differences, huge ranges in abilities to engage in this sector. But it's essential that structural transformation takes place in order to achieve the goals we have to tackle climate change. And in doing that, we need some major structural inequalities to be dealt with. So institutional environments, access to power, seizing, in a sense, capacity to change as youth, seizing the reins of change and moving forward those processes is absolutely critical. And I think it was mentioned in the discussion, what kind of protocols need to be followed. Doris, you mentioned it, in fact, in the recent report you highlighted. There needs to be a kind of set of principles here, a set of protocols, ways of thinking about how to take this forward, an agenda, in a sense, for youth to push for inclusion, to push processes themselves as agents of change. And I think those protocols perhaps could be something to think about going forward, and really articulating them very clearly from a youth perspective. So youth doing it for themselves and identifying what are the goals, what are the processes to bring about this more equitable digital inclusion, and therefore being part of this enormous transformational change that is required to meet future climate goals, or indeed current climate goals. So I think there are some incredibly powerful messages in this meeting, and I'm really glad that these points came out on such an important day when the focus is on youth, the focus is on that sort of transformation from below. And I think we should take those forward. We should try and articulate them and share them more widely. So with that, back to you, Upanda, and back to youth.
Thank you, Alan. Just before we close this session, we want to go back to the Mentimeter polls that everyone took part in. Thank you for participating in that. Deepa, do you want to handle this and try to bring us into a closure? Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Hi, Upanda. Yes, I can do that. So I think we don't have very many comments, but I think these are really interesting insights. So the first one, if we talk about farming on the ground, yes, if we talk about value chain, indeed, I think, for a very long time, all of the technological innovations, especially in agriculture, including within the CGIAR, have been really being focused on farm and ground level interventions. And I think it's only increasingly that we are really focusing on value chains. And I think inequality and youth challenges, employment, etc., are really critical also across value chains. Upanda, the screen is missing from my, okay, it's back again. Thank you so much. And indeed, somebody says, depends on the location. Exactly, spot on. I mean, we're talking of very different digital divides, not just in the global south, but including in the north as well. I think President Biden's one-point agenda when he was elected recently was to bridge the digital divide and gap between different geographic locations in the United States. So I think that says a lot about the digital divide everywhere. And I really like this point about not in isolation, but with a more holistic, systemic approach, and also possibly built around stewardship of land and water. Indeed, I think, we are all talking about a green revolution 2.0, but I think we are also hurtling down unconsciously many times along the same pathways of blinkered, siloed interventions and approaches that led us into the realization that a systemic change is required in making agriculture more inclusive and sustainable. So I really like this comment, which I think the last one talks about, again, context-specific agroecologies. It is connected with the image of future and modernity. And I think I find this very interesting because then I go back to what Upanda and maybe Indika were talking, that we tend to imagine and assume that everybody's aspiration is about futures of modernity. And I think Indika's research points out that this might not be the case because even the ability to aspire is shaped very much by intersectional inequalities. And at the same time, there's also a lot of youth around the world who are sort of focused on reversing the trends of modernity. And I think to some extent, I think the whole approach of sustainability in agriculture and the Green Revolution 2.0 is also taking some sort of a stand. So yes, it depends what we define by modernity. Modernity as related to what? Is it just blindly technological, or is it technological with a real focus on looking at nature society relationships and respecting these nature society relationships? So with that, I would like to close. I would like to thank, there's the second one. Should I go through that? Is there time, Upanda, to also look at the second round of comments?
Unfortunately, there is no time. But thank you everyone for participating and being part of our session today. I wish we had more time. We have a lot more to talk about, but maybe next time, COP27, right? So thank you everyone. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to our speakers for taking time out of your busy schedule, especially around the world, to be here today. And if there's anything, please, we have our emails in the Pathable platform. So please contact us if you have anything. Alan, Michelle, any last words to say? Madhika?
Just a big thanks from me to everyone, and do watch the recording or share the recording with your colleagues and friends so that they can also partake in the conversation, or at least listen to the interesting thoughts that were shared.
Perfect. All right, thank you, everyone. Have a good day, morning, evening. Take care. Be safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Bye.
into not just why empowering young people is so important when it comes to water and climate issues, but also how to do it. Now, we're very fortunate this morning to have an international, multi-generational, multilingual panel composed of water and climate professionals and advocates who are going to help us to get to the bottom of this question. Next slide, please. So before I introduce our panelists, a quick word on why we're all here today. This session is a collaboration between the Valuing Water Initiative, WaterAid, and as you can see on your screen, quite a large number of partner organisations, all of whom are passionate about doing more to involve young people in the search for solutions to the water and climate challenges that we all face. Now, speaking on behalf of the Valuing Water Initiative, but I think also for WaterAid and for our other co-conveners as well, we believe that young people hold the key to a more climate resilient future. As a sector, we know, of course, that water is the common thread that connects all of our climate mitigation and adaptation efforts. But we must also recognise that young people are central to the success and the sustainability of those efforts. So our starting point today is that by empowering youth, we can achieve better, more sustainable outcomes, not only for young people as a demographic, but for the water and climate sector as a whole. Now, briefly then, for those who are not familiar with the Valuing Water Initiative, or VWI, we're a Dutch government programme. We work with stakeholders across different contexts and sectors to demonstrate the practical application of the Valuing Water Principles. These were set out in 2018 by the UN World Bank High-Level Panel on Water, and they're intended to help us better use, manage, and value water. So we work across a range of different issue areas in the water sector, not just youth engagement. If you're interested to know more about the programme, you can find more information about us online. Today, we're going to keep things focused on our youth work. Next slide, please. So the challenge. Over the past few months, VWI has been working with the Water Youth Network to carry out a scoping study into the state of youth engagement in the water sector as a whole. And we essentially wanted to understand what works, what doesn't work, and what's needed when it comes to helping improve outcomes in this space. And we've tried to approach the issue systemically. So we don't want to set up a new project or initiative just for its own sake. We would much prefer to support and facilitate where possible the good work that we all know is already going on in this space. Now, what our research has shown is that there's some excellent youth engagement and empowerment work, various platforms, initiatives, projects that are already happening. That won't be a surprise to most of you in the audience today. I'm sure many of you are already working on these issues. But what our study found is that despite the good work that's happening, young people are still frequently underrepresented and disempowered in water governance and decision making. Now, as you can see on the screen, there are several different elements to this problem. This isn't an exhaustive list, but it's just a few of the sort of key obstacles that we identified. Hierarchical decision making is one. This is where young people are excluded solely on the basis of their age. Tokenism and box ticking is something that we encountered a lot as well, where young people are involved in a participatory sense, but participation is seen as an end in itself, and young people don't have an opportunity to meaningfully influence decisions or outcomes. We've also encountered a lot of technocratic barriers where young people are excluded from contributing to water and climate policies or other solutions, purely because they lack specific technical training or education. Language barriers is something else that we've encountered a lot in this area at the international level. We did find a lot of excellent work on capacity development in particular that's happening in the sector, but we know that more is needed if we want to make a real difference. And finally, we found quite a lot of fragmentation among the engagement and empowerment initiatives that already exist that we think would benefit from greater cooperation. Now, as I mentioned, this isn't an exhaustive list. It's just a summary of some of the issues that we've identified in this research. The key point to take away here is that every stakeholder group, whether that's policymakers, NGOs, donors, private sector or research institutes, has a role to play in helping to address these challenges. Now, to kickstart our discussion on how we're going to start doing that, I'd like to introduce our first speaker. He's present in person at the Water Pavilion in Glasgow. Henko Vink is the Netherlands Special Envoy for International Water Affairs. He was closely involved in the high-level panel for water which first outlined the Value in Water principles and which gave rise to the Value in Water initiative. Henk is going to share his perspective on what policymakers and the public sector can do to address this youth engagement question. So Henk, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Hey, Joe. Good to see. I have to look there, of course. It's crazy because I want to look at Joe. It's good to see and hear you, Joe, and it's also good to have a small crowd here at the first ever water pavilion at the COP, putting water at the heart of climate action, and on Youth Day at the COP, putting youth at the heart of the work we have to do. And Joe asked me to talk a little bit off the cuff on what we did with the high-level panel on water. Because that panel originated from, you could say, a group of water friends. I was among that small group where we sat, World Bank, the Netherlands, OECD, the WEF, CIWI, and some others. Water needs to be higher on the political agenda, on the societal agenda, across all sectors and silos we see. But to make that happen, we also need the engagement of leadership. So the panel is not the answer to all your questions, but it is part of many of the challenges we face, is that water is so in the basement of our policy discussions, in the basement of political negotiations, in the basement of investment prioritization, in the basement, etc. So lifting water to that political level is only one aspect. And we brought together a group of presidents and prime ministers, Secretary General of the UN and the President of the World Bank, and the private sector, and youth, and NGOs, and academia at the World Economic Forum. Not so hybrid at that time. This was 2016, January, where we said we have to do this. We have to be able to raise water to a higher level with an outcome really to help drive sustainable development and climate action, because we know sustainable development is undercut if we don't understand water's complexity, if we don't value water across all aspects of society, if we don't start to manage it inclusively, including all. But it's not happening. So we need that political power and empowerment. That group, which was a large group at WEF, then got together under the leadership of then Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and then President of the World Bank Jim Kim on Earth Day in New York in the offices of Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and said, okay, we have presidents and prime ministers, including my own. We have Sherpas as a group. That is only the beginning. Now we have to rally the world. And I think what we try to do, and of course, we have to be very modest in this, because succeeding in that is hard, but what we try to do is drive a conversation across the world and across stakeholders, and really trying to give meaning to what this means if you say inclusion. Inclusion for me means that you always have a door open, that no one's ever too late, even if the process is on 80%. That you always ask a question before you start to pose an answer, that the capacity within society is, because of its overwhelming capacity, should have a voice always. But it's very tough. And in political decision making, I think this is what Joe wants me to talk about too, is the door is often closed. Policymakers or in private sector or financial sector, they say, okay, let's figure this out first and then ask others what they think. And that is the opposite of inclusion, that is exclusion. Because you should not figure this out by yourself. You can only figure this out together and then start to see if it works. And I think with the high-level panel on water, that was of course always the balance. Where do we start? Well, you have to start out there to end up in the right level inside. But how does policy making and decision making and financial validation start? They start inside and then see how it works. This is why we are here at the COP. and are not in an amazing world where everybody has water and there's no climate problems, because everybody works in their silos, in their sectors. And one aspect of that is youth. I'm a water envoy, which is well, nobody actually knows what it is, but that's okay. It's an ambassador for water. So I rally the world around water, focusing on water awareness, but also helping to build capacity. And I remember my first World Water Forum in Korea, South Korea, in 2015. The youth had the honor to take notes. I was appalled. So that is not what inclusion means, Joe, right? This is not how it can work. And then in Brazil, in Brasilia, youth was part of the conversation. And now towards Senegal, we hope that youth helps set the agenda. And this is what, and I remember my dear friends, Kees van der Guchten, from Deltares, who passed away, was very sick only a month ago. He was we were together in Madrid, and he and I in Brazil signed with the Water Youth Net this deal to not let that happen again. But it is hard, and it is not because of youth. It is because of silos. It's not that old white male people like me hate youth, no, or that they can't stand that conversation, but it is because we are organized in a very fragmented, siloed way. Public and private, a big gap. Young and old, a big gap. Indigenous and not, a big gap. Any color around the world, a big gap. Any background, any region, a big gap. And the only way we will get to sustainable development and climate action is forget about the gaps. We're in it together, big or small, rich or poor, north or south, young or old. But the empowerment of young and youth is then of critical importance. But that should also not lead to exclusion. My parents are long gone, but my father turned 97 before he died. So he was an old man, but he still wanted to be part, together with the youngest. So when we focus on youth, we have this focus on everyone. And I think learning what inclusion means, learning that you always have to ensure that every voice has a place because of a stake and an interest is of critical importance. Last, Joe, when I worked for the Obama administration, we had a Hurricane Sandy that devastated the New York region. I worked for the federal government, so hey, you're there, and then a lot of distrust in society. And we said we have to include everybody, and we started to work with the ones that disagreed most. And sometimes that really helps, that you organize. And I think this is to the point what you have to organize, where the responsibility lies with the institutions. The ones that do have the power and the money to organize, is that you step down. It's not that you say, hey, I didn't hear you because you didn't talk. No, the responsibility lies with the institutional capacity to say, open the door, step down and listen, and not say this is what should happen. And I think that is the biggest barrier, perhaps, Joe, is that doesn't happen. We didn't hear you. No. You have to open your ears. We didn't hear you. No, you did not organize a process where everybody was here. We didn't hear you. No, because you didn't invite us. And I think this is the problem. The silos become an excuse for not listening, and that should never be the excuse. We should step down, and that is not to say that bottom-up is the only way, because you need a rule, you need guidance, and we see at the COP, without rules and guidance, forget about climate action. But you also have to really be on the ground and understand challenges, problems, and needs from everybody to be able to progress in the right direction. I could go on, Joe, but that's not the idea of this morning. Yeah.
No, we're on a very tight schedule, but thank you so much, Henk. Kato, could we just reinstate the PowerPoint, please? Yeah, thank you, Henk, for sharing those reflections. I think there's a very important message there. I mean, it's very clear to me, at least, that if we want to be inclusive, we have to be proactive about it. We don't have the luxury of just assuming that inclusion, youth inclusion, happens by default. We need to actually take action. So thank you for setting the tone there. I'd like now to introduce our next speaker.
It also does not happen, and I think that's for all the speakers, because some are old and others are young. I think there is a responsibility within the world of institutions, because they have the capacity to skip this. This is about everybody. And the burden should not be with the youth alone. It should be with all of us. And the less you're heard, the harder you scream, which is the only thing you then can do. But that is the least inspiring part of it. Is the most inspiring is that if we find ways forward where that institutional world breaks down its silos, and you have to help us with that. Without your help, and I'm not saying it won't happen, but without that call to action and cry of pain across society, it won't happen. And this is why we're here again at the COP, struggling to get 1.5 degree, struggling to get water action across everything we have to do, mitigation and adaptation. So that cry is of critical importance.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I couldn't agree more, Henk. Thank you. So I'd like now to introduce our next speaker. Sanne Hoogsteger is Program Coordinator at the Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Centre. She has direct experience of working with young people on climate issues in a civil society context. So Sanne, over to you.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you for your inspiring words, Henk Ovink. It is a great pleasure to be here on this panel today. The Red Cross and Red Crescent movement is made up of 12 million volunteers in 192 national societies. And about half of our volunteers are young people. So our network presents a huge opportunity for youth-led impact on the ground. On Earth Day in 2021, the IFRC and the Climate Center launched the Red Cross and Red Crescent strategy on youth-led climate action. Youth play a key role in ensuring that people now and future generations can adapt to changing risks. The focus of our strategy is threefold. It's focusing on increasing awareness, engaging in practical action, and enabling meaningful advocacy. This strategy has not only been created for the youth, but also by youth. A series of consultations, surveys, virtual engagements were held, and importantly to note, in English, French, Spanish, and Arabic. And it allowed more than 1,200 youth from all over the world to participate. This strategy can be used by national societies and their young leaders to shape their climate actions, and it provides them concrete tools that are ready to use. And one of them is called Y-Adapt. My next slide, please. Y-Adapt stands for Youth Adapt. It's a curriculum of young people, for young people, consisting of games and playful activities. It helps them to both understand climate change, but also to take practical action and adapt to the changing climate in their community. The pictures here are from all across the world, Mexico, Philippines, Samoa, etc. Y-Adapt has 7 sessions. In one of them, they learn the difference between weather and climate. In another, they see that differentiated impacts are happening in their community. I recently joined the training in Mexico remotely, and it's it's incredible to see, just with a simple exercise, that people start to see how disasters impact different people in their community differently. Women versus men, people with and without disabilities, young versus old. There's also a session focused at system thinking, where the youth, through a card game, compete to identify how people, places, and things fit into the systems of their community. With these new insights from the curriculum, they look at their own communities through a new lens, and they take these insights on board during the action phase of the curriculum, which I believe makes Y-Adapt unique. It is focused on taking action. They design a plan to adapt their community to a specific hazard of their choice. In the action phase, we try and make sure to get decision makers already involved. And to them, we really emphasize the need to provide positive and constructive feedback. The goal is that the youth get to experience that how small their action might be, they can make a difference in their community. And to give a few examples of what the youth have done so far, in Haiti, a group of youth decided that they would start clearing the drains around their neighborhood because the drains were increasing flooding risk. And they decided to involve the market merchants who were partly responsible for the rubbish in the drains. They've also had youth use art and music to raise community awareness. I'm always inspired to see that happen. And finally, in the Philippines, we had a group of youth advocate for their, with their local official that a water tank should be installed in their community so that there would be a common source of water during times of drought. I believe those examples that I'm giving you today now show how by giving youth a space in which they get encouraged to take action, they will do so. And their intervention does not need to be perfect because they will learn along the way. Now for my recommendations directed at our sector. Next slide, please. There's a lot of talk about capacity building. My recommendation would be to my fellow peers is make sure your efforts are innovative and interactive. Both elements can really ensure for great stimulating learning experience. And when you do capacity building, make use of the spaces and entry points that your organizations already have. Don't invite youth to spaces that you're creating, but meet them where they are. The Red Cross, for example, is often asked to give first aid lessons in schools, which gives us a good relationship with a lot of different schools. This is our entry point often. And in the UK, a partnership with the Scouts provided the space to pilot YADAPT. Secondly, ensure youth engagement in planning and decision-making processes is happening. It's a recommendation given by many, but there's still so much to gain in our sector. We advocate a lot in policy spaces, but we can do better in ensuring that youth voices are heard there. And please don't forget the languages. Finally, create a space for youth-led action. Don't just design actions in which youth are engaged, but give them the space to design and lead their own. And when doing so, encourage and support them to approach government officials, school principals, cultural leaders, etc., because both these stakeholders and our own organizations should make resources available to them to take action. Thank you. Over to you, Joe.
Yeah, thank you, Sanne. And thanks for making these recommendations so practical. It's great to be able to get into the nitty-gritty because we want this session to be one that really helps our participants, our audience, to understand the concrete practical actions that they can implement in their own organizations to make a difference on this topic. So thank you for your emphasis on that. So Henk has talked about policymakers and the public sector. Sanne has talked about civil society. Obviously, the private sector has a role to play here. And to tell us where the private sector fits into this conversation, I think we're going to head over now to Manila. I'd like to bring in Yang Villa, who is head of the Philippines at IL Utilities. Yang, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, it's tempting to think that all of the private sector is a thriving place for creativity, where exciting innovations and new technologies are born. That may be what you see on popular media, but a vast majority of private sector organizations are places where ideas die. I should know. I come from a water utility background, and utilities are notoriously conservative. From 2009 to 2019, I worked in the utility investments business, where my methods and principles have been called naive, often being told that I'm stepping out of line. I was being shoved into a box that I kept trying to outgrow. Now, this sentiment is a common experience among young people in the private sector. Many business leaders shoot down out of the box thinking, especially when it doesn't immediately serve the bottom line. Take, for instance, my push for understanding climate risks by using smart technologies such as Earth observation and geospatial analytics, as well as partnership with academia to support research. I thought for a water business that relies heavily on the availability of water, there was not nearly enough effort to understand how climate change can disrupt the business. In many private sector organizations, risk-taking and experimentation are allowed only under rigid conditions that at best only yield incremental results, and at worst, do nothing to change the failing status quo. And so today, I would like to offer 3 practical steps to build a culture of responsible risk-taking and productive experimentation that will empower your young employees to be more creative, bold, and innovative. First, on a fundamental level, I urge business leaders around the world to reevaluate their criteria for certainty and risks. I've never understood why, for example, we keep on using traditional engineering models and financial projections when clearly, in the face of deep uncertainty brought about by the climate crisis, our assumptions about the future no longer hold. In the face of deep uncertainty, maintaining the same criteria for risks and rewards is not a sound business practice. This means that you should be prepared to try unproven methods, test new technologies, and allow for creative solutions. Pay attention to the new tools and ways of thinking that young people in your business are bringing to the table. When you relax your criteria for returns and encourage risk-taking, young people have more space to ideate and try new things. Second, encourage intrapreneurship and back it up with resources. Intrapreneurship, of course, is the practice of acting like an entrepreneur within an established company. There are many ways to do this, and you might want to try different methods like hackathons, innovation festivals. My favorite is the design sprint. See what works in terms of incentivizing young employees to own a challenge and design their own solutions. And please, don't just do it to generate ideas. As I said, again, most businesses are places where ideas die. Set aside resources, including mentorship or a bit of seed money, to turn these ideas into working prototypes that can be tested and progressively iterated. Be a champion to your company's young entrepreneurs. Lastly, and I do recognize that it takes a brave boss to permit this recommendation to happen, but please allow young employees to disregard boundaries. This is not just the rebel in me speaking. I think that the worst advice that you could possibly give a young person is that they shouldn't think or act beyond their job description. Narratives like, "You're not being paid to do that," or "That's not your problem," these can extinguish curiosity and expansive thinking. And once you kill curiosity, you can say goodbye to systemic thinking, that appreciation for the complex interconnectedness of things around us. The hardline boundaries set by bosses are the biggest hurdle to pursuing systems leadership, which is the set of skills and capacities needed to catalyze, enable, and support systemic change. We need young people to want to become systems leaders if we are to have a chance at solving long-term and complex problems like the climate crisis, water insecurity, poverty, gender, and racial injustice. And mind you, the younger generation have a keen sense of how these problems are interconnected to begin with. Their curiosity will naturally lead them to explore and cross-fertilize their unique set of interests. And magic happens when young people learn how to put those interests together in the service of something bigger than themselves. Please do not extinguish young people's desire to make an impact by trapping them in routine and silos and traditional roles that only serve the failing status quo. Do not be the reason why young people shrink themselves to fit a certain mold. In closing, let me repeat my 3 recommendations. First, reevaluate your criteria for certainty and risks. Second, encourage entrepreneurship and back it up with resources. And third, allow young people to disregard boundaries. As I have taken on a mentorship role for the younger generation, my sincere desire has always been to never lose my capacity to be curious, to be bold and daring, to experiment, and to take risks. To our leaders in the private sector, I implore you to never forget how it is to be young. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yang. And I think I speak for everyone when I say thank you for a really inspiring and very heartfelt and passionate contribution there. So thank you for that. We're now going to bring in a regional civil society perspective and head over to the WaterAid West Africa office, where Abubakar Luge is going to share his experience of engaging national and regional decision makers on these issues. Now, Abubakar will be speaking in French, but his presentation slides are very detailed with text. All of that text is in English. So if you aren't a French speaker, do please pay close attention to your screen. Abubakar, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Joey. Bonjour à tous. Bonjour à tous. Je m'en vais en fait vous présenter l'engagement de la jeunesse dans le domaine de l'eau et du changement climatique. Donc, je suis Abubakar Luge, je suis le coordinateur de la Coordination nationale des jeunes pour l'environnement et le climat. Et c'est un plaisir pour moi de vous présenter en tout cas ce thème-là. Next slide. OK. Au Burkina Faso, d'où je viens, les jeunes comme Clément Nana que vous voyez sont des jeunes agriculteurs qui contribuent moins au changement climatique, mais qui subissent le plus en fait les effets du changement climatique. Et cela se traduit par quoi? Ça se traduit par un certain nombre de poches de sécheresse que nous avons vécu depuis, par exemple, ma naissance, et également par une baisse, en tout cas, et une mauvaise répartition des précipitations. Donc, je suis de la Coordination nationale des jeunes pour l'environnement et le climat, qui est une organisation qui réunit des jeunes venant un peu partout du Burkina Faso et également des organisations de jeunes qui militent pour la préservation de l'environnement. Next slide. Okay. Au Burkina Faso, les jeunes sont souvent moins impliqués dans le cadre de l'élaboration des politiques et programmes. Donc, il faut souvent, pour se faire entendre, pour pouvoir contribuer, forcer un peu la main. Et nous, par exemple, en 2021, nous avons contribué dans le cadre de la révision des CDN au niveau du pays, à travers une conférence consultative que nous avons organisée au niveau national, et avec le soutien des Nations Unies, qui a permis à la jeunesse de comprendre comment ça se passe et également de formuler des fortes recommandations dans le cadre de ce processus de révision qui ont été soumis au gouvernement. Également, dans le cadre des élections en 2020 au Burkina Faso, nous avons, avec le soutien de certains partenaires, mené une campagne à l'endroit des candidats à la présidence, dénommée donc Empreinte Verte, qui a permis déjà d'analyser les programmes des différents candidats et leur formuler en fait un certain nombre de recommandations à prendre en compte et des engagements à prendre en compte dans le cours du mandat. Et actuellement, nous sommes également dans le suivi de ces programmes-là. Next slide. Donc, les jeunes sont aujourd'hui en fait conscients des défis que sont les changements climatiques et les opportunités qu'ils les offrent. Donc, de plus en plus, ils rejoignent des mouvements, aussi bien au niveau local, national qu'international, et s'impliquent et passent également à l'action. Il y a plusieurs opportunités qui s'offrent, en tout cas pour mobiliser la jeunesse. D'une part, je prends le cas de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, d'où je suis. 64% de la population ont moins de 24 ans. Donc, c'est une grande opportunité pour mobiliser, parce qu'ils sont la majorité, pour mobiliser en tout cas ces jeunes-là dans le cadre de l'action climatique et également en faveur de l'eau. Également, les jeunes sont les promoteurs de nouvelles solutions et ces solutions sont très souvent également axées climat, axées eau. Les jeunes aujourd'hui également sont ceux qui vont en fait prendre la relève. Donc, il est temps et c'est mieux de les impliquer à partir de maintenant. Et également, le secteur du climat et de l'eau également sont source d'entrepreneurs verts qui est également une opportunité en tout cas pour prendre en compte la jeunesse. dans cette lutte. Next slide, please. Donc, du coup, il y a un certain nombre de défis qui s'offrent à nous. Donc, et l'un des défis, en fait, c'est que les jeunes sont de moins en moins, en tout cas, engagés dans le bénévolat. Et il y a également des difficultés de mobilisation des partenaires pour les initiatives des jeunes. Également, l'inaccessibilité, en tout cas, de certains fonds pour les jeunes et pour les organisations de jeunes. Donc, du coup, nous formulons des recommandations. Des recommandations pour le gouvernement. Il s'agit donc de faire de l'éducation au développement durable une priorité à effet d'échelle sur les résultats en matière d'adaptation et d'atténuation face au changement climatique. Et deuxièmement, c'est de prendre en compte la jeunesse et impliquer les jeunes dans toutes les politiques, programmes et actions de représentation en matière de changement climatique. Pour ce qui est des bailleurs, c'est de faciliter l'accès des organisations de jeunes au financement en matière de climat, également de faire de la prise en compte de la jeunesse et de leur implication, l'implication également des autres personnes vulnérables, une condition nécessaire d'accès en tout cas aux différents financements. Pour ce qui est des ONG et des OSC, nous recommandons en tout cas de faire confiance à l'expertise de la jeunesse dans le domaine de l'eau et du climat, parce que les jeunes aujourd'hui ont assez d'expérience et veulent en fait se mettre à l'épreuve. Également, d'impliquer les organisations de jeunes dans la formulation des projets et programmes. Donc, je pense que c'est le résumé de ce que j'avais comme présentation à faire. Thank you.
Thank you, Aboubakar. Merci bien.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Aboubakar, for sharing your perspective with us. We've talked about civil society in different contexts. We've talked about policymakers. We've talked about the private sector. We haven't yet addressed the role of research and academia in this discussion, but that's a very important one. So I'd like now to bring in Emily Brook, who is a research assistant at the CIPRI Climate Change and Risk Programme, joining us today from Sweden, I believe. Emily, please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much, Joe. I'm so happy to be here with such a distinguished panel of speakers and to talk about a really important topic of youth empowerment. My name is Emily Brook, and as you mentioned, I'm currently working at CIPRI, the Stockholm Peace Research Institute. And prior to this, I was in IHE Delft, which is the Research Institute for Water Education in the Netherlands. Because of these experiences, I was invited today to impart ways that we can empower young people through the research and academic sectors. And to begin, I think I will start with my own journey in youth empowerment, which began with Youth for the Rhine. 2 years ago, I co-created alongside Water Youth Network and other young leaders, the Youth for the Rhine. It's a project based in IHE Delft and funded by the Dutch Rijkswaterstaat. Youth for the Rhine uses a novel approach to empower young voices in research and policy making. It achieves this through the ABCD model of co-creation. Youth for the Rhine starts with the D, the demos, and in this case, young end users. It starts by asking these young people what they think is important in terms of climate adaptation, what we should focus on, and how we can solve this. By engaging all these voices, Youth for the Rhine empowers sustainable innovations. Youth for the Rhine actually just launched a survey on water quality, which I invite all young people in the basin to partake in. This survey engages young people to understand what their perspectives are, what their priorities are, and what we should focus on really when it comes to water quality issues in the river. Youth for the Rhine will also have a workshop in December where we'll bring young people together around 4 concrete case studies to come up with solutions and practical recommendations. Together, this information will be trickled up to the higher decision-making levels to empower young people in higher decision-making. I continue today, next slide please, to engage young people at CIPRI through my role in the Environment of Peace report. The EP report is a 2-year research initiative which looks at how to secure peace in a context of environmental change. It provides practical policy advice on how to address these interconnections. As part of its research process, EP consulted in 2021 a group of 15 young people coming from different backgrounds and regions, with the only common denominator being that they were between the ages of 20 to 30 and, of course, had some interest in climate change and the environment. Through a combination of workshops, surveys, interviews, roundtables, young people were consulted to understand how we best can secure and enable this environment peace. Amongst the many messages, I think a few that stood out to me was the role of transparency in leadership processes, in policymaking, the importance of acknowledging privilege and asymmetrical power relations, and the dualism of developing versus developed. EP is an ongoing research process to engage young voices throughout the report. And instead of dedicating certain sections to this is what young people say or think, EP engages and streamlines them throughout the whole report. And I think this is a good way to really show that young voices are everywhere, not just in certain specific sections. Next slide, please. So as a young researcher myself in climate change, when it comes to youth engagement, there are three things that come to mind. First, I think that there is kind of a research gap actually when it comes to seeing how climate change, security risks, conflict risks affect young people specifically. And on the other hand, how can young people address these risks? What tools or advantages do young people bring that should be further highlighted? So this is a research gap I think we actually should further pursue. The second one, and I think it was mentioned before me, solving the climate crisis is a shared effort. It is not only up to young people to do this. And I think this is important to realize because it is a shared burden that we all need to do together and not only up to young people. And finally, this was also highlighted by the young people in the EP report. Young activists, young researchers, and scientists should exchange more views and learn from one another. I think both sides can benefit from closer engagement. Next slide, please. So to conclude, I have three practical recommendations we can take to further engage young people in research. The first is that we need to highlight the problem-solving capacities and advantages of incorporating young voices in research. I think as Joe mentioned previously, it should not be a box-ticking exercise, but more something that we recognize is really important to solving climate issues. Youth empowerment is for all of us and not only for the benefit of young people. Second, technology. That should be used to promote more inclusive opportunities and reduce entry barriers for young people. I think especially during Corona, it showed that we can do research from wherever we are. But also technology can help highlight the unique roles and advantages young people can play, because young people, of course, have capacity and advantages when it comes to being able to use digital means. So technology can really empower young people in research. And finally, we need to establish mentorship programs between senior and early career researchers. It is important that senior researchers use their positions of power to enable young people to step in and have the space to thrive. In the research sector, this can be as simple as allowing young people to be the first author on reports or being able to present their findings to high-level decision makers. Young people should work together with senior people to develop themselves, perhaps through PhDs, through trainings, to be able to reach their full potentials. Thank you very much. And I hope that this presentation gave us all some things to think about moving forward. And I really look forward to hearing from everyone. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Emily, this is Henk. I have one question. Sorry, Joe.
Go ahead, Henk.
Yeah, you said very easily, just, almost in between lines, I started the Youth for the Rhine project. But how? Because what we've been listening to is that there is an institutional world and then a non-institutional world that, when it comes to resources, there's a huge gap. And you started this program out of nothing, from scratch. How did this happen? How were you able to make, because I think that is what we want to learn, is that when you do it, then okay, A, B, C, D, it starts to work, and you start with D, the demos. But that first step, how did that work?
Yes, thank you, Henk, for this great question. I think how it worked was that there was an idea that was come up with, but what was missing is the young energy. So me, alongside my colleague Tim from Water Youth Network and other great water leaders, were able to bring energy. What was missing was this young energy, this, as I mentioned, the capacity to be able to use digital tools and networking to empower and create this solution, this idea, and bring it to life. So shortly, that's how I would reply. Young energy was missing, and we brought it to create this idea. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily, and thanks, Henk, for that intervention as well. I think that's a very important question, highlighting the role of institutions in all of this. Yeah, thank you, Emily, for making your recommendations so practical and keeping things tangible as well. That's what makes this this session worthwhile, I think. So we do have one more speaker. I'd like to introduce Neil Dott. Neil is Executive Director of Aquafed, but he wears many hats, and I think he's joining us today in his capacity as coordinator of the UN Water listening exercise that took place in the run-up to World Water Day earlier this year, and which enjoyed a really substantial response from young people around the world. Neil's going to tell us a bit about that now. So Neil, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Joe. Let me just get my stopwatch. I'm going to be exactly 5 minutes. So yeah, I'm not representing Aquafed. I'm representing, I guess, UN Water, because we were a UN Water partner. But most importantly, I'm representing the thousands of brilliant young people that I got to engage with during this listening exercise we did this year through the World Water Day campaign. And it was actually, I wasn't expecting them to participate so much. And I think that was almost a life-changing moment for the campaign, and certainly for me. So I'll tell you briefly what we learned from them. So I'm talking to you today, I'm giving you a message from the ground up, from young people, both young water professionals, but just young people generally who care about their environment, who care about what's happening because of climate change, and who care about water very much as well. And I'm really pleased that Mr. Ovink is here today. And a lot of this is directed to him, I think, and the Tajik government as we head to the 2023 conference, because I think young people have given us a path forward now, and they are basically saying, engage us now, and they want to be part of the kind of the roadmap and the run up to 2023. They want to be a part of it. And I think now we can discuss how to do it. So Kato, next slide, please. Thank you. So what was empowering, what was the listening exercise? It was essentially a new element to the annual World Water Day campaign. The theme was valuing water this year. And what we wanted to do as UN Water is ask people around the world what they thought, what water meant to them, what was the value of it? Was it cultural? Is it economic? Is it social? Is it religious? I mean, all sorts of things. And it was a basic thing about using social media to talk to people and actually try to have a conversation with them. Again, between the UN down on the ground, and just think about that for a moment. How does that? How often does that actually happen when we connect those who work in Geneva and New York down to somewhere like literally in a village in Tanzania? And this is what this campaign was about, and trying to ensure that two-way communication. So we were quite pleased about the way it turned out. Kato, next slide, please. Yeah, I mean, really, this was the first time we took this action, but the young people and young professionals really made this campaign. Why it's relevant to COP, actually, because the conversations we had were a lot about the impacts of climate change. It was interesting that probably no one, under the age of 25 actually mentioned the word climate change, but they talked about the impacts that they were experiencing, which we know are due to climate change. And I think that's something quite important in terms of the language we use when we communicate with young people. Young people see impacts. Young people see experiences on the ground, and that's what they're trying to tell us. They don't see things like mitigation or adaptation. They don't really care about that. And they just want to know they want to tell us what they're seeing and what we're going to do about it. Kato, next slide, please. These are the 5 basic messages that we heard from people. And again, these are all relatable to what we're talking about at COP this week, but absolutely relatable to the 2023 conference. The strongest message, I thought, was the first one, was protecting water as everyone's responsibility. And they were saying that there's a collective effort needed to protect our water sources, on the surface and under the ground. But the other things, water is life. Water is a human right, and young people particularly made this connection between water, the environment, and food. And they were saying that there will be no food without water, which is, again, I think, a very important message and a very important part of the discussions of what we're hearing at COP this week. Kato, next slide, please. Okay, here's the important part, folks, in about a minute left. Here's what they told us, okay? Action, the first one. Young people have told us and told me very clearly that they want to actually do things. If we're going to run any campaigns and if we're going to empower young people and engage with young people, not just talking at them, get them involved and get them part of doing something, even if it's very, very small, a small action, a small step. They want to feel and touch that they've done something. It's very important. And I think a lot of our campaigns that I see in the water sector are just bland statements that go out on social media and we want you to retweet something. And young people are saying that's just the first step. Next step, trust and independence. Young people are saying to us, and have given me examples of all of these actually that we have, but we don't have time for. They've said, trust us to be part of service development and implementation. And trust, they say that the best way to do it, particularly if we're looking at the global south, is use civil society organizations on the ground to kind of administer whatever funding's available. They see that civil society groups are the strongest mechanism of taking funds from donors or national or regional government onto the ground. And I think that's a very important step. It's not a new message, but it's what young people have told us. Peer-to-peer. So this is one of the strongest things we put out in the campaign for the examples we heard of young people learning from each other and let them do that to each other. So we've got, in the next session after this, we'll be hearing example of the water solutionaries. Now that's a brilliant example of peer-to-peer learning on an international level, where young people are in Africa, I can't remember which country, are talking to young people in America about the experience of living around lakes and trying to protect it and improve it, which is really great. Formal platforms, and I think this comes across from what Yang was saying, but there's many others. I think everyone has said this as well, that we need to not just pretend we're listening, but actually set things in motion, in concrete, for young people to bring their ideas. And I think the final message really is let young people co-design and success factors in any type of project. And that goes right from the world I'm in PPPs. You know, young people should be involved from right at the beginning about explaining what a public-private partnership service agreement is going to do and what benefits it should bring, and ask young people to be involved in that as well. That just doesn't happen enough. So I think that's a run through. I've gone over time, but again, I'm going to go back to my initial message, is that in the run up now to this very, very important 2023 conference, we should be building on what we've built really on the listening exercise. We have a huge community of young people around the world willing to take these next steps with us. And we've got all these steps like the World Water Forum, we've got the Dushanbe Conference. We should be involving young people now along the way, getting them to be part of this movement about highlighting the case for water and sanitation and protecting our resources and getting them to do things along the way as well. I think that's really, really important. Sorry I was so fast, lack of time, but Joe, back to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Neil. And again, as with other speakers, thanks for making this concrete. Thanks for making it concise and really actionable. Now, we need to cut off in 7 minutes sharp. So we've just got time.
Neil,
for
can I ask you one question, Neil?
Yeah, Henk, go ahead.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because you really call on us, and I agree. UN 2023 Water Conference, the second United Nations Conference on Water in the history of the United Nations, the first since 1977. You, in your role at UN Water, you really have to help us, because the world is big and there's just as much as we can organize. So what are the ways forward? How can we ensure that that voice of youth is not only heard, but part of this now in setting the agenda? As we said with 2023 from our perspective, is that the lead up to this conference should already be transformative. It should be inclusive. It should be about making sure that all those voices are there and that we have an agenda and commitments towards 2023. So we don't have a talk shop in 2023. No 3 days of global leaders just blah, 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 but 3 days of working together, making sure that those commitments are on the table, and then the process afterwards is about implementation and action. But here I am at COP. We have a small crowd of young water leaders, this is not enough. So UN Water and all the other institutions should be able to help us drive this forward. So how can we do this?
Two quick answers to your question, Henk. First one is be very brave and actually have a conversation with young people, because in the listening exercise, I'm afraid to say this is not about me, but I felt like I was the only one actually having a two-way conversation with people. And I really wanted more UN Water partners to be involved and just talk to them. I mean, Henk, I'm from the private sector. You'd think that I'd be a bit scared because I've got no PR people to hide behind. And but I was expecting perhaps some criticism about the private sector. Didn't happen at all. It wasn't about that, because we were all on message and we were all trying to talk about the same issue. So number one, be brave. Secondly, I think you talk about the commitments. Let's properly have a two-way conversation about something specific with young people, which is the kind of commitments they want to see at being made at 2023. And that starts now, not at 2023, with just a few young people that we've managed to pick up. We need to start now and build the momentum up all the way to 23, if that makes sense.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Neil. And thanks, Henk, for your intervention there. We do have time for one more extremely quick answer to a quick question that I'd like to pose now to Yang, just on that subject of the private sector. We've heard a lot this week throughout COP about the role of the private sector in driving change or impeding change, depending on your perspective and depending on your organizational experience. Yang, in 1-2 minutes, could you just give us an answer? What would you say to those who argue that the role of the private sector is actually part of the problem and not the solution in this context?
To which I would say to them, I completely agree. We cannot deny that industry and business has been a key reason for the climate crisis. But, everyone is to blame in some measure or other. However, I think that it would be a mistake to exclude the private sector from the solution moving forward. Business and industry have been such a major driving force in shaping the world to what it is today and what it will be in the future. And I believe that in order to reconfigure business and reshape industry, the youth are critical. So by all means, keep applying pressure on businesses to change course, but to sustain the effort that we're doing today, we need young people to step up to become, again, what I call systems leaders, because they are tomorrow's captains of industry. And the advantage of systems leaders is that they appreciate complex problems from different angles. This leads to a shared vision and more cooperation, less friction for collaboration. And if we allow young people in the private sector to own these complex challenges and empower them to act, they will design better, more human-centric, more planet-centric solutions. So don't leave the private sector out of the equation.
Great. Thank you, Yang. Thanks for keeping it short and concise. Kato, can we re-establish the slides here? Yeah, so very briefly, 2 minutes left before we wrap up. If you think back to the beginning of the session, we highlighted the findings of the scoping study that we carried out into the problems facing young people in the water and climate space. VWI is looking for partners to help us develop and implement a new multi-stakeholder work plan that actually tries to address some of those challenges. There'll be a group of core organizations who will take ownership of specific work streams. We also want to create a wider group, sort of community of practice or advisory group of interested parties who are committed to learning from the action plan and to strengthening their own youth engagement activities. So we'd like to invite you to join us here. There's a QR code on screen. Scan that with your phone, whether you're there in person in Glasgow or whether you're following this online. That'll take you to a Google form where you can just express your interest. We will then follow up with you to provide more information, and we can keep that conversation going. You can express interest in joining that core group, or you can express an interest just in being part of the sort of looser community of practice, the advisory group. Whichever you prefer, let us know, fill out the form, and we will get back to you. Next slide then, please, Kato. And that's it from us. Thank you so much for being with us today. As has already been mentioned, this is not the only youth session that's happening at COP today. So stay tuned to the live stream or stick around at the booth if you're in Glasgow for more examples of how young people can be part of the solution to the water and climate challenges that we all face. Don't forget, you've still got a few seconds to sign up for that QR code. fill out the form and let us know if you're interested in taking this conversation further. That's it from us, and I wish you the very best for the rest of COP26. Thank you.
3, 2, 1. Three, two, one.
Hey, my name's Katie, and welcome to Chicago, Illinois! Woo! It's currently 32 degrees outside, so it's a bit cold. I wish I was with all of you in Scotland, but this will have to do for now. Thank you so much for coming to our panel, and we'll get started in just a minute. Bye! Hey, my name's Katie, and welcome to Chicago, Illinois!
Hey everybody, welcome to our session. We're so glad to have you here today. In a minute, I'm going to be turning it over to Katie, who you just saw on the screen. And we're just going to give you a shout out here from our panelists. So they're going to introduce themselves more. You guys want to just give a quick hello?
Hi.
Great to have you here. So I'm going to turn it over to Katie, who is going to take us through the beginning of our session. We want to welcome you to this session about amplifying youth voice. Katie, over to you.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Thank you so much for joining. I know it's different time zones all over the world right now, so thank you for meeting wherever you are. I'm so happy we could make it. And we just want to say that in this session, there's a multitude of different people here. There's a multitude of different organizations such as Water Solutionaries, Born and Raised in Earth, the Wild Center's Youth Climate Program, Youth Climate Leaders, Helping Hands for Africa, and Global Youth Development Institute. You can see there's so many different organizations here trying to help youth get empowered in their world and to create water and climate solutions. What will happen over the next 70-ish minutes? We have a great lineup for you. First, we have a little get to know you so you can get to know each of our panelists. Then we have some audience questions for you because as much as we would like for you to get to know us, we would also like to get to know you as well. Then we have some questions for our panelists to dive deeper into each of their main focuses in their projects. And then we have an awesome little film. But before I do that, I should probably introduce myself. Hi, my name's Katie. I'm from Chicago, Illinois, in the United States of America. And the closest body of water to me is Lake Michigan. I tend to focus all my environmental efforts specifically on lakes and Great Lakes. I'm a water solutionary who partners with teens from Lake Victoria to work on the Great Lakes to see what solutions we can make between here and there. I know we have a ton of different stories, so let's get started telling each of them. Cecilia, are you on? Can you hear me?
Katie, we do not have Cecilia with us today, so we're going to go over to the next person to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Then that would be Andrew.
Hey everybody, I want to start out by saying welcome and happy Youth and Public Empowerment Day here at the UN. We're so excited for that. Yeah, thank you. It's really good to share the stage with a great panel of young people, both here and joining virtually. My name is Andrew Fagerheim. I am from a very small village in upstate New York. I'm here representing the Wild Center, which is a science and nature museum in the Adirondacks of New York State. We have a climate program that helps empower young people. We have worked with almost 100 youth climate summits in 6 countries across the world. And we have all sorts of resources and models to engage young people in local climate action in their communities, which Elise will talk more about at the very end of the session. It's great to meet you all. Great to be here.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Sorry, technical problems. Have been having those all morning. How about we kick it over to Jin?
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, thanks so much. So I'm so glad to be here. So hello, my name is Jin Tanaka. I'm from Japan, living in Tokyo and Fukuoka as a member of the GYDI Global Youth Development Institute for the focusing for the climate education capacity buildings alongside to the ACE movement in the process of the UNFCCC. And for me, I like to say that nowadays, recently, many of the youth get engaged on the climate change. But I would like to also add the one more thing is water resources to conserve. Like to circulate energies, to circulate for the blue carbons, to circulate for everything. And also for my actions for the conservation of water related to that is like we're going to speak about the water conservation as Asia Pacific countries. Nowadays we have many problems and troubles for the ocean litters, water resources, and also my places we also have some troubles in the past 30 years ago called the Minamata pollutions, one of the worst pollutions in the world. But now we get thriving, and also we're going to eager to enforce to get some frameworks or to get provide for education materials for all the people in all the world. So I'm so glad to meet you here. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Next, we have a special recorded message from Peyton, who unfortunately can't be with us, but did a little video for us all the way from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Hello everybody, my name is Peyton Koch and I'm a water solutionary from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which is on the southern end of Lake Michigan. Unfortunately, I cannot make the meeting with you today, but I decided I would make this video to introduce myself and hopefully provide a little bit more information about water solutionaries. So outside of water solutionaries, I am involved with a couple of other activities to work on conservation and protecting our environment. I'm a volunteer park ranger through an organization here in Milwaukee. I'm also I also work with Milwaukee River Keepers, which is an organization that works to protect and conserve the 5 rivers that run through Milwaukee and empty out into Lake Michigan, so making sure those are clean is really important to the health of Lake Michigan as a whole and our fresh water. I'm also a member of the Sustainable Society at my high school, but of course most importantly, I'm a member of Water Solutionaries. So we do a couple of different things here at Water Solutionaries. We meet weekly online. We all have a couple different time zones we're coming from, so it's always interesting to see some people who are up at like 4 in the morning, and for some people it's 7 o'clock at night. But we all get together and we brainstorm solutions. We talk a lot about the different issues that are facing our bodies of water, and then specifically in our areas where we live, the areas along the lake. A big thing we're working on now is getting technology to some of our water solutionaries who have some issues getting consistent connection to our meeting, and it's really important that all of the voices in water solutionaries are heard. So getting that technology out there and allowing them to have a better connection so we're all involved in a big discussion is very important. Something that keeps me positive throughout COVID and all this craziness that's happening in our world right now is the water solutionaries. I love logging in on the weekends, first thing on Saturday morning, and just seeing everybody's smiling faces and seeing that there are so many people that are eager to solve the same issues that I care passionately about. It really lifts me up and it fills me with hope because I feel like I am not alone. And sometimes being a youth caring about this issue can feel quite lonely because usually the big voices are adults. So I think it's really important to me and to the movement as a whole that, you know, we're getting youth voices out there because we are the future.
Thank you so much for those who called in. And now I believe we have a couple more panelists. Harry, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hey everybody, sorry, sometimes this is what happens when calling in from Uganda. And so the internet signal is not always good. Harriet, we call her Harry. Harry's calling in from Kampala, Uganda. And hopefully we'll be able to have a better connection. But these are the trials and tribulations of technology. So we're gonna, I think, have to keep moving. Harry, if we can get you with a better connection, we would love to hear from you. So we'll keep trying. But Katie, why don't we move on to the next person until we can get a better connection with Harriet?
Yeah, of course. Elise, are you there? Kind of hard to see the panelists from online.
Yes, I am here. So
Perfect.
hi, my name is Elise Pearson. I am from the Adirondacks in upstate New York. Very excited to be here today. I also work at the Wild Center with Andrew Fagerheim. So we basically, like he said, work on climate solutions and engaging youth and really just climate education as a whole. So I'm very happy to be here with like a newer group who is really just trying to work on water solutions. It sounds very inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elise. Next, we have Jexa from Illinois as well.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jexa Edinburgh. I'm joining from Evanston, which is north of Chicago, which is near Lake Michigan. And something that I believe in is kindness. And I think that really pushes me to care about water issues. And my friends also help keep me positive. I think an important piece of the water conversation is intersectionality and the idea that there are so many issues, but by solving parts of them, we can solve more problems in the world. And something that I hope for the future is that we can build a cleaner world. And even if people don't believe in climate change, which is kind of tough to believe because there's so much science backing it. But even if people don't believe in that, it would be nice to have a cleaner world. So I hope that people can see that and start to create more solutions and implement them.
Thank you so much for that. Next, we want to get to know you as an audience and you as the people that we're trying to engage to help us end some of these water problems we're seeing globally. We have some questions for you guys. For our in-person audience, we have a pre-printed handout that I believe Stephanie or someone will be passing out to you. And for our remote audience watching right now, you will be polled via a platform /YouTube, depending on what you're watching on, and we'll try and do it that way. So I think our first, did the sheets of paper get passed out?
Hey, Katie. So you can get a visual on the room here. We are passing out pens. We are passing out sheets of paper. If anyone doesn't have one and wants one, keep waiting. They're coming around the room. And just so you get an idea of what is really important to the Water Solutionaries, which is the group that I work with, that it's youth-led. So while I'm standing over here to the side a little bit, we are working hard to make sure that our panel is led by youth, and that I'm supporting over here on the side. So Katie, I'm just letting you know we've got the sheets passed out, and we're going to have people start writing. So what we'd like you to do is write the body of water nearest to your home. These are Sharpie markers. Be careful that they don't get on anything. And then also, while you're doing that, you can be thinking about a climate and or water solution that gives you hope in the next part of the paper. And so I'm going to turn it over to Elise to give an example.
Hi, everybody. So I cheated just a tiny bit. I actually did an environmental crisis. So a body of water near my home is Mirror Lake. And it's had a bit of a problem with road salts coming into it, so eventually it could be a dead lake. And one climate water solution that gives you hope, or environmental water solution, I guess, is stormwater diversion to reduce salt. So why don't you go ahead and write down a body of water near you and a climate water solution that gives you hope.
We'll give you just a minute to do that. And those of you who are attending remotely, our YouTube audience, what we'd love is for you to put comments in the chat and tell us your body of water nearest to you and a climate water environmental solution that gives you hope. We're just going to give you a minute or two. What we want you to do, as soon as you've got that body of water written down, go ahead and fold your paper on the dotted line, hold it up. If you're in our audience right here in person, hold it up so we can see the body of water. We're going to give a shout out so you all know where people are coming from, what their bodies of water are. We've got over here, Elise has, we can see Mirror Lake. Anybody else got theirs held up? Ooh, I can't quite see that. So South Puget Sound, Chicago River. We've got Brahmatra River, Mississippi River, again, Mississippi, North Sea, Anacostia River. The Rhine, the Rhine, sorry, my eyes. Okay, the Rhine, again, the Rhine over here. Lake Michigan. Mediterranean Sea, great. Chattahoochee River, thank you. That one's a light one, the Dublin Bay, all right. And then over here, Allegheny River. Thank you, everybody, great. So one more we've got over here, and it is Maipo River. Thank you so much. So then also, while you've got this, we've got our climate and water solutions that you're writing down. I don't know if we've got anything on bodies of water in the chat from YouTube. Can you let us know, Katie, if we've got anything there? Or Stephen perhaps knows.
Yeah, I think Stephen has it.
We're going to go on to the next part of going for our solutions. So hopefully you didn't write too many words, because I'm not able to see very far apparently. So anyone have a solution? Hold up your solutions. Wetland restoration, education with cities and their members on salt and leaf waste, green infrastructure to manage and treat stormwater, tracking and stopping pollution, rainwater harvesting, sewer thermal, that's a new one. Ask this person here later about sewer thermal. And then we've got the Northwest Treaty Tribe efforts to keep salmon healthy, reduce runoff, replace native plants, open old dams. Thank you. And then down back we have room for the river. Bubble tube, ask her about bubble tube later. A replacement of lead lines, thank you. Environmental justice issue. Water recycling and reuse over here. You all are full of solutions. I love this. Okay, so if anyone else, offshore wind and dam removal over here. Thank you so much. And then we'll wrap up with managed recharge of aquifers. Thank you. Thank you all for your amazing solutions. It's really great to see the positivity and the solution-oriented focus here. We are all about solutions on this panel. So we're going to stop with the in the room live participant answers. Katie, if you've got anything to share with us, we'd be happy to hear more from your side. And then we'll keep moving. We've got a couple questions for each of our panelists that Katie will be asking. Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. It looks like there's nothing coming in so far. So let's take a deeper dive into some questions for our panelists. Jin, what innovations are needed to accelerate positive change through youth empowerment at the nexus of water and climate change?
Okay. So, thanks for asking questions. Thanks so much. It's great questions. So I think that there's a 3 point for the environment. Like the first is a capacity building. Like the recently we have many processes, we have many movement activities, and so we have many declarations, counter proposals. So we need to make the capacity building for the should be introducing in the decision making process for whole of the government. Likewise, the recently we have the many informal sessions. We have many sessions talking about climate change, carbon reductions. Also, we need to get included for the decision making process. For the talking about the waters. Also, second one is education, I think. Likewise, recently we need to get a public awareness, and the oceans or waters has a highly potentials to absorb the carbon dioxide, greenhouse gases. So this time we need to strongly concern about not only the climate change but also for the ocean conservation, water resource conservation as well. So to get more recognized these truths, maybe we need to get a public awareness and get the education introducing in the public education as well. And third point is a frameworking, I think. Likewise, recently, the next year in Japan, we're going to have the Asia Pacific Water Summit, and I'm going to organize a youth forum. And that time, we're going to call the more than 5,000 youth around the world. We're going to invite you. And that time, we're going to make the framework with make declarations to submit directly to the decision makers for all the world, including your countries. And that time, I think that it's more important to get a framework to invest and get proper opportunities, invest some of the capitals for the youth to get more engaged on the water conservation as well for around the world. With constant to collaborate with the local governments, local residents, local industries, and all the sectors as we can. So that's a 3 main points for making some enable environment for the youth to enforce on to focus on the water conservation. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Jin. Next, we have Payne again with a recorded message from Wisconsin.
Some innovations that we are working on is communications to our communities, specifically using visual storytelling, so kind of like our film that we did a couple weeks ago. This is all really important. The communities surrounding the lakes have a very big impact on the health of our freshwater lakes. And because we are living on the lake, we have a responsibility to change our lifestyles to better protect and conserve our lakes. So getting that information out to our communities is very important, and it's something that we are all working on together. Thank you so much. Bye.
Andrew, this next one's going over to you. How can intergenerational collaboration action be more successful?
Well, awesome. Thank you for that question. I really appreciate it, Katie. I have had the really big privilege over the past 2 years to work with my local government on a state level program engaging municipalities in climate change. And a few things that I have learned my time there, I think first of all, I'll start out with is the framing of the role of youth. I think the role of young people is as effective agents of change in their communities, and they have the power to really drive change and drive climate solutions. And so I think sometimes there can be a tendency to mention youth as victims or vulnerable, and I think a more productive way of framing this is describing youth as agents of change. Intergenerational partnerships where people of all ages and different backgrounds come together to solve a problem. It increases capacity for new action. It builds long-term and more resilient coalitions. it increases creative solutions in the action process. And I would say to adults and decision makers who are looking to engage with young people, don't tokenize young people, don't include them once on one panel at one event just to say that you did. Don't look to check off a box, but look for long-term sustained input from young people and then actually take action on it. That is the way to win the support and the real input from young people. And also don't leave youth without the support and encouragement they need. As they ask for it, make sure that you give them time and resources and guidance to help them accomplish the things that they're interested and passionate in. To young people, I would say you, just as you are completely enough, and you have the ability to make really big changes in your communities. You have the ability to take action on climate change. And I know that the people joining here at COP and likely the people joining virtually all know that, but I wonder if your friends, if your classmates and colleagues know that as well. So I would just say share, continue to make the change that you are, and also continue to make space for those young people around you to make change in their communities and what's interesting to them as well. Thank you so much, Katie.
Thank you so much for that response. Next, we're going to try Harry again with, could you just try without your camera on, see if that has better connection? And your question is, how can intercultural collaboration action be more successful? Okay, it looks like she's having problems, so we're just going to roll on to the next one. How about you, Jexa? How can the audience get more involved in taking tangible action?
Yeah, so I was going to answer this question with Elise, who was also interested in this. I think that we can use the example of fast fashion. A lot of people don't realize that it's a huge problem, but people can make change in the world. And sure, there can only be so much change from the individual level, but attending protests and marches and signing petitions, those can all lead to change in the world. And I've been vegetarian my whole life, and that helps with some water things because animals take a lot of water to produce. And I'm gonna just turn it over to Elise to answer a little bit more from her side.
So thank you, Jexa. I think some of the main things that we need to keep in mind is passion. I mean, what are you passionate about? What do you want to look more into? Because that's where you're really going to start making a difference for yourself. So like Jexa was saying, if you're interested in fast fashion, you do the research, you look at the solutions, and you get involved. So that might look like going to a community meeting. There are so many organizations on the local level, state level, international level that you could get involved with. I know it's really easy to say that, oh, I'll put it off later. That was such a good panel, but it kind of like goes out of your mind after a while. So really just committing to showing up at a meeting, to reaching out, because organizations would love to hear from you. Like, they want help. That is their passion. That is what their mission is. So reaching out and getting other people involved. Like, if you're shy about going, the reason I got involved with my environmental club first was because I grabbed my friend and went to the environmental club for the first time. From there, I got involved in youth climate summits where I met even more people, and our capacity just built. So a lot of what I've heard is, like, you start with research, you get people involved, more people join you, and soon you have a whole movement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elise. Next, we're getting towards the end of our session here, which is so sad, but thank you so much for coming at the moment. I know personally for water solutionaries, we
Wait,
have lots
don't leave
of ways.
yet. Katie, we still have some time. Don't leave yet. All right.
We still got some time. We still got more questions. We still have, I know personally for water solutionaries, we still have Instagram and a TikTok at water.solutionaries on both platforms. I'm sure that Elise for her program had something, and Andrew.
Yeah, so we just wanted to add on to what we were saying before and how people can get involved. This is also about committing. So, show of hands, how many people have gone to a panel where you heard the speaker say these amazing things, they gave some good solutions, and you were like, I want to do that? Show of hands. How many of you, after going to that panel, actually did what you wanted to do? Show of hands. Yeah, we got some maybes. Okay. So that is one of the biggest divides between learning about something and actually taking action. So what we do with the Wild Center is a lot of the time we come up with climate action plans. So this is basically a way to just plan out how you're going to take action. So who you're going to talk to get it done, what resources you need, all the logistics like funding, really just, all the logistical stuff. Your goals, how much time it's going to take, and just writing that down. So I want you to turn to the person next to you, write down, or just commit to talking to someone about it later, an action you are going to take after listening to this panel, whether that's involving youth, doing something with water, or anything else that you can think of. So turn to your partner, write it down. You've got a couple minutes.
You can write it down on the back of your paper. And our idea here is that by making a commitment, you are much more likely to actually take action. But that commitment needs to be either in writing or out loud. So thank you, Elise, for that. And what we want you to do is think about these things you wrote on your paper. What is the body of water nearest you? The solution that gives you hope? How can you tie these things together and think about what solutions you can commit to? So go ahead and write them down. Once you've got a solution, we've got a couple minutes here and we can take a couple responses if you've got some solutions that you want to share. And meanwhile, while we're writing, just want to check in back to with our remote folks. If there's any way to connect with Harriet, we would love to still hear from Harriet. And if there's any way, if there's anyone who needs to wrap up anything that we haven't heard from on our remote panel. So Katie, just checking in with you while people are writing their solutions. Anything there?
We're looking pretty good here. Don't see anything from Harry quite yet, but we'll keep on hope.
Great. Okay, who's got a solution they would like to share with us? Elise, would you like to share a solution?
Sure. So one water solution I've worked on is actually the Mirror Lake I mentioned by my home. So the problem there was that it was in the middle of town. So we're a very cold community. We snow a lot. There's a lot of snow. And when that snow melts, all the road salt that was used on the roads pools into this poor lake. And eventually that disturbs the fish, it disturbs the turnover cycle and everything. So my senior year, we actually worked with our AP Environmental class and a nearby college. And we tested the water. And after giving all the research to the town, presenting to them, we actually ended up making a plan. So there are systems in place now to divert the salt that would have come from the roads and made the problem even worse to another area. So that's just one example of how people can get involved. That's a bit bigger, but it could be anything. It could be super small. It can be any scale you want.
Great, thank you so much. So now I'm going to come over here to you all and see if you've got solutions that you want to share, that you're ready to commit to. If anyone has one, raise your hand. Solutions that you're working on your local water body or area near you, or something that you'd like to do. Any solutions? Any commitments that you are writing down? We got one down back here. Shorter showers. This person in the back is committing to shorter showers. Thank you for that. That's great to hear. That's a personal commitment that makes a difference, and it can be a little bit challenging. But you just said it in front of all of us, so we're going to hold you accountable. I'll check in with you later. Any other commitments that people want to make? Yes, over here.
No running the dishwasher during wet weather events.
No running the dishwasher during wet weather events, which can lead to some different overflow issues in our part of the world, in the Midwest of the United States. Thank you for that. Any other commitments? Over here, yes.
Depaving my driveway and installing a rain garden.
Depaving the driveway to install a rain garden. Okay, we'll check in with you about that. That sounds like it might be a little bit of work, but that sounds like a great one. Any other commitments in the back here? Over here.
Connecting with my local watershed institute to find out water issues close to home.
Excellent. That's something that a lot of us could do, connecting with organizations that are in our communities to figure out how we can get engaged. Thank you for that. That's great. I am committing to not buying fast fashion, and today I am, in the honor of Youth Day, wearing a youth-made garment. So that's my commitment to steering clear of fast fashion. Over here we have one. It sounds like also a commitment.
Developing a youth climate action program in our hometown and getting more youth involved.
Youth Climate Action Program in the hometown and getting youth involved. Thank you. You're getting applause for that one. That sounds great. All right, so I will go over to our remote audience and ask any solutions that we've had from our live stream. Anything else that you want to share, Katie, or any of our other water solutionaries who are remote?
I don't see any coming in from our online audience, but I know for me personally, one of the biggest things that I'm going to try and do is use less single-use plastics, using things like reusable straws, reusable masks. All of the single-use stuff ends up in Lake Michigan or in other lakes near you, and it's really not good for the environment.
That's great. Hopefully there's a commitment here at this conference in terms of making sure we've got reusable water bottles being handed out. People are using washable cups for their hot beverages here at COP26, which I know you can't see remotely, but that's been really nice to see that here. So no single-use plastics. All right, so we're gonna see, I'd love to see if there's any way to hear from Harriet. We're gonna try one more time. If Harriet, you are there, and we can try to get you on to say hello and tell us a little bit about intercultural collaboration. Let's see if we can get you on, Harriet. Okay, not hearing from Harriet. Sorry about that. Harriet is working hard, has been living in a refugee settlement in Uganda and has been working hard on different water issues in that area. And hope one day that you all can hear more from her and the work that she's been doing. Okay, so on that note, Katie, I will turn it back over to you. If there's anything else that you want to bring to us.
Well, first, let me just say it's been a pleasure speaking to all of you and hearing from our panelists. These other panelists, their organizations are so meaningful, and they're doing so much for our planet. So please follow along with them, follow up with them after the meeting, go ask questions. I'm sure they would love to answer them. And if you've been inspired by this session or anything, please get in contact with us. Our DMs are open on Instagram, at least for Water Solutionaries. I'm sure the Wild Center has a website that you are more than welcome to go to. And I just want to say, if you've been inspired, please get in contact with us. And as Andrew reminded us all, intergenerational collaboration is a key to expanding solutions. We will bring perspectives, new knowledge, and energy. You bring the know-how, expertise, resources, and we can make so much progress together.
And before we wrap up, Katie, I just want to say because we don't have Harriet here to say this, one of the things that's been really great working with the Water Solutionaries is that we have had a lot of intercultural connections, and we have a short film to share with you that highlights, it's a little bit less than 10 minutes, highlights the connections across cultures and how it brings hope to people. So we want to share that with you. Katie, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm not sure if you were going to go that direction also, but that's what I would love to have you all see this. This was made by a filmmaker who was really inspired by the intercultural connections and the hope that it's bringing to people. So Katie, is that where we want to head now?
Yep, that's where we're heading. I think Stephen is pulling it up right now, and you guys should be able to see it any moment now.
This film is made by Ben Keller, and we will be pulling it up in just a minute. It's called Where Hope Lives, and the idea, which you'll quickly get, is all about connecting people, teens in particular, to have solutions that they can share with each other. So as soon as we can get that pulled up, we'll share it with you. Thanks for your patience. And while we're waiting, maybe it's going to show, but if not, if anyone's got any questions, please let us know, raise your hand, and we can call on you while we're waiting for our film to get started. And, oh, that's it, if you hear it.
Now, as you can see, people are not, people are busy doing their work, but with no toilets, people have no clean water. People are very, very, very crowded. As you can see right now, all those houses, people do live there, but you cannot even see a single latrine or even a single toilet in them. In the background is Lake Victoria, so they dispose of their water, and and even the sewage that they use, so they dispose of it into the lake. As you can see, a duck right there just died, so it's really, really, really bad. We should build toilets, we should build public water sources, and people should no longer use this deadly water. We should sensitize people, we should sensitize everybody, we should empower them.
One of the main issues that Lake Michigan is facing from Milwaukee is stormwater runoff. This takes form in salt, which runs straight from the streets in the winter right into the lake, garbage that people leave in the streets, anything that's just on the streets is pretty much washed straight into the lake. Another issue is sewage overflow, which when the sewage system is overwhelmed, raw sewage is just dumped straight into the lake. I just wanted to show you guys what a quick 10 minutes of looking for trash on the beach has found. And this really illustrates that everything that comes from the city itself is washed straight down into this kind of beach rock area, and then once a big storm hit, is carried right out into Lake Michigan right behind me. And it's a problem I'd really like help solving.
I'm right now at the River Nile, and I'm here to present for you or to show for you how the Nile looks like. Right now the water is it's being contaminated. It's already dirty, and you can see there are people washing cars. At the same time, there are people also coming to collect water, and inside the toilet you find the fishes are all in the water, and that can cause a lot of harm to people's lives right now due to the lack of knowledge and attitudes on how to use safe water for drinking. There are people washing clothing. There are those who are collecting water. At the same time, someone is also drinking. And the water is already dirty. It has been contaminated. And you find that there are people who are also getting water for drinking. And I don't know what to do. I need your help.
For us, fresh water means an access point for life itself. It's important to us because without it, we'd not be able to function nor enjoy what the world has to offer.
But we also have to remember that water is one of the biggest factors of life, so we have to protect it.
The water situation where we live is relatively good right now, but one of the biggest problems that we are facing is pollution in our waterways.
As you can see, we have a lot of algae and waste or garbage in our waters.
Things like this can easily get blown into our water and therefore harder to pick up by people like us.
We're trying to solve it by communicating it to others so we can all work as a group. We're also trying to help it by picking up the trash.
So this is our tap stand. The water in it is not enough. Sometimes it comes, but sometimes it's not there. So here, your people are saying it's really not okay, and the sanitation is very poor. So we are going to work together with some of my colleagues. I will engage them. I will make sure that we clean around. We are going to work together and clean around so that it will look nice and people have access to healthy water. And now the tap stand is clean. Remember, healthy water makes healthy lives.
It's really strange to be in a place that doesn't have any rain. And in being here, I am really aware of the lack of water that there is. California is experiencing a very severe drought. And actually, just down the hill, there used to be a stream, but now it's all dried up. The ground looks like this, and it's not healthy. The ground needs more water. It's a serious drought here. It gives me more hope that there are other people like me. I feel a lot less alone.
Yeah. Welcome, water solutionaries.
A problem that I'd like to solve is stormwater management. You know, sewage overflow when we get heavy rainfall, that, you know, raw sewage just ends up going straight into the lake.
When we were cleaning the water point, actually we did that one to keep the surrounding clean and look healthy.
So one problem that you really see here is microplastics in our lake. We walked down to the beach and we picked up a bunch of like Dunkin' Donuts, single-use plastic cups.
I've identified their latrines have collapsed. Someone is coming to collect water from there, like for cooking, washing utensils, and that is it's very, very dangerous.
People are getting their water in the lake, so I thought of construction of or maybe a borehole, or this kind of wells, very, very improved water sources.
I was thinking about a nonprofit that I know that builds latrines. I wondered if maybe they would be interested in working with some people in where you guys are.
There were a lot of large-scale farms, and just excess water would all kind of irrigate into Lake Michigan, which was a huge problem, obviously, like Trevor and Kevin were talking about.
I know of the same problem that Katie was talking about. I can look into organizations that may be able to help implement more native grasslands and stuff like that to kind of hold water and pollutants back from going into the lake right away. I've always taken for granted like what my lake has, and it's really interesting hearing about some of the other problems that have never really affected me directly. So I'm definitely going to be more active in looking into research and stuff and seeing how I can help.
When we communicate and make collective decisions, we can make the best decisions, and then we'll be able to save time and work on our solutions. People need to be taught. Even if you constructed the toilet or tap for them, they will still go back to the lake if you've not taught them the effects and the solutions. So I think that begins with us and then the people.
It was giving people hope to have all this power in the youth, and I definitely agree with that sentiment. I guess no matter where you are, water is life, so it's great to see so many people valuing it.
People defecate in the lakes, that cause a lot of diseases, and they use it for drinking. They drink unboiled water. We need to get filters for them.
Basically, the main threat to Lake Michigan is water pollution, and we can pretty easily stop it by cleaning up after ourselves.
We should really be a great part in fighting, as me, a peer trainer, and as you, a water solutionary.
Thank you so much. We have a couple minutes left. If you have any questions for our panelists, one of the things that is really important, as you can see from that video, is for us peer-to-peer communication and the ability to help each other collaboratively solve problems and stay positive and stay accountable to each other. This is a new program, and it's been reinforced in many ways by our other panelists who are more experienced in their programs, have had more longevity with it. But the same principles apply, it seems, across the board for our panelists here today. In thinking about this, I would love to make sure that if you've got questions, you ask them, and if you've made commitments today, which I hope you have, that you stick with them. Are there any questions that we can answer from our panelists here? Hearing no questions. Katie and our remote audience, anything over there? And otherwise, we will wrap up our session. Katie?
I'm not seeing anything come through.
All right, thank you. And I'm really glad you all had a chance to hear from Harriet, who was the young woman at the river. That was Harriet, who we were trying to get a couple times, but you got to see her at least in the film. Katie, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, I'm good.
All right. So on that note, we will wrap up, and want to thank you so much for being here today with us. We're really happy to have you, and thank you so much to our wonderful panelists here in person and remotely. Thank you for sharing your stories and your ideas and your solutions with us today. Thank you. Oh my goodness, wonderful job. Thank you. You were so on.
That's so funny because that did not used to be me at all. Yeah, definitely.
Thanks so much.
to provide water for domestic use as well as small-scale irrigation systems. This has allowed families to grow crops and to have convenient access to water without having to walk long distances. This has the added benefit of providing nutritious food for children and generating income for very vulnerable households. In Bangladesh, surface water and rainwater collected from rooftops is collected and filtered and then injected into the saline aquifer. This creates a freshwater bubble, providing fresh water and the water is then collected by
Good afternoon from COP26 in Glasgow. My name is David Duncan. I'm the publisher of the specialist water news agency Uska News, which happens to be a Scottish company. I'm not very far from home compared to many of our visitors here this week. Hello to our physical viewers here in the room at the Water Pavilion in the so-called Blue Zone, and also to those watching internationally. This session has been some time in planning, engaging multiple partners. The Global Water Partnership, quickly, the International Secretariat for Water, the World Youth Parliament for Water, GWP Central and Eastern Europe, and my own organisation, Uska News, and others. Today our title is, we have from 2:30 to 3:30 UK time, today's choices, tomorrow's impact, youth action in the water and climate nexus. Paula, I think you have a little bit of footage that we're just going to show briefly as I continue my introduction. Right there. It would be remiss, before we move on to proceedings, for me not to mention that another youth and climate event is happening in Glasgow today. Greta Thunberg is a welcome visitor in Glasgow and Scotland during the climate conference, and today right there, maybe about a kilometre away in fact, she's holding one of her Friday school strikes, and certainly the numbers and the enthusiasm look really impressive. We thought you might be interested in that because it's youth and it's climate, and that's what we're talking about here today, albeit through water spectacles. Maybe we can fade that out now, Paula. I think we've just got about 40 seconds on a loop, and move on to our own group today. I'm here just to say hello. Our guide for the next part of the hour is Rihanna Gonzalez, who I believe is available online to take over from me. Paula, do we have Rihanna who's participating remotely? Hi, Rihanna. Welcome virtually to Glasgow.
Hi, David, and thank you for that footage. It was amazing to see what's actually going on the ground. It makes me feel really good to be almost there in Glasgow. So if we jump right to it, my name is Rihanna Gonzalez. I am the Water Resources Specialist for Youth Engagement at GWP. And as David said, today's session is on today's choices, tomorrow's impact, youth action in water and climate nexus. So we have a really packed session today. So we're just going to get straight onto it. And so our agenda for today, we will firstly have our feature speaker, and then we'll be followed by youth impact stories, a panel discussion with some distinguished guests live at Glasgow, a Q&A, and then we will close. So let's go straight to our feature speaker. And we have Dario Soto Abril, the current CEO and Executive Secretary for the Global Water Partnership. and he was also the previous CEO at Fairtrade International. His background is actually in corporate law, but now he is venturing into the water space, and we're very happy to have him here today. So Dario, over to you.
Thank you very much, Rihanna, and thank you all for having me today. As you see, my name is Dario Sotoabril, young, because I'm still young at heart, and I'm not as young as others in the presentation, so I actually feel like a little bit of a young dinosaur. Happy to be here. I'm going to give you some statistics to start with, and it's difficult to compete with the images that were presented here before about the young youth groups protesting here in Glasgow, a few meters from where I am. But you know, more than me, over 50% of the population now is below 30 years old, and this population, or more than half of it, will inherit the burdens of my generation, the burdens that we are passing to you. And in this context, the decisions that are being made in COP26 will really be at the tipping point. Are we going to leave a better planet for you guys, for the youth generation? Are we going to leave something different? How much of this burden is going to be carried by you, the young people, the young generations? At the end, we know that youth are in the front line of the climate impacts, and also are pushing back, are fighting in different ways, which are quite energetic for us to see. One, we see that the work that youth are doing through advocacy, and again, we see the Greta and many young people, such as you guys, marching in different towns here in the UK, but also around the world, writing letters, pressuring the government. So it's this advocacy for change that is very visible. There's also the influence in policy, the work that we have young people embedded in country delegations, embedded already in the government, young people, activists, leaders in the private sector who are also here during COP, making sure that youth is also included in the policies, is also included in the decision making of the COP and in the decision making of the different countries. And we also have young entrepreneurs. As you know, it's not us now, 50, but the dinosaur. We're not the ones who are going to create more innovation. It's actually young people who are disrupting and bringing new things, new ideas. You know, the big, large corporations are being infested by young people who are coming and trying to disrupt with their own micro businesses, ideas from home, even working from their rooms, more powerful and more visible, and more new ideas that could disrupt what the old companies would do. A much more pace with no fear of failing, because young people now feel that failing is really a learning, and then you stumble and you move up, and that's how we are seeing these new innovations in water. But beyond that, we know that also young people alone cannot do it. And we know that my generation and past generation, older people we have contributed significantly to climate change. We're leaving you guys a world where we know we hope that it's not going to be doomsday, but we're living a world where there's pollution, there's corruption, there's slowness in action, and we know that to support you, the next generation, we need to do more, and we have a responsibility to leave the right resources in place, the right conversations, and also decisive action. So I can tell you a bit of what we're doing with the Global Water Partnership. We're really acting, and I have my colleague Rihanna, who's really the head and the face and the heart of everything we're doing with youth. And with her, we're implementing the new strategy for youth engagement, which is, we're committed to move really youth beyond the conversation into more creative decision-making, making sure that youth are also influencing and being part of position of leadership within the global water organizations, but also in policy, in companies, in civil society organizations, in the networks also where we are operating. We also have the Global Water Partnership, the Youth for Water and Climate Platform, which is something so cool that we're launching with the International Secretariat for Water, IWS, and where we hope that we're going to be able to provide an avenue for seed funding for projects that are created by the youth. I think that many of the ways that we can contribute to is to foster these new ideas by connecting youth with investors by also providing some seed funding and by making visible the youth stories and results that come from within the youth innovation. And this year also something that I think is very neat, is cool, is that we started the Water Youth Academy, or the Water Youth Academy for Youth, through which we already have engaged more than 200 young leaders across the globe in areas related to water management, innovation, entrepreneurship, advocacy. And what we do is try to connect them so that they don't feel they are isolated in their own communities, and but that really we are creating a global network of these young leaders that, through the Youth Academy. And from a decision-making point, we are trying to, at the Global Water Partnership, include young professionals and leaders in our highest decision-making bodies. So recently we engage, or we open up in our steering committee to have one youth representative, which is very, very nice, because it gives us the window to hear what the voices of youth. And actually this youth representative is actually now our vice chair, Jamila from the Caribbean. So it's good to have not only preach, for us, we don't only preach about how important youth are, we're actually very active in involving youth in our governance bodies. So there's a lot of the actions that we're doing right now, and I want to encourage you and maybe leave you with a small history about my own past. When I was 19, the age of many of you, my country, Colombia, were going through a middle of a war, and drug traffickers were putting bombs and killing people all over the place. And at that time, that was 1991, 30 years ago. Youth, my generation, youth, my age at that time, 19, we decided to take over the country, while, organize big protests, influence the government. We paralyzed the country, and we forced, nicely, of course, the government to pass a new constitution, to get all the political parties together and find new ways in which the country would go into a path towards peace and prosperity. And I'm telling you this story because then along the way, you lose a little bit. When you get older, you lose a bit of, and that's when you're north in terms of activism. And that's my face when Rihanna said that I was a corporate lawyer. But now that I'm 50 again, I think that we need to recover, and I feel very engaged with this because I need to recover this youth spirit, this fighting lightning, and I think that we also need to encourage you guys to take this pass the torch to you, because you are going to be the ones who are going to face the real hard problems that we are leaving you. And I'm sorry on behalf of my generation, but we are very hopeful that you guys can make the world change. Maybe we can give you a hand. Maybe we can try to leave you a better, less complicated world. But now, really, guys, this is up to you. And you are not only the future, you are the present. So I hope that the conversations that we're having here in COP get you inspired enough so that you take even more decisive action, and you come with more disruptive innovations that would allow us to leap to the next level in terms of climate change and adaptation and mitigation. So thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed the discussions that we're going to have in these panels today. Thanks for the invitation.
Thank you, Dario. I did not know you had such a fighting spirit background history, so really happy to probably hear a bit more on that story. So great to hear. I do appreciate your speech, your address that you gave us, and thank you for recognizing the need for support for youth and identifying that GWP is also walking the talk. We're not just saying things, we're actually doing things. So in terms of doing, we're going straight into our video segment where we will see the youth that are on the front lines of doing work where they are building resilience between climate and water. So our first video, we have Shensu Project. This is a project that occurs in Ghana, under the Ghana Youth Environmental Movement. And this was one of the projects that was funded under the Youth for Water and Climate platform that Dario mentioned earlier. So let's see what it's about.
eva defuna treba pa letinya goma yebana jujumedo ami pona chikra lemba wo vemi anu ye jichi janamia afimi akuta pochi anu ti akeno mi wa pe lawo gbo planni o kata no anum aba enough danami le dukama.
My name is Gloria Ejare, Programs Officer for Ghana Youth Environmental Movement. The name of this project is Chensu, which comes from the Akan language, and it means share water. The objective of this project basically is to provide clean water for everyone, people living in urban Accra who are from low-income communities.
To be good caretakers of this water kiosk.
The reason why we are undertaking this project in Treba is that Treba has been faced with water issues since it's been years. And we also realized during our research that Treba only has access to 2 sources of water, which is the stream water and then rainwater reserve. So we realized that young children walk over a kilometer just to get access to clean water. So we saw the need to have this project here in this community in Accra. In this project, we involved the chief, we involved the Treba Youth Association leader, and then we involved the assemblywoman, and we involved the youth in the community as well.
Echifanya anofudana mila amewo katala Treba. Aba tifia kimi kuna chira the part o khana oku aba ku krefi makpo aba chi khalefi ma fi bana kuku agba otorama la pri eni pri ogbo kata bana chanu mi agbo to ha mi le chanu tamo na bi fampa le Treba no to echifanya nti ta na ba garama kro ha mi ba yere council fonu vivi to echifanya nti aba kemi de mi le du kwama no ta makwaba chinya ahina mi kata kule le dukama msiama unachi na nkanze chinuga devi ochinuga mchicho chinuga ochichoga anyanu ochichoga danu ochichoga nu akemi yola awo ngba la kata ko le chire kaza ska ha do le very crowded ta faro vai ma bring us akra ba fia le chi nyi manu ta akama opamanu va de kama gaba alio ta baru garama crowd to sanvonami mi akọ atwochi afi anonunu adokra we me ba no che dan afi anonunu mi aba amilena yunu na chima o mamio papa mgo afi pure water ba dogo fia ofuda ga amali wakono pure water ajem wakono echi enumo pure water eja kafra atami akamata choga allo ko ala fuda na mi amayala Treba dukama ye chinya titri la dukama na mi fuda na impa.
Wadre ha gadura edemi aje vivina mi ba fifia chiva mi agbo afika mi va kuna chira didita fifia mi adodu na be chiva telemi anti yenya amne mo to ko mata to bucket ko ayila fiko ava ikuchi ko ava kole nye gazemo ko ko mo ludo joji aro agwo nya pomo do aku anyanya ha akuko akonyam adodu na mi pa ba mi pele mi anti ba nu yo kata ehiava mi agbo.
Donc mada kone Yehowa ba mi favia asenya pa vi fafa ye o to mi aja mi ko chi ko bana mi Chensu Gia Ghana Environmental Youth Association to ogbo ko movement ko bana mi ade jona mi ta kwa wi fi mi akpojijo mi aza echinwi to yakwanyanu akodanu anu hapo ha ta mi apa ga mi akoda kono pure water jama anu ajiji na mi ha.
Going forward with this project, we will be working with a 7-member water board, where we have 4 ladies on board with 3 men. They will be checking the day in and day out activity of the water kiosk and run it smoothly, and also maintain the structure and also expand with time. This is just to achieve or meet the SDG goal 6. Clean water and sanitation in low-income communities like Treba.
So thank you. I hope you guys enjoyed that video. Definitely inspiring, the work coming from a youth organization that spanned and evolved into actual water management within that small community. So that was one example of youth creating innovative solutions in a community. Now we're gonna go into more of the advocacy space, and we have Nikki Becker, Sanitation and Water for All Youth Champion from Colombia.
Hola, mi nombre es Nikki Becker, soy una de las fundadoras de Jóvenes por el Clima Argentina, que es un movimiento social y ambiental que justamente hace campañas con el cambio climático, pero desde una perspectiva latinoamericana y siempre poniendo en el centro los derechos humanos. Soy activista ya hace más de 2 años y aunque hay muchas preguntas que todavía no sé las respuestas, hay algo que tengo muy claro, y es que el clima es el mayor reto de nuestra vida y afecta a todo, desde la economía, la salud, la alimentación e incluso también la alimentación. También tengo claro que primero vamos a tener que empezar a hablar del cambio climático y relacionarlo con otras problemáticas, como por ejemplo con el agua. Así que es urgente que empecemos a establecer esta conexión. La mitigación del clima tiene que empezar desde un enfoque inteligente del agua y también del saneamiento. Este año también estoy trabajando como campeona de la juventud de saneamiento y agua para todos para influir en las acciones de los responsables de las tomas de decisiones. SWA es una gran oportunidad para que justamente los y las jóvenes seamos escuchados por las personas que hoy toman las decisiones en la esfera política y también financiera. Creo que hay muchas lecciones desde el activismo juvenil por el clima que podrían servir para el agua y el saneamiento. La primera es que el cambio climático no es una cuestión de números, no es una cuestión de estadísticas, no es una cuestión de proyecciones, es una cuestión de derechos humanos. Creo que los activistas juveniles pueden tener todo el éxito en hacer esta conexión y tenemos que humanizar al agua y el saneamiento, llevarla más allá de las tuberías, de los retretes y mostrar a la gente cómo va a afectar su presente, pero también su futuro. Si todo el mundo entiende esta conexión, vamos a conseguir involucrar a mucha más gente en nuestro movimiento de la que tenemos ahora. Tenemos que argumentar urgentemente por qué debemos prestar atención al agua y al saneamiento ahora. El COVID-19 nos demostró la urgencia de hacer realidad el acceso universal al agua y al saneamiento lo antes posible. Y por último, debemos apoyar a las organizaciones de la sociedad civil, a los movimientos y las organizaciones juveniles. Tenemos que crear el entorno adecuado para una participación que sea significativa de los movimientos de base en este debate. Incluso si estos movimientos te dicen cosas que no querés escuchar, si te critican a tus donantes y gobiernos. Es hora de escuchar y encontrar un terreno en común. Ahora en la COP26 tenemos la oportunidad de cambiar la historia. Pero para esto tenemos que ser lo suficientemente valientes como para imaginarnos un futuro distinto y contar una nueva historia. La lucha por la acción climática y por dar prioridad a los derechos humanos, como el derecho humano al agua y al saneamiento, está obligado al mundo a enfrentarse a todos sus efectos conectados: racismo, pobreza, desigualdad de género y consumo excesivo. Pero también nos está animando a construir un mundo mejor, que sea más justo y ambientalmente más sostenible. Gracias.
Thank you from Nikki, and I think she really gave a good message in her video there. So just to keep with time, we will now move on to, I will ask my colleague Jerry to speak on the national youth dialogues that have been occurring in Central and Eastern Europe, speaking to youth being involved in policy and governance. Jerry, over to you. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Rihanna. GWPC has launched a new initiative this year to support youth in integration with decision-making processes and give them more space to realize their ideas for a sustainable future. The outcomes were in form of project ideas that will be considered for developing and submitting to Visegrad funds. Coming up, 3 representatives of 3 countries will share with you the results of their work so far, starting with Andrea Giurgiu with the outcomes from Romania. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. If you can just, the first. Thanks. Let's hope no one's snoozing right now because I'm about to tell you how we can reverse the sixth extinction. Next. Okay, so the lacking of a volunteering culture within environmental protection institutions in Romania is significant, and it creates situations where citizens are undereducated on the subject. Next. Thanks. So we aim to address the lack of knowledge by creating targeted awareness campaigns. We also want to bring key leaders in the field and create consistency, thus enhancing the institutional capacity with youth by capitalizing on the legislative framework and the participation of volunteers in environmental protection institutions, respectively law number 78 from 2014. Next. So we are currently in the middle of the sixth mass extinction on planet Earth, as we all probably know. Next. In 1954, we still had 64% of biodiversity intact. Now in 2020, we have less than 35% of wilderness left. Next. Food forests meet the requirements of 12 out of the 17 SDGs. Basically, if everyone would plant a food forest or a tree guild in their backyard, we would be able to reverse the sixth mass extinction in a matter of years, because permaculture is by design natural carbon sink machine. Next. Okay, so at this point in time, we need food forests as much as we need the air that we're breathing. So if we want to survive as a species beyond the next couple of decades, we should make the link and take action. Now I'd like to give you a quote I really like from Bill Mollison. And that is, though the problems of the world are increasingly complex, the solutions remain embarrassingly simple. So the takeaway message is, let us work together and be our own heroes, because only together we can make our short time on this planet mean something for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. We are now moving to Slovakia, and Kristina Sabova will now introduce us with her input.
Thank you very much. So welcome everyone. Glad you are here. I would like to introduce myself very quickly. So I'm Kristina Sabova. I'm from Slovakia, and I work as a specialist of meteorology and climatology in the Slovak Hydrometeorological Institute. I reacted to a Global Water Partnership Central and Eastern Europe's project, which name is 10 Years for Greener Future. And with my colleagues, we discussed about the potential themes, and we got the following results. So the most sympathetic themes was for us the national and regional policies, because at the end of August in this year, the government of Slovak Republic approved the document action plan for the implementation of the climate change adaptation strategy, which defines measures requiring implementation in the short terms as well as the medium terms. It also contains a proposal for a vulnerability monitoring system, a proposal for a system of midterm evaluation of the adaptation processes in the conditions of Slovakia. So the individual measures need to be applied to smaller territorial units up to the level of towns and municipalities. Here it would be necessary to select a specific objective and purpose its fulfillment for a certain area of specific measures. So that's all about our topics from my side. and thank you very much this attention.
Thank you very much, Christina. Last but not least, Judith Palatinos will enlighten us with the results of Hungarian youth dialogues.
Hi everyone, my name is Judith Palatinos and I work for the Middle-Tisza District Water Directorate as a project manager for 3 years now. And me and my colleagues prepared the Hungarian National Dialogue about the water governance and the youth inclusion within the water sector, since because we realized that there is a clear lack between the high decision makers and the youth within the communication. And there are many reasons for that. Could be political, managemental, etc. But we think that it's because that we don't have a surface where we could share our ideas or where we could hear our voice. And we even prepared a survey to find out what other or younger co-workers think within the water sector about this topic. And it showed that around 35% of us youth is involved within decision-making processes within the water sector in Hungary. And the ones who would like to get involved is the opposite number. More than 60% of them would like to get involved. And for this, we had an idea that we could create a surface, like an online platform or website where we could reach the high decision makers, or they could reach us by asking about project IDs or proposing project IDs, and we could upload our IDs. And we also found out that this water management sector is not that attractive yet for our generation because of salary, of course, and because there is not, it is not a highly valued profession yet, but it could be better and we could make it better. And I hope that one day we will have better communication with the decision makers, and maybe we could also share all of our ideas and to make all the water governments better, not just in Hungary, but in all Central Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judith. So thank you to all our representatives. The ideas that you shared with us are truly inspiring, and we will be trying to realize as many of them as possible. As for the audience, if you would wish to meet with our representatives, visit Hungary during the Planet Budapest event, where we'll be further expanding on the results of our dialogues. So thank you very much, and back to you, Rihanna.
Thank you, Jerry. And they were quite inspiring, especially coming from a different perspective in terms of building into policy and using projects to create a change policy. So it's great to hear from that. So now we're going to jump straight into our panel discussion, which would be live at Glasgow. So I'm going to hand over to our amazing moderator, Alex, who will take us through the next segment of this session. So over to you at Glasgow in the Water Pavilion.
Thank you very much, Rihanna, and hello everyone. Welcome today to this discussion on youth, water and climate and the Water and Climate Nexus. I'm very happy to be here and to have the opportunity to talk to you all about the Water Climate Nexus today and interview some really fascinating guests. I think David really set the scene well earlier today, talking about just how different the approach to addressing water and climate can be from one young person to another. We have people talking and negotiating here at COP26, and we have really important young people outside COP26 right now marching for Fridays for Future. So we're going to talk a little bit about that today. And let me just quickly introduce each of our speakers. As I call out your name and read your bio, would you mind coming up to the stage? Firstly, we have John Firth, Senior Director of the Climate and Resilience Hub for Willis Towers Watson. John has nearly 30 years' experience in assessing the impacts of climate change, overlapping with 28 years in the water sector. He has a particularly high expertise in the impacts of climate change on SMEs, multinational corporates and their supply chains, and the financial services sector. He's also quite active in TCFD, a very interesting topic, very important at COP26 in particular. There's a microphone for you, John, thank you very much. And he has worked extensively on country national adaptation plans, developing the linkages between non-state actors, government, politicians to create shared agendas for policy reform. Thank you very much for joining us, John. Next up, we have Hasmik Barsegyan, President of the European Youth Parliament for Water. Apologies, Hasmik, if I've butchered your last name at all. Really, really happy to see you again. I've worked with Hasmik before, as I am the former Vice President of the World Youth Parliament for Water. Hasmik is a water and climate action advocate. She raises youth voices on European and international platforms in favor of the sustainable and democratic management of resources and protection of the environment. She is the president of the European Youth Parliament for Water and a board member of the International Secretariat for Water as well. As well as that, she's also the co-leader of the Youth Engagement Platform at the United Nations Global Water Quality Alliance, and she's currently also a party delegate at COP26 on behalf of the Republic of Armenia. So you may notice there's a bit of a pattern developing here where our speakers wear many, many hats simultaneously. Next up, we have Georgette Keane. Georgette has a background in communications and video developing, but she's also currently the youth empowerment focal point at SIWI. She's passionate about achieving an inclusive and just future, and in her work as the youth empowerment focal point, she advocates for the rights of young voices throughout our projects and processes. Thanks for joining us. And last, but certainly not least, we have Nikita Shirol. Again, I'm sorry if I've mispronounced your last name, Nikita, who delights in the title of Eagle Ray Empress. I spoke to Nikita about this earlier on, and she believes that everyone has their own superhero name that empowers them and encourages them to do the work they do and achieve great things. So it's great to have you here as well today, Nikita. Her purpose in life, self-described, is to spread ocean love. Nikita founded Young Marine Explorers, a Bahamian organization committed to conservation and youth development, and she's the owner of the Cat Island Mermaid, a conservation art and wellness business, and Ocean Soul Farm, a hydroponic startup exploring food security solutions. Nikita is also attending COP26 as a party delegate of the Bahamas and represents the Caribbean Climate Change Youth Network as a UNESCO partner. So, a fantastic panel for us to discuss this youth and water and climate nexus today. So I'm going to jump straight into things, because we have a very short amount of time. We have about 20 minutes to cover a lot of ground here. And I'm going to ask a question to all of our panel, which I would like to ask each of you to respond in turn. Do make sure you share the microphones, as I'm not sure everyone has a microphone. So, as I mentioned, Fridays for Future is happening right now outside. I would like to know, based on the scene that was set by David, the diversity of youth that I've discussed myself, what's your opinion of these types of movements, such as Fridays for Future, and how can they make a significant impact in the global decisions such as those that will be made here at COP26? We'll start off with you, John.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think just to put the context, the first problem is I've got a bit of an issue with talking about youth. I think it's young people. The problem with using the word youth, it makes it sound as though you don't have rights, you don't know, you don't have knowledge, and that's just not true. In fact, my experience is most young people have far more knowledge about climate change than people of my generation and perhaps the generation below me. You are very, very knowledgeable, and that's really important. And I think thinking of yourself as young people rather than youth, it's also about you have rights and you need to exercise them, you need to collectivise, you need to organise. don't be put off by other people's views. The problem as you get older is you get institutionalized. You know, you think the way your organization or your employer thinks. And those institutionalized views actually get in the way of thinking differently. When we look at climate change, it's my generation and the generations before that, we have caused these problems. And when we are institutionalized, we will think about the ways to solve these problems, thinking of old traditional ways. But actually, we need very open minds. We need young people who are not fettered with these institutional thinking to challenge perceived wisdom and actually act differently. That is absolutely crucial. We cannot solve the climate change crisis, the biodiversity crisis, poverty, a whole host of other issues represented by the Sustainable Development Goals. We cannot solve them by traditional thinking. So don't be put off and challenge, and don't accept no for an answer. That is my fundamental message. Greta Thunberg, I think it's a year, 2 years ago, talked about, she gave a very passionate speech and talked about, I don't want people to keep saying, I'm a great resource for the future. It's your problem, you solve it, then give me the world I deserve. Well, unfortunately, we are not going to be able to do that. So it's your generation, the young people of this world, will actually make the changes that are happening. We can do so much in the time we have left, but we are not going to deliver this now. We've left it too late. So be very, very forceful. Don't take no for an answer. Act.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, John. That's a really great reminder of how powerful youth can be. And Hasmik, what's your opinion on the movement such as Fridays for Future and the impact they can have on the decisions at this high level, like John touched upon?
Thank you very much, first of all, for hosting me here. I just want firstly to remind you one of the important statistics that have been published recently by the Lancet, the famous Lancet Scientific Medical Journal. So according to Lancet, 3 out of 4 youth find their future frightening. And it is the statistic globally. So from India to Australia, Philippines, Brazil, Portugal, youth are not sure about their future. According to the World International Forum, the youth disillusionment is one of the risks for the future and for this year. So now our future that everyone says, all the organizations, decision makers, they call youth. These youth are not sure about their future, and one of the issues is climate change and their concerns about for the environment. So about Fridays for Future, I think all the means of fighting for this sustainable future are legitimate. Being on the streets or being on this panel are legitimate. Other youth on different parts of the world, they are launching statements calling to decision makers to take bolder legislations for that are based on science, like the World Youth Parliament for Water with other youth around the world. So it's very important to fight, and all the means of this fighting are legitimate, and we need to support them. You know that, Alex.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Hasmik. That's really, really important words to hear. And I think it ties back to what John was saying about how young people are having the courage to step up and speak up and make change now and realize they can't just wait around for action to happen. Thank you very much. And Nikita, your thoughts, please.
Thank you. I first want to say it's a pleasure to be here and to be able to share my voice as a younger person from a big ocean nation, also referred to as small island developing states. I find this is a very interesting question. I'm going to start by saying I think we all do the best that we can with what we have, and I think for some people that means they show up on the streets. And I really would like to presence that as a younger person who's speaking on behalf of youth throughout small island states, it's not for our future, it was for our yesterday, and it's for our today. And I think often the the message can get lost. Fridays for Futures forgets that there are people, like my people were washed out to sea 2 years ago, and other peoples, indigenous peoples, like it's our today, it was our yesterday. And so while I encourage our voices to be used and for young people to act in the best way possible, I think it's incumbent upon all of us, especially those who have access to this, there's a huge amount of people who are mobilized and using their voices, but I think now is the time that we transition that into action and to give these young people clear actions so that they can truly advocate for the millions of people whose lives are on the line. And I understand that this is what, we have to protest. Some of the greatest movements in our time and our history has been seen by people going out onto the streets. And I think we get to do better. And I feel like now it's really about how do you use all this passion, all this energy, and translate it into concrete action that's not just for a future that may happen one day, but it takes into account what's happening today, what happened yesterday, and the change that truly needs to happen. Thank you.
Brilliant. Perfectly put, Nikita. I don't have anything to add to that. That was fantastic. Thank you. And Georgette.
Yes, thank you, Alex, for the question. I think to avoid echoing the amazing things that my fellow panelists have said, I'll answer the bit about how they can impact global decisions. And I think I would just remind everyone that the people that can impact the global decisions are the people that are in the room when those decisions are being made. So we also need to look at who is being invited into those rooms, and not just to add a speech or an intervention, because they are temporary interventions. They last for a few minutes. We need people to be involved in this process from when delegations are choosing who to take with them, and they look at their staff and there's already young people there for them to bring with them. So I think we really also need to look at who is inside the room making those decisions, because it's them who has, at this moment in time, the greatest impact on the decisions that are made.
Brilliant. Thank you. So it's very interesting to hear each of you approach the question in a slightly different way. But of course, we all come back to the point of having youth involved in decision-making processes and having youth actually holding the power to make the change that they need for their own future. COP26 plays a really big role in that. And the next question I'd like for each of you to address before we jump into some more specific questions for each of you is, how do you feel that young people and youth has been dressed at COP26 itself? Today, of course, is Youth and Civil Society Day at COP. And I think I've noticed a much, can I say, rowdier crowd today. There's been a lot of cheering. There's been a lot of chanting as I've walked around the pavilions. That's my personal perspective. But starting with John, how do you feel it's been addressed at COP26? And we'll go down the line again.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to several COPs over the years, and this COP does feel differently for a whole variety of reasons. But it is very noticeable that the age group of COPs has changed quite dramatically. When I first went to COP, everybody was in their 50s almost, and they were white and they wore suits. It was very, very typical senior management type views, except for some of the NGOs. But now what we're seeing is, just look around. People are far younger. There's far more new thinking coming in, and it's got to be encouraged. The slight fear I've got, and it will be overcome, is that this issue of tokenism, that people think, well, we must have a young person on the panel to demonstrate we're taking this seriously. But are they really using that young person to actually really contribute to decision making? So I think it's just a careful comment that everybody, when asked to go on a panel or talk to someone, just check, do they really want to hear you, or are you there just to make them look good? Because otherwise, don't go.
Brilliant, thank you very much. And Hasmik, your opinion on the integration of youth into COP26?
Thank you for the question, Alex. So, first of all, when we analyze this movement of youth from different parts of the world, these movements are, first of all, a demand, and on the other hand, shows their commitment so that young people are ready to participate in the solutions and into the project. So it's very important for the meaningful participation of youth to give them the responsibility for the future, for the present. So in that case, we will have meaningful participation. If not, we will only stay on the level of consultation. That is not enough. If we want to have real participation of youth, we need to involve them in the project and into the solutions.
Thank you very much. And also, I think you just reminded me that there are several youth declarations going around at COP26 this year. I think more than the usual number. There are many, many youth organizations that have all organized together and put forward declarations to be included in the final decisions of COP26. So it's definitely a trend.
Yes, exactly. From the World Youth Parliament for Waters, their statement to Conference of Youth, the statement by Jungo and other youth, as well as the Youth for Climate Driving Ambition. This big group of youth who participate also to pre-COP sessions, many other statements.
Brilliant. So maybe our audience can go and seek those out if you're interested to hear more about youth opinions on climate and water. Nikita, your voices, please.
Thank you. I often believe that youth participation is tokenism. I say this as having been a youth, and I'm at that age where I'm kind of migrating out of the youth space and into the full adult space, if you will. But with that being said, I think it's extremely important that youth must be integral to the entire process. And it's not just tokenism. It's not just having a young person on the panel, but it's about the younger person co-creating and being an equitable participant in the entire process. And this is not something that we're seeing. I think often the youth involvement is very rushed, and they're not given enough time even to truly conceptualize the thoughts that come across. And so it's like, oh, we did the youth and the youth did this, as opposed to seeing the youth presence cross-cutting. And I think when we talk about meaningful change, when we talk about intergenerational change, when we talk about this exchange of knowledge, whether it's from the wisdom holders who are much older or from the younger people who have different perspective, it has to be co-created, it has to be collective, and I think there's room for a lot of improvement, not to mention there has to be succession planning. We have to ensure that youth are having this experience, whether it's through their delegates, whether it's as observers, or through the civil society arm, so that by the time that the generation transitions, you have people who are fully prepared and really know the in and out of the space.
Thank you very much. And I love the phrase, "we did the youth." It's so indicative of how so many organizations approach engaging youth. Exactly, yeah. It's just a tick box sometimes. But that definitely is changing. I think, yeah, you're right. And Georgette, your opinion.
I couldn't agree more on the need to have, as I mentioned earlier, that youth are there from the inception of a project all the way through to its delivery, and that can take part in, for example, any knowledge generated or experiences gained. In terms of specifically at this COP, what I can speak to is the barriers that I've witnessed, I've heard about, and that have been reported. For example, the financial barrier because then we need to ask which youth are here, which youth could come, and the financial barrier of being able to travel to Glasgow, the fact that the restrictions as a result of the pandemic have shown the disparity in vaccine distribution and how that has impacted who has been able to be, again, in the room. The accessibility of the venue, both physically for people that have varying needs for accessing a venue, and also how there's been activists of colour have been reporting how they've been treated differently by, for example, security here. So I think we also need to ask, once we talk about youth participation, but which youth are here, and are all youth being represented, and more importantly, are the youth that need to be given a voice, are they here, or are other youth which may be easier to access and easier to bring in, are they here instead?
That's a very good point. And I think your experience as a youth empowerment focal point with SURI comes through there. It's very, very a very important point that you make. And I think it calls back to the Fridays for Future outside, the other voices in the diverse group that is youth that we should also be listening to. Now, I'm going to mix things up a little bit. We've only got 5 or 10 minutes left before we jump into some audience discussions moderated by David once again. So I'm going to go straight to Nikita first, if that's all right, and we'll mix up the order. Based on, actually, the reason I wanted to bring this up with you, Nikita, is Georgette just mentioned the financial gap that affects many young people when engaging in these kinds of discussions at COP26. You actually have a number of quite, well, successful youth and young youth-run organizations operating out of the Bahamas. What has it been like for you, or what's your experience in accessing funds and building capacity to finance yourselves as an organization? And maybe you can introduce your organization a little bit as well, but do keep things short. We have
Sure.
on time.
Thank you. I think this is an excellent question. I am the founder and CEO of YME, Young Marine Explorers, and the Cat Island Conservation Institute. And a lot of the work that I do focuses on driving community-driven conservation, engaging youth and all community members in building and co-creating climate-resilient communities. And I would have to say one of the greatest challenges to building climate resilient communities is true equitable access to financing for youth-led driven projects, but also local community, indigenous peoples projects. And I say this because I am really good at getting unsustainable financing. I can get the $5,000, $20,000 grants, no problem, but that does not get us where we need to go. That is not what a sustainable finance project looks like, and that is the antithesis of sustainability. And so when we talk about true climate action, when we talk about really what does it take to build climate resilient communities, we need to ensure that real financing, long-term million-dollar financing is accessible to youth-led projects, to local community-based projects, to projects for indigenous peoples, because otherwise we're not going to get anywhere. And at the end of the day, what it took for me, and I am someone who has access as a UNESCO partner, I was able to reach out to my colleagues at UNESCO to facilitate me coming up here, but as was previously mentioned, it's extremely difficult for young people from local remote communities like myself to get into the space. And this is just where maybe our voice will be heard, let alone what does it take to actually do the work. And so if we want to do one thing that is going to transform our world, we need to ensure that the people who need the money get the money, and that the bureaucracy that prevents them from accessing the money is dealt with. And that may mean ensuring that there's mentorship and or support so that the actual accounting mechanisms can take place. But we have to eliminate these gatekeepers to financing and just giving tokenistic, oh, here's $20,000, have fun, because that doesn't solve our problems.
Absolutely, and that really ties in well to what I wanted to ask John next. I'm sure you know what I'm going to ask you, John. You have quite some experience in finance and currently work with the TCFD, the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. And you've also had quite some experience in the past working with young people. What is your experience from the flip side of what Nikita was explaining in how young people can best access sustainable finance and finance the projects they want to make change with?
I think the first issue is that when we think about the large sums of money that Nikita was talking about, they're held by either development partners, development banks, or the private sector. And the problem for them is they are just not geared up to grant funding or even lending into young people. It's just not part of their makeup. And part of the reason is because they would straight away say, well, you have no financial track record. Where's your due diligence? Can we trust you?
It's too risky.
Too risky. So that's challenge number one. But I was really heartened by the videos we've just seen. They're probably some of the most important videos I've seen so far at COP. And the Global Water Partnership does a great job in accessing the funds from the large players, but then being able to disperse them down. But really what those videos showed, and listening to Nikita as well, is a group of highly motivated entrepreneurs who see an issue, work out a solution, have got brilliant project management skills, and they deliver. There were people in that slide there, in those presentations, If they came to me and I had opportunity to offer them job, I'd give them more jobs because they have more knowledge and more ability about delivering projects than most big businesses and most governments I ever go and work with. So I think the key is for young people to really think about developing entrepreneurial skills.
Brilliant. And that capacity building is really important. So maybe we can step away from a purely financial focus and talk more widely about capacity building. And Georgette, your role in youth empowerment. What lessons have you learned in your role and what advice do you have around that area for capacity building in young people?
Well, I think that I mentioned it briefly earlier, but I think that capacity building is a step in the process, and I think that we have to be careful that we avoid one-way transfer of information and experience. It needs to be a democratic process from the start. It needs to be all knowledge needs to be valued and included. For example, we have the Stockholm Junior Water Prize has since 1997 been choosing an international winner who has quite literally invented a solution for a water problem that they've experienced locally. So touching on also what John was saying about that, those expertise are there, that knowledge is there, and we need to start embracing that and seeing it as an ongoing process, because it's not just about partly it's about giving people their human right to participation in these decisions that are affecting them, as you said, Nikita, today, and not just in 2050 or 2030, but also about results. If we want a sustainable outcome for projects, we need the process to have been inclusive, and that includes this democratic exchange of knowledge, and part of that is capacity building, but a big part of that is also listening. So I think that's what I would say, is that we need to listen, we need to include, it needs to be part of the entire process, and we need we don't want to include youth because they're the youth, we need to stop excluding them because they are youth. So we need to look at them as the experts, so the knowledge bearers, people with perhaps they have indigenous knowledge, perhaps they have practitioner knowledge, and we need to view them in their role as that and look at how we can exchange information and build each other's capacity in that sense, for it to be a truly empowered process.
Brilliant. Thank you, Georgette. And I think we'll close on those words. I'm sorry I didn't have time to come back to you. Hello? Oh, I lost the audio for a second there. But thank you very much for your input. And I really appreciated the really stark reminder you gave us of the climate anxiety that so many young people face. And I think we've had a big reminder here of just how much motivation there is among young people to take action and make real change in climate and water. Now I'll pass things back off to David to have a bit of an audience Q&A. So, David, where you go?
Thank you, Alex. Can I have an indicator of how much time we have before we have to give way to the next session, please? We have 7 minutes. So thank you, Alex, and prior to you, thank you to Rihanna. I am looking for hands in the physical audience here. For those who can pose questions, keep them relatively brief, please, and we'll ask our panel to engage. If you could introduce yourself, sir, your hand was up.
My name is Kingsley, and I'm a PhD student at University of Huddersfield. First of all, I'm doing water treatment, waste treatment. I must say, some young people are actually energetic and they want to be part of the process, but they don't have the platform. First of all, getting in touch with the World Youth Parliament, it's a problem. I've been sending mails and no response. And you showed a project carried out in Ghana. I have done that personally with my funds. So we have the passion, we want to do this, but we don't have the access. So I think if you're talking about more youth participation, you have to create the access for us to come in. I'm from Nigeria and I'm willing to work. Thank you.
Perhaps we could have a reaction from the panel in your usual order, Alex.
Sure, go ahead. John, in terms of having that capacity among young organizations to actually...
young people have the core skills. We've seen that there on those videos. But you're absolutely right. If other organizations don't give you the access and the platforms, then they're just always going to be small projects in a local village, in a local issue. And what we need to do is start connecting this up. So you're absolutely right. Now, I don't quite know how that platform can be provided, but I'm quite happy to have a chat with other people to think, what could we do about that?
Absolutely. Hasmik?
First of all, thank you for your active involvement in water topic and the activities that you carry out in your community. On behalf of the European Youth Parliament for Water and World Youth Parliament for Water, I can just motivate you, to encourage you to be more, to follow the activities, because we have also several platforms, especially for funding youth projects. For one of them is Youth for Water and Climate platform, and otherwise the International Secretariat for Water, several times during the year they launch the call for funding the projects in all over the world, especially projects that are carried out by youth. So from our side, there are several opportunities, and we tried to do in a way that there are more and more opportunities for funding for youth projects. Yeah, thank you for raising this issue.
Go ahead, Nikita.
Sure. I think the point that was brought up is very relevant. You know, one of the greatest challenges is access, and I have found that I think it's persistence that we as individual young people have to just be diligent and persistent and network until we gain that access. Unfortunately, I can only speak from my experience, but this is what I've had to do as I've been navigating my channels into gaining access to a platform. I definitely think that the responsibility also lies for those of us who do have access to a platform to be able to see how we can make it easier and we can expand this space so we can create more opportunities for more diversity of voices.
Brilliant. Go ahead.
No, I completely agree. And I think another thing that we can do to ensure that these platforms are as accessible as possible is to make space when we feel that maybe a platform or a specific, even maybe funding might not, there could be others that could need it more, that maybe don't know about it, to look at sharing that, giving up one seat on a panel, or if you're sitting in a meeting and you look around the room and you see who's there and think, is there someone missing, and being active in finding those gaps and addressing them. And that's why we have youth environment champions throughout the departments at SUI, so they can find these gaps in the specific fields that they are working in and look at how we can increase that access. And of course, the Stockholm Junior Water Prize being an international competition, there are national organisers that organise in their country, because they know best how to make a platform accessible. They know which tools that the young people in their countries need, and thankfully, up until of course a couple of years ago, it's also led to all of these kids coming from over 30 countries around the world to Stockholm and creating their own network. That we've given them this chance to meet one another, and they can share what they've learned about water issues, and maybe they can find common solutions to water issues that are occurring across the world. So I think this is something that's an extremely active question. It's an extremely active issue, and it's one that we cannot stop working on addressing until it is completely and fully addressed.
What a super interesting session. I am hoping that some of our panelists will be around for a little while after we wind up, but I am being given the sign that we need to make room for the next cohort of participants using the first ever water pavilion in the Blue Zone. Thank you so much to the panelists and the facilitators, the panelists who have been here physically today in Glasgow. Enjoy the rest of your couple of weeks here. It's a wonderful city. And also to those participating remotely. This was inspiring stuff. I thank everyone who's made the time to come along today, and we'll close. Stay tuned to other events at the Water Pavilion for the rest of this week and next week.
to both climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts. Climate-resilient wash services are more sustainable, strengthen community resilience to climate change and natural disasters, generate employment and livelihood opportunities, and reduce the risks of conflict and migration. The wash sector can help lower carbon emissions through the use of renewable energy and more efficient systems. In Ukraine, hydraulic modeling of the water network improves water and energy efficiency by identifying sections with leaks. Replacing them not only saves water, but also reduces the cost of operating the systems and lowers greenhouse gas emissions. The wash sector can contribute to mitigation by reducing emissions through the use of solar-powered wastewater treatment. In Jordan, an innovative approach uses solar power to treat wastewater from mosques and schools, which is then reused for irrigation. This saves scarce water resources and provides excess solar power for income-generating activities. The opportunities presented by WASH to ensure the resilience of communities are enormous and continue to increase. In Mozambique, replacing shallow hand pumps with solar-powered systems allowed communities to access water even during droughts. When Cyclone Idai struck, it destroyed homes, schools, and clinics, leaving hundreds of thousands of people homeless. But the water systems continue to operate, providing life-saving water to communities without the need for costly emergency water supplies. In areas most hit by water scarcity in Madagascar, water systems were constructed to provide water for domestic use as well as small-scale irrigation systems. This has allowed families to grow crops and to have convenient access to water without having to walk long distances. This has the added benefit of providing nutritious food for children and generating income for very vulnerable households. In Bangladesh, surface water and rainwater collected from rooftops is collected and filtered and then injected into the saline aquifer. This creates a freshwater bubble, providing fresh water and protecting the aquifer from pollution and storm surges. The water is then collected by the community through a hand pump during the dry season or extreme climatic events. In the face of the rapidly intensifying climate crisis, we must collectively work together to ensure everyone has access to a climate-resilient water and sanitation service. By doing so, the WASH sector increases the resilience of vulnerable communities while simultaneously reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It also accelerates social and economic development, creating sustainable livelihood opportunities and critical skills for young people, making this world a better place for present and future generations. Climate change poses one of the greatest threats to our future, and it is inextricably linked to water. Water scarcity, droughts, cyclones, and other natural disasters threaten our water supply and have a direct impact on children's lives. Although the water and sanitation sector has not benefited from large-scale climate funds to date, the sector offers enormous opportunities to contribute to both climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts. Climate-resilient WASH services are more sustainable, strengthen community resilience to climate change and natural disasters, generate employment and livelihood opportunities, and reduce the risks of conflict and migration. The WASH sector can help lower carbon emissions through the use of renewable energy and more efficient systems. In Ukraine, hydraulic modeling of the water network improves water and energy efficiency by identifying sections with leaks. Replacing them not only saves water, but also reduces the cost of operating the systems and lowers greenhouse gas emissions. The WASH sector can contribute to mitigation by reducing emissions through the use of solar-powered wastewater treatment. In Jordan, an innovative approach uses solar power to treat wastewater from mosques and schools, which is then reused for irrigation. This saves scarce water resources and provides excess solar power for income-generating activities. The opportunities presented by WASH to ensure the resilience of communities are enormous and continue to increase. In Mozambique, replacing shallow hand pumps with solar-powered systems allowed communities to access water even during droughts. When Cyclone Idai struck, it destroyed homes, schools, and clinics, leaving hundreds of thousands of people homeless. But the water systems continue to operate, providing life-saving water to communities without the need for costly emergency water supplies. In areas most hit by water scarcity in Madagascar, water systems were constructed to provide water for domestic use as well as small-scale irrigation systems. This has allowed families to grow crops and to have convenient access to water without having to walk long distances. This has the added benefit of providing nutritious food for children and generating income for very vulnerable households. In Bangladesh, surface water and rainwater collected from rooftops is collected and filtered and then injected into the saline aquifer. This creates a freshwater bubble, providing fresh water and protecting the aquifer from pollution and storm surges. The water is then collected by the community through a hand pump during the dry season or extreme climatic events. In the face of the rapidly intensifying climate crisis, we must collectively work together to ensure everyone has access to a climate-resilient water and sanitation service. By doing so, the WASH sector increases the resilience of vulnerable communities while simultaneously reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It also accelerates social and economic development, creating sustainable livelihood opportunities and critical skills for young people, making this world a better place for present and future generations.
chair. And I will ask you for your help with this. MA, do you want to say that for me?
Yeah, it's Nibe Minawaki Nakanagawan.
Oh, that's beautiful. With Indigenous governments in relation with land and water. And then we have Dr. Lauren Touchon, who is joining us live from Glasgow. Lauren is a postdoctoral fellow at the Center on Governments at the University of Ottawa. And then finally, we have Ralph Pentland, board member of the Forum for Leadership on Water, or FLOW, and director of water planning and management in the Canadian federal government. Okay, so we have everyone here, I believe. So today we're talking about the Canada Water Agency on a global context, but what we want to do quickly is kind of look over what the Canada Water Agency is. So the proposed Canada Water Agency is optimally going to be an agency that looks over fresh water in Canada and addresses a lot of the fragmentation difficulties and issues that Canada is currently facing. So some of the things we're going to talk about and mention today and go into detail are issues around reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, knowledge creation and mobilization, cooperative federalism, and a watershed approach, as well as deep reform in how water is managed in Canada. And this also includes transboundary issues in Canada as well. So why this is really important at this moment in time is that water was officially recognized by all parties in the recent 2021 federal election and was actually distinctly mentioned in each platform of the major parties, which is a huge achievement and really shows that there is a lot of engagement around protecting water in Canada in some way or another. In addition to that, the creation of the Canada Water Agency was specifically mentioned in the Liberal platform, and the Liberal Party did go on to win in a minority government in the Canadian election. So what we know so far about the proposed Canada Water Agency is very little. We don't know who or what will run it, but what we do know is that there has been a $17 million budget allocated through the 2021 federal budget. So we do know or hope, knock on wood, that it will be created by the end of 2022. So that's kind of where we're coming from with everything going on right now. And it's what we're going to be discussing today is why do we need the Canada Water Agency? What problems will it fix and will it address? And what is the purpose of this from a governance, law, policy, and societal perspective? And the last question we'll ask today is, what is the global need for this and what kind of influence could a Canada Water Agency have globally? So with that in mind, we're going to start. So the very first question I want to ask our amazing panel today is, why do we need a Canada Water Agency now? So I want to direct that first to Dr. John Pomeroy.
Thank you very much, Emily. The fact we're having this panel discussion at COP26 relates to my answer. The tremendous driver that rapid and destructive climate change and extreme events are having on Canada, which causes us to change how we adapt and manage these events. And creates the need for the Canada Water Agency. What climate warming has meant for Canada is a dramatic increase in our flood damages across the country, which are now passing $30 billion just in the last few years. And the increase in droughts to unprecedented droughts and fires and water supply shortages, even resulting in the shutdown of irrigation in part of southern Alberta this summer. So we're seeing the collapse of our glaciers, the demise of our snowpack across the country, the loss of our frozen lakes and rivers. We are seeing shifts in our hydrological regimes, which make water management difficult, if not impossible in many areas. Degradation of our water quality due to warmer climate, causing nutrient runoff, eutrophication of lakes, and fish kills and other ecosystem shifts associated with this, and it really challenges our whole society. And of course, we have had historically this tremendously fragmented approach, so it's not viable anymore. And climate change has really pushed us to the brink where we have a water crisis in Canada. The rest of the world will hardly want to believe that. Canada has a water crisis. If you have a water crisis, everyone has a water crisis. Well, yes, everyone does have a water crisis, but ours is particularly severe and one that we need to address now with the coordination that a Canada Water Agency can provide.
Thank you so much. And I'll send the same question to you, Corinne. Why do we need this now from your perspective?
Thanks, Emily. It's a pleasure to be joining you from Saskatchewan today in Treaty 6 territory and traditional homeland of the Métis. And to answer your question and to follow on from John, we need the Water Agency now in order to take leadership, not only focused on the hydroecological system, but linked to the social dimensions of water-related climate change events. And so, as John mentioned, floods, droughts, associated wildfires, mudslides, but we also have more broadly local water insecurity and water-related diseases. And so coordination is needed because these events are impacting the health and well-being of people living in Canada through physical and mental health impacts, loss of property and sense of self and belonging, loss of livelihoods, loss of social and physical infrastructure. And so leadership is required to fill knowledge gaps, to consolidate knowledge and experiences, to share evidence-based solutions. And it's all in order to reduce vulnerability, enhance resilience, and reduce the future adverse water-related impacts on people living in Canada.
Thank you. And again, same question to you, MA.
I think, well, first of all, thank you for creating this opportunity. And I'm joining you from Treaty 1 territory in Manitoba. And, you know, we have an opportunity in front of us to correct some past wrongs through a Canada Water Agency. And colleagues are going to talk about the need on climate change and how the management and governance of water has been fragmented in Canada. And I think we all deeply understand that water doesn't have boundaries, and we need to correct some of these jurisdictional silos. And, you know, those silos exist in terms of who decides, what regions are being decided upon, and what are the principles of decision making. And all three of those have really excluded Indigenous people from those conversations and from that water governance. And this is an opportunity for Canada to think about how to bring into an era of reconciliation the direct involvement of Indigenous people who are responsible for lands and waters. And there's an imperative to remedy those broken relationships, to start to work in nation-to-nation formats, which the federal government has promised, and kind of import that into one of the most critical issues that we face collectively in Canada, and that has a significant impact on Indigenous people, which is water. Even though the idea of clean drinking water has been excluded from the proposed mandate of the Canada Water Agency, I think all water issues have this deep connection and spiritual connection into Indigenous communities, and therefore bringing that into part of how we frame a water future collectively is incredibly significant.
Thank you. Yes, I think that it's the perfect time to talk about this. I think the whole nation of Canada, and I would hope that the world is really starting to discuss the role that Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous actual governance really takes on these natural resources. And Lauren, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect, Lauren. Thank you. So, Lauren, I do want to send that. Oh, perfect. Hi. Welcome from Glasgow.
Thank you.
So, Lauren, why do we need the Canada Water Agency now?
There are significant gaps in the current water governance and management. One of the priority would be to solve and address the funding that we provide, the federal government provides for infrastructure. So if we look at the past few years, the federal government has decreased the funding towards infrastructure, whereas we all know that infrastructure are actually aging quite fast. There is an impact also with infrastructure because we're not able to access drinkable water in some areas of Canada. I'm thinking of Collingwood right now. The water levels are going down, are dropping, and they need to extend the pipe to be able to take the water and provide drinkable water to their community. Invasive species have been also an issue. The zebra mussel have been clogging pipes. So municipalities definitely need to adapt, but to do this, they need funding. Laws and policies must be modernized. Canada desperately needs a strategy, and this strategy needs to include data and information sharing. Information is not really available on time, and it's even costly to municipalities and community who manage the infrastructure. We desperately need to centralize the information and have an access point for municipalities to be able to ask questions. There is a significant fragmentation of policy instruments. We see actually an overlap, a lack of collaboration, as well as a lack of coordination. And the Canada Water Agency has an opportunity really to support collaborative work already happening, but to really align funding with local priorities.
Thank you, Lauren. And lastly, Ralph, can you kind of tell us why we need a Canada Water Agency right now?
I'll just elaborate a bit following on Lauren's remarks on why the urgency of dealing with fragmentation within the federal government itself. Freshwater plays some role in virtually every aspect of the lives of Canadians, their health, their wealth, their well-being. So it shouldn't be surprising that there are water programs in over 20 departments in the federal government. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. But what is not good is policy incompatibilities and program inefficiencies, which a new agency might overcome. In 2017, I participated in the work of a Blue Ribbon panel made up of specialists from across Canada and from several other countries. That panel examined several water programs in Environment and Climate Change Canada. It concluded that federal program fragmentation is a major impediment to addressing Canada's national freshwater issues. It went on to say that fragmentation is reducing not only effectiveness of federal programs, but it's also impacting negatively on the effectiveness of relations with other orders of government, with other sectors of the Canadian water sector. Over the years, report by the IPC and other international organizations have consistently stressed the need for program consistency in dealing with climate change. Here's one typical quote. Response strategies in one sector or activity should not run counter to adaptation strategies in other sectors or activities. Similarly, adaptation strategies should not defeat or negate limitation strategies or their objectives. Another consistent message in international reports is that even though most climate change adaptation will take place at subnational levels, much of the supporting information generation, technology transfer, and options analysis will necessarily have to take place at national, binational, and multinational levels. This will require strengthening, and in some cases, establishment of new, more integrated institutions capable of the necessary consensus building. That's where the Canada Water Agency comes in. Better aligned federal policies, laws, and programming will also better accommodate overlapping jurisdictions and encourage improved intergovernmental cooperation. It's expected that Canada Water Agency leadership will result in new and modernized agreements dealing with, for example, flood damage reduction, flood forecasting, drought forecasting, infrastructure programs at municipal level, climate change adaptation in the municipal agriculture and other sectors, and as well as co-governance arrangements with Indigenous government bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. So for the next part of this discussion, what we're going to do is actually speak individually with each of our panel members and talk about these different aspects that were all mentioned. As you can tell, there are a lot of reasons of why we need the Canada Water Agency now. So we're really going to dive into why that is. So my first question to you is to John. And what I want to ask you is, can you go into the pressing hydrological needs for a Canada Water Agency?
Yes, happy to. And thank you. There are a number of them, and they relate to some of the stressors that have been brought up here. One is that Canada is the only G7 country without a national flood forecasting system. So this seems bizarre in that we have tremendous increases in our flood damages across the country. We've had major cities like Calgary, Alberta, had to evacuate with very little notice in the last decade. Others even less, Fort McMurray and Ottawa and Montreal. We've had major floods in Toronto. New Brunswick, and where's our National Flood Forecasting Agency? This has been left to the provinces to do, and some of the larger, richer provinces do a better job of it, and the smaller provinces and the territories just don't have the resources to do it. And water doesn't care about our provinces. It crosses transboundary waters, and so you'll have a large river, such as the Saskatchewan River system, arises in Alberta, crosses Saskatchewan into Manitoba. A flood in this case would be forecast by 3 different provincial agencies. So we need to work on this cooperatively, bringing the provincial efforts together with federal help by developing the next generation models that can take advantage of high performance computing systems that can predict floods and droughts and water quality episodes and future water supply at the scales and to communicate the uncertainty that Canadians need to design their future. This is critically important. The next area is of water information. We do a fairly good job in the country working federally and provincially through the Water Survey of Canada to bring water quantity information, essentially stream flow and lake levels, together. We don't do the same job with groundwater. Groundwater information is collected provincially or not at all. And there isn't that same ease of access of a central repository that should be made available right along with the stream flow information. And the water quality information, same thing, tremendous fragmentation of this across the country. So we need to bring the glaciers, the groundwater, the water quality, the surface water information all together into a water information network for the country that can support decision making. We have to map floodplains. We used to have a national cooperative floodplain mapping program. We got rid of it, unfortunately, decades ago. We desperately need it now to have high quality floodplain maps and dynamical maps that can change and show the change in extensive flooding as climate change progresses through this century and into the next. This is the essential information that Canadians will require to adapt to climate change and to ensure equitable and reasonable management of water across the country. Finally, we have a tremendous loss of what is called the cryosphere, snow and ice in this country associated with climate change. At the same time, we have minimized our collection of snow information. Our snow surveys and our glacier mass balance surveys are barely hanging on, with where we had 30 people nationally working on this in the federal government several decades ago, we have 3. So we need to reinvest in these observations of our remaining cryosphere to make sure that that is a robust part of this information and prediction network, because the changes we will get from the warming and the loss of our snow and ice, the loss of our permafrost over time will move forward. And then the final thing is that groundwater will become increasingly important as Canada warms up and dries out over the next century. And so bringing together groundwater forecast information for water supplies. Remember, 70% of Canadians rely on groundwater for their drinking is going to be essential. And so we need these coupled models that couple the atmosphere, climate change, snow and ice, surface water, soil moisture for agriculture, and groundwater together with water quality running across the country at scales that can aid Canadians to make the very difficult water management decisions that will be needed over the next century. Thank you.
Thank you, John. It's really great to hear that we're looking at so many different types of water, including groundwater, glacial melt, surface water. I think that's so important. So moving next to Corinne, what I want to ask you is, in what ways or what are the knowledge gaps that the Canada Water Agency can fill other than those that John just mentioned?
Well, as John did say, COVID-19 has dominated headlines for almost 2 years, but floods, droughts, wildfires, melting glaciers, lack of access to drinking water, they've still made the news in Canada. And so it does emphasize that our water resources are under threat and that inequities exist. And so we must support development of early warning systems, as John has indicated, and these need to be in coordination with Indigenous nations, federal, provincial, territorial, municipal, health, social, and environmental entities. And having said this, in addition to the technical modeling and forecasting advances required, we have to ensure that these early warning systems actually are accessible to everyone in a timely manner. And so this really requires a better understanding of who is vulnerable, where they are vulnerable, and why they're vulnerable. And we also need to consider cultural and spiritual impacts alongside economic, food, energy, and physical health impacts. There needs to be a better understanding of the different ways in which people in Canada value our water resources so that we can look at how these may change over time and what impact this will have. Another point that we need to consider and that the agency needs to consider is that not everyone is affected in the same way and to the same degree, both by water-related disasters themselves, but also by the experiences of disaster. Some people are more resilient than others on an individual basis. Some people have access to resources that buffer them from impacts to greater or lesser degrees. Some people have more or less autonomy over protecting themselves. And so understanding how these intersecting identities confer privilege or discrimination is critical to understanding how to support enhanced resilience and sustainable adaptation that, in line with the SDGs and to coin the phrase, leaves no one behind. This also supports implementation of the Government of Canada's Gender-Based Analysis Plus assessment, which is a mandate that will fall on the agency, as well as on other federal government ministries. Essentially, GBA Plus is an approach to ensure that differential impacts on people with different identities, such as gender, age, ability, ethnicity, are considered as part of decision-making so that inequities are not perpetuated or exacerbated. It also aligns with Canada's international facing policies, and specifically the Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy. So, in order to fill these and other knowledge gaps, for me, the agency needs to be a coordinating hub, not just for climate, hydrometeorological, and water quality data, but for ecological and economic sector data, as well as disaggregated socioeconomic, demographic, and health data. Now, this doesn't mean that all data needs to be housed within the agency. Rather, the agency has connections with, for example, the Public Health Agency of Canada and Statistics Canada to be able to draw data sets together. The agency needs to support enhanced capacity building in modeling, prediction, risk assessment and communication, community engagement, and transdisciplinary water research and data analyses. It needs to coordinate across sectors, ministries, and levels of governments. And again, we've heard a little bit about this in terms of the fragmentation. The agency also needs to recognize and create space for different ways of knowing, the braiding of different knowledge systems, and for Indigenous water governance. So perhaps in addition to the known knowledge gaps that need to be filled, it's a question of the processes by which future knowledge gaps will be identified and filled to reduce inequities, enhance resilience, and move towards shared governance and sustainable management of our water resources. And these are some of the roles that I see for a Canada Water Agency.
Thank you, Corinne. And playing off of the idea that different communities have different vulnerabilities and different resilience to climate change, especially with water, I want to go to M.A. Kraft and ask you a slightly large question. In what ways can the Canada Water Agency meaningfully further reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in Canada?
That is a big question, and I think that there's an opportunity through the Canada Water Agency for Canada to be a leader and also to back up some of the statements it's made in respect to reconciliation, with respect to reconciliation in Canada with Indigenous peoples. I'd like to answer maybe in two parts. And the first that I'd like to focus on is the idea of Indigenous involvement in governance. And I think to date in the governance and management of water in Canada, what we've seen is if Indigenous people have been involved, they've been involved primarily sort of on what I would call the back end, or I don't know if it's the back end or front end, but it's on the management pieces, sort of the tinkering around decisions, governance decisions that have been made in ways that exclude Indigenous people from those really critical front end conversations that are about making the big water decisions. And I'll use an example, and it might be a micro example, but when a dam is proposed to be built, the question usually isn't asked of Indigenous people, should the dam be built? It's more the question of how should it be managed and what are some of the mitigation measures that we might include to minimize impact within lands, territories, and on resources within your area. And that kind of excludes Indigenous people from those really core questions, the big governance questions, the questions of jurisdiction and who decides in what ways and in accordance with what principles. And I think that we have this opportunity through the Canada Water Agency to implement reconciliation, nation-to-nation agreements, free, prior, and informed consent, and actually try and craft something where Indigenous people are involved in those big decisions about what should be happening, not just how to manage the decisions that are made that have excluded Indigenous people in the past. So I think that's a really important opportunity here, and a desperately needed one, especially if we're thinking about Canada moving into a land back and water back reconciliation imperative. There's an opportunity for Indigenous people to lead. I think there's also a huge gap in terms of Indigenous knowledges informing how decisions are made and which decisions are made, and looking at Indigenous knowledges not only as ways of validating Western science or legitimizing decisions that are made in those governance systems that exclude Indigenous people, but rather thinking about Indigenous knowledges as ways of thinking about how governance can actually be effective. So helping us understand how to make good decisions from Indigenous perspectives, and then including Indigenous forms of knowledge relating to natural environments within that, but not only sort of pigeonholing Indigenous knowledges as environmental science from an Indigenous perspective, but actually thoughts about how governance can take place and how collaboration can be effective. Indigenous nations have had treaties amongst themselves with other nations for millennia in relation to this territory and these waters. So to think that, there's been this exclusion since the creation of Canada is deeply problematic, but this is an opportunity to rectify that and bring those nations and people that have been in connection with water for all that time back into the fold of how those decisions are made.
Thank you. That's incredible. I really appreciate what you're saying about bringing it all in a collaborative moment and bringing everyone on the same speaking level, not putting the front or back end or just kind of the idea of a final conclusionary remark. So I think that's a really important note to stress. And on that, I want to go to Lauren now and ask you, how do we support collaborative governance through the Canada Water Agency, but also ensure that we don't reach certain stalemates that maybe occur when too many voices are happening?
Yeah, thank you for the question. There is actually a lot of willingness from different stakeholders to collaborate. So I don't think there is some sort of barriers. However, what I've heard from stakeholders is the adequate funding. Adequate funding must be allocated to support collaborative initiatives and efforts, and they must also support those initiatives with expertise and particularly capacity building. Let me take a bit of an example. The Land to Lake initiative, located in Western Ontario, is a collaborative that was born a few years ago in 2017, and it brought together conservation authorities, municipalities, the province, the federal government. And initially, this initiative was funded by Environment and Climate Change Canada, and it was also funded by its counterpart at the provincial level. But it ran out of funding at the most critical moment when the momentum for collaboration was actually at its peak. And Environment and Climate Change Canada actually expressed interest to pursue the collaboration, but for 2 years, things were stalling. Conservation authorities and municipalities do not have the financial resources, the human resources required to actually move this initiative forward, and they also lack of expertise. They really want to leverage, for instance, the theory of change, and this was actually a learning curve for them because they didn't know what the theory of change was and how they can use it to foster collaboration to better protect Lake Ontario. So capacity building is definitely critical. The other barrier to overcome is leadership. Leadership is significant. We can have a Canada Water Agency, but if there is no leadership, we're not going to be able to foster collaboration. And a strong collaboration is actually required to steer that ship. It's critical for a systematic approach. We needed to break silos, to build bridges, and slowly erase current administrative boundaries, particularly required to address wicked problems like climate change. It's a very difficult exercise, so we really need the Canada Water Agency here to play a significant role in steering those collaborative approaches to protecting the ecosystem. So the Canada Water Agency can definitely support an outcome-driven, systematic approach to protecting water. But we also need to learn from current initiatives such as the Great Lakes, for instance. So the Great Lakes has created the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Collaborative Commission. It is supported by a federal interdepartmental task force, fostering horizontal collaboration amongst federal departments. On the side, it is informed by the Indigenous Great Lakes and St. Lawrence organization, and everything is oversaw by the Environmental and Sustainable Development Coordinator. So this is a very interesting model. It's newly designed and it hasn't been tested yet. However, municipalities and the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Alliance wrote a recommendation to the federal government as they were consulting for the creation of the Canada Water Agency, and recommended that they implement that new design to manage and better protect the Great Lakes. And lastly, I think very important is the better coordination of research to support collaborative governance. In 2017, it was the year of Lake Ontario. The province was doing research along the shores. The federal government was closer to the international border, and the conservation authorities were working in the watershed, and none of them were talking to one another. So how do we better collaborate? How do we better share data to inform those collaborative approaches to protecting the ecosystem? And the Canada Water Agency here can play a significant role in informing the stakeholders as they work and endorse a systematic approach to protecting the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. So moving forward, what I really want to look at is that we've been talking a lot about what's happening in Canada and why we really need this agency. Now I want to look at what is the global impact that a Canada Water Agency could have. So we're going to enter an open discussion, and I just want to ask the entire panel, what can the Canada Water Agency become globally? What can it be looked at? And why do we want to look at it as an example of leadership in governance and freshwater governance and in resilience? So I'll just open the floor to everyone.
If I can start from here.
Yeah.
I believe that the Canada Water Agency can become a model for potential initiatives abroad. There are countries paying a lot of attention to what is happening in Canada, and in the conversation I had with people here in Glasgow, they are watching the Canada Water Agency and what it's going to do and how it's going to be designed and how it is going to be working with the different levels of governments. The diversity of our provinces and territories, the size actually of our territory, offers an opportunity to pilot initiatives and expand the model abroad. It's kind of similar to the proposal that was made by Prime Minister Trudeau about the minimum standard for pricing carbon to some extent. Is we can test things here because there is such a level of diversity that could be applicable worldwide. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. The second one is the Canada Water Agency would be extremely relevant if it has an international research collaboration or some sort of body that would actually collaborate with other countries to pursue research. And lastly, during the NATO summit, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, supported by actually the Prime Minister of Netherlands, proposed to host a Center of Excellence for Climate Security in Canada. And the scope of this agency, I believe, is excluding water security. So I would argue that we need to expand the mandate of this Center of Excellence to include environmental security, particularly water. Canada is facing a water crisis. The world is facing and dealing right now with a water crisis. We've seen the first case of a recognized environmental refugee in France, and we are seeing right now human displacement because of water scarcity. And if you've been following COP, many of the activists and climate activists, in particularly Elizabeth Wahuti from Kenya, was talking about 2 million of Kenyan currently starving because it hasn't rained in many months, and they are not expecting rain for another year or so. And the lakes, the rivers, and the creeks are actually right now depleted, and animals and people are actually dying. So lives are not only at risk, but they're in danger right now. So the Center of Excellence can be definitely connected to the Canada Water Agency through an international arm, and it could help and support communities not only in Canada, but throughout the world. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Yeah, John?
Emily, thank you. I think there are tremendous opportunities for Canada internationally through the Canada Water Agency. Canada One has a proud history of international help and development through the Canadian CEDA, the Canadian International Development Agency. And when we had the Prairie Farm Rehabilitation Administration, they sent their engineers and hydrologists around the world to help with achieving water developments and sustainability in various locations. But there's so much more that we can do. Lauren has touched upon that if you can solve the water problems in Canada with the diverse federal provincial system, with Indigenous water rights, with environments from cold Arctic glaciated or high alpine environments to Great Lakes to semi-arid near deserts and to areas with perennial water shortages, if we can solve our problems internally, then that is a bit of a model that can be taken out to the world. Remember, we are the second largest country on the planet. We have a tremendous area of the land and freshwater mass already. And so that can be a model for how countries can work together in Central Asia or East Africa or in South America to better manage their water resources. But further, the prediction systems, the data systems, the observation systems that I discussed earlier could be applied globally. Canada could be a center for global water prediction and global water solutions by taking the high performance computer models, the hyper resolution models that we're developing for the Canadian context, because we're a bit late to the game, but we're running fast and running hard and developing new things without the legacies of old computational structures. We can take those out globally. They're built to be scalable so that you can operate them, yes, over Western Canada or over South America or over Central Asia. And the experience we've gained with lakes, with high mountains, with deserts, with irrigation, with predicting floods and droughts, with linking these to water quality episodes, and then taking this information for source water protection for rural communities. This could be taken abroad for around the world. And I think there's tremendous interest from organizations such as the World Meteorological Organization and UNESCO and others to see Canada take a lead in this around the world. And so I think it's perfectly fitting that the Canada Water Agency do this, and Canada not only be known as the country with the greatest amount of fresh water per person for a large country, but also be the country that provides solutions for the globe. Thank you.
Yes, Corinne.
Thanks. For me, it's water being a powerful lever for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals domestically and internationally. And so I see the Canada Water Agency, similar to John, being able to advance knowledge and tools, but for managing water from perspectives of environmental integrity, social development and resilience, and economic activity, and so really tying into achieving the SDGs. It can also draw attention to the role of water in equity and gender equity specifically, so SDG 5 around the world. And as I've said, we need to commit to an intersectional approach that considers how power structures influence water management and the resulting water-related inequities and vulnerabilities. And so I agree, Canada can apply what we know about treating and managing water as a vehicle for expanding trade, but using our expanding expertise in water governance and nation-to-nation engagement as a means of fulfilling Canada's international assistance objectives, but within the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals.
Perfect.
I'll
And
add to that, Emily, that I think Canada has an opportunity to be a global leader in terms of its implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Canada committed to that notionally and then passed legislation that said that federal legislation would come into harmony with the principles of UNDRIP. And that starts with self-determination by Indigenous people, institutions of decision-making that are Indigenous, free, prior, and informed consent, and maintaining spiritual and sacred connections to water. So those principles that are found in the United Nations Declaration have to make their way into federal policy and legislation in meaningful ways. And so the Canada Water Agency and any changes to the Canada Water Act would have to align with those core principles. And so Canada has an opportunity to lead in this sense and to lead through the Canada Water Agency, because I think that the world is watching Canada in terms of how it will implement UNDRIP. Canada has said through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada that UNDRIP is the framework for reconciliation in Canada. So we need to be taking seriously this agency, any changes to policy and legislation in Canada as an opportunity to navigate towards Indigenous governance and Indigenous knowledge as core and central parts of how we think about our relationships with water, to water in Canada today. And I just want to make a note, it may seem less significant to others, but a lot of Indigenous people are talking in frameworks of relationship with water. And, I think that that's at the core. Instead of ideas of controlling, owning, and managing, that we need to think about these relationships with water and what they mean within different territories and how we preserve those relationships within extended timeframes. And Indigenous knowledge systems and worldviews and Indigenous legal orders have a lot to add to that conversation about helping to create what I referred to earlier as sort of like a collective understanding of how that relationship is going to manifest in ways that build in deep equality and reach international sustainability goals, as some of my colleagues have mentioned already.
Thank you, Emma. Yes, I definitely agree. I think that we are lucky in Canada that we live in a society where a lot of people value water, but I don't think they value water in terms of, they value it much more as a resource or something that we have already been born into the privilege of being around quite often. So really bringing Canadians back to like the value that water brings in every capacity and the relationship that you mentioned with water, I think is going to be a huge part of both the Canada Water Agency and the Canada Water Act, and really renewing that as well. So thank you for that. And thank you, everyone. I actually want to go to Ralph now and just kind of ask you about how this could have a global influence on the private industry side of everything.
Yeah, I think that's another interesting angle. I spent about 10 years doing environmental water resource consulting internationally. And just want to talk about a couple of examples that demonstrate what contribution Canada can make and how the agency might work with the private sector in helping that happen. The first example is a consortium was put together by a large Canadian firm of experts from Canada, Britain, and the United States, and I was part of that, to work with the government of China on a project called Strategic Options for the Water Sector for China. And that was really I think one of the most fascinating things I did in my whole life. We spent several months working with this committee of senior officials with China and came up with some really interesting ideas which really interested them. A second example was Environment Canada. Back about 20 years ago, there was a major flood happening in Poland. And Environment Canada organized a group of Canadian experts, which I was part of, which went over to Poland. This included both government and private and public sector. We went over to Poland and advised on flood recovery and also on policies that they should be thinking about following the flood, because some of their policies were not really, they're not the same as Canadian ones, I'll say. But the point is that there's, I think, a tremendous amount of potential out there in the private sector, but that has to be, it's a risky business, and it needs help and support from the government in some ways. It also needs help from the government to organize and bring these things about. So Canada Water Agency, I think, could play a major role working together with the private sector to bring these Canadian skills and talents around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. And a question I have for the panel, kind of going off of this, is there tends to be, when we talk about climate change, there's a lot of pessimism. I think especially as everyone on this panel knows, we've been working for a long time, and it can be very frustrating to not see progress. So I want to ask each of you individually, why are you hopeful about the Canada Water Agency on freshwater management in Canada? And if so, why are you hopeful? What is that one thing that's giving you hope to keep driving this forward? So I'll start with Lauren, and then we can just go off.
Yes, I'm going to say I'm hopeful because it's being designed as we speak. There's an opportunity for us to engage with the government, to design the right tools, to create and to design the institution that is going to support systematic approaches, which is going to support truth and reconciliation in collaboration with Indigenous people. So I am hopeful as long as we have this opportunity to engage with the government. We don't know yet when the agency is going to be created. We just have a new government in place. So let's engage with the government and have this opportunity to influence the future of the Canada Water Agency.
And John, I'm going to send this to you next.
Okay. Yes, I'm hopeful that we'll see a strong, effective Canada Water Agency. I was very impressed that the federal government last year had national consultation on what this agency should be, what dimensions should it have, how should it engage, that they've had discussions with the provinces to deal with the constitutional issues on water between the two, to moving towards a cooperative federalism model, that they've had extensive discussions and engagement with First Nations, with Indigenous communities, because there are unresolved Indigenous rights issues and certainly horrific water quality problems for many Indigenous communities. So there's lots to solve there. So that was a good basis to move forward. But now I think this meeting, the science that's come forward, the global disaster that we're in from climate change, means that it's time for the fast train on the Canada Water Agency, that we can establish this agency very rapidly with the strengths that exist within the federal government by leveraging in with the university community programs such as Global Water Futures, Standby, Ready to Help, to the strengths of the provinces and the First Nations across the country in doing this. And the Canada's in dire need of water solutions provided by the agency to its communities, to its regions, to its provinces, to its river basins. And by doing this now, we can get ahead of the guaranteed problems that we're going to have from climate change over this century and plan to get ahead of them, thereby reducing dramatically the costs and the impacts of climate change on this country and providing, moving towards water sustainability through this century. And of course, that has to be the objective of the Water Agency. We can also use it to start to solve our equity problems across the country, to provide for a more balanced and fair apportionment of water with First Nations, with different regions of the country. And remember that the impacts of climate change on our neighbor to the south, the United States, are going to be very severe as parts of that country become too dry for agriculture or some of the cities in that area. And so our transboundary relationships are going to require a robust and muscular agency to manage what may be challenging relationships in the future. So anyway, I am optimistic that we will do the right thing, as we have sometimes in our past done the right thing. And also look forward that we do the right thing by making what we find with the agency available to the world and making Canada the global water solutions country.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to send that question next to MA and ask you about this as well.
I think my biggest hope now is in the fact that the stakeholder consultations led to a direct engagement with Indigenous people, and that the commitment of the federal government was to carry over the information into the operation of the Canada Water Agency, and that the goal in that engagement was actually to identify relationships, knowledge systems, governance. And so it wasn't about just understanding freshwater challenges. It was actually about informing the mandate, the priorities, the different roles, and the structure of the agency. And so I take, I have great hope in that, in the sense that, hopefully that those conversations, that input that has been received, that continues to be received, is going to help set the priorities of the agency in ways that reflect some of the things that we've discussed today, including Indigenous rights and governance, and the respective Indigenous knowledge systems, and in very meaningful ways, and in ways that connect with the promise of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and this imperative of reconciliation that we've already talked about in this panel.
Thank you, Emma. And just for everyone who's listening, the consultation that we're discussing, it was done by the Environment and Climate Change Canada, and you can look up the report. It's called What We Heard. It's interesting. They talked about 3,000 Canadians and talked about what are the values and what are the hopes for the Canada Water Agency on a public level. So lastly, I'm going to send that to you, Corinne. We talked about vulnerability and resilience. And so are you hopeful that this is going to affect areas and nations that have probably traditionally been quite overlooked in terms of freshwater management?
I am hopeful. I think we have to be hopeful. COVID-19 has shown that we have tremendous capacity and ability to pivot, and to pivot rapidly. And as we're hearing here at COP26, there is an urgency around climate change, and every year that urgency becomes more and more imperative. And so, having said that, the way in which the Canada Water Agency is being established is providing the time and space to ensure innovation in design, in approach, in intentionality to engage with Indigenous nations in Canada, intentionality in terms of being able to engage across physical and social systems, to be able to look towards being a global leader, to think about inclusion, and to connect the sort of gender agendas, SDGs, disaster, the Sendai Declaration, to be able to pull these, and the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, to pull these global and national elements together to focus on water as a valued substance in Canada, but also a substance that's under threat in Canada. And so you've heard from everybody the way in which we've demonstrated the different dimensions of the needs, the opportunities, and the benefits. And so to be able to coordinate and fill gaps and mitigate climate change impacts, I think we have to be hopeful, but we also have to keep our eye on it and make sure that this moves forward in the ways that we've discussed here today, and keep that intentionality and keep that urgency.
Thank you. And now I'm going to actually send everything to Ralph. And instead of asking you flat out if you are hopeful, I'd love if you can kind of conclude on what we've heard today as we come to a close, and just really reiterate again, why is this so important right now?
Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank all the other panelists for their excellent insights. I've learned a lot today, and I guess as you can gather from my age, I've been learning for a very long time. A bit over 30 years ago, I had the opportunity to co-chair something called the Resource Use and Management Subcommittee of the IPCC. That's a subcommittee made suggestions on a broad range of climate change adaptation options in the renewable resource sectors, including water. At that time, there was still a lot of uncertainty about the probable timing and the magnitude of future climate change impacts. So the subcommittee focused mainly on what we called at the time no regrets strategies. In other words, these are strategies that would better prepare us for climate change, but would also be useful or beneficial with or without climate change and such changes. I'd say that some, but not nearly enough, of these no regrets strategies have taken place. have been implemented in Canada and elsewhere. For example, there's been significant advances in science, water pricing and other water conservation measures, improvements to some intergovernmental agreements and arrangements, and on non-structural approaches to flood damage reduction. We go fast forward 30 years to today, the jury's now in on most climate change impacts. In a very small number of very special circumstances, those impacts are smaller than what we expected. For example, impacts on water levels of the Great Lakes are much less than we expected. In those few special circumstances, it's a very good thing that we didn't overreact and did use the no regrets policies. We could have overreacted with expensive, non-productive, and perhaps very even highly damaging measures. But those examples are few and far between. In the vast majority of circumstances, as John has outlined, the impacts have been far greater than anticipated. We can now say with considerable certainty the water supply is increasingly erratic, water quality is degrading in many places, extreme weather events are increasing in both frequency and severity, climate change is adding to or exacerbating many existing threats to our waters caused by pollution, overuse, habitat loss, alteration of flow, loss of biodiversity, and the introduction of invasive species. Maintaining the status quo will not only imperil the wealth and health of freshwater resources for Canadians who rely on them and their ecosystems, it will also cost Canadians and their governments untold billions of dollars. Changing course will require fundamentally rethinking the way we manage and govern freshwaters all across the country. This has to be a collaborative effort that engages all Canadians, involves all orders of government. The federal government has a critical role to play in leading this transformation. We have to both continue the best of the no-regret strategies of the past and move well beyond them. Fortunately, this appears to have been recognized by the current government of Canada. 2 years ago, the federal government committed to establishing a new Canada Water Agency and spent the past 2 years, as others have mentioned, consulting broadly with Canadians. It's since committed to having the agency in place during 2022. The non-governmental water sector has applauded these commitments and has made numerous suggestions to the government, some solicited, some unsolicited. There's now a relatively broad consensus across the non-governmental sector on desirable characteristics of the new agency. More than 50 separate organizations came together recently to propose the fundamental pillars of the proposed water agency. These were shown on Emily's initial slide. First, the agency must meaningfully advance the federal government's commitment to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Working towards reconciliation must be done in partnership with Indigenous people and therefore may look differently in different places across the country. Second, the Canada Water Agency must play a lead role in creating and mobilizing the knowledge needed to protect and respond to water problems and opportunities. This should include coordinating a central repository of information and ensuring that decision makers at all levels have the knowledge and tools they need to make responsible decisions. Third, the agency needs to enhance cooperative federalism in water management. That cooperative federalism must enhance and respect the provincial jurisdictions, Indigenous and municipal governments by providing high-level coordination and capacity support to these jurisdictions. Fourth, the Canada Water Agency must develop and catalyze a pan-Canadian strategy for water governance according to watershed boundaries. This must include strategies for realigning water management capacities across the federal government and a roadmap for watershed-based collaboration between jurisdictions. And fifth, the agency must bring about deep reform by addressing badly outdated federal water policies and laws, both to ensure coherence across the federal government and to better coordinate and cooperate with other orders of government. The non-governmental sector stands ready to advise and assist in the establishment of the Canada Water Agency and with the transformations needed to meet the very significant challenges facing water managers right across the country. The time to move forward is now, and it is critical not only to get it done, but to get it done right. Just say a few words about whether I'm optimistic or not. I think I represent FLOW in Canada. There's also a FLOW in the United States. That FLOW recently made the proclamation that the climate crisis is the water crisis. The climate crisis is the water crisis. And The non-governmental sector is very is pressing it. The government seems to recognize it. Canadians, 80% of Canadians think water is their most precious resource. Whenever anybody mentions something like water export, 80% of Canadians are up in arms. Canadians care. I think because Canadians care, I think it will happen or has to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. So I want to thank everyone for coming today, but I really want to emphasize that the climate crisis is the water crisis, and that going back to what John said as well, that Canada is worried. And if Canada is worried, the world should really be worried. But I want everyone in this global audience to see that we have 5 leaders with us here right now who are very hopeful, optimistic, and driven to make changes in freshwater management across the board. We can see there are many changes that need to be made and many issues that need to address and big questions to answer. But I'm very confident moving forward, knowing that such leaders as yourselves exist and are working so hard in this realm. So again, I want to say thank you to Dr. M.A. Kraft from the University of Ottawa, Dr. Corinne Schuster-Wallace from Global Water Futures and the University of Saskatchewan, Dr. John Pomeroy from Global Water Futures, Ralph Pentland, and Dr. Lauren Touchant from the Center on Governance. Thank you for joining me today. To the world, I hope that you also leave with a bit of hope today and know to look towards Canada, because big things are happening soon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
that will allow you to comment and chat to each other, just like you are in a WhatsApp group conversation. And Rishi will guide you through this. Now, before we dive into the game, we can go to the next slide. Just want to highlight a few things about our approach and intention. So with our approach to climate change communication, we try to avoid one-way messaging or overwhelming or unwanted messaging, negative scenarios, and we try to avoid speaking sort of global issues that are far away, just so that people will not conclude, whatever I do isn't going to help. It's through play that we seek to communicate that every action counts. And the goal is for communication to be an experience that is interactive, participative, collaborative, and that it offers fun and excitement and motivation. I want to now give the floor to Rishi, our game master, who will guide us through our game. Thank you, Rishi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jana. My name is Rishi Kumar, and I'll be the game master for Minions of Disruption. But I think first it's very important to highlight what we just heard. What we see is that quite often there's this one-way form of communication, and this can lead to a feeling of doom and gloom. And exactly in this context is why I'm very excited to talk to you about Minions of Disruption, because here we focus on the communication aspect. We try to tackle this very complex topic with all its complexities in a way that is fun. At the same time, it's also very collaborative. How can you work together to fight for the same goals? And we try to get a sense of excitement in it. So we've developed a board game. It's called Minions of Disruption. And we've played it with different NGOs, civil society organizations, and municipalities. It's very collaborative, and you're in discussion with a lot of your teammates. And this leads to a change in narrative, because you discuss a lot of these aspects. It might make you question your perspective because you're trying to convince someone else. At the same time, the benefit of playing a board game is that it makes some of these complex topics a lot more understandable, because you're playing with concrete cards that have a real life implication. So I'm very happy to talk a bit more about Minions of Disruption. I'm going to give a slight teaser of a project that Jana will talk about a bit more. The board game is very scalable. We're going to play an online version today, which is adapted given the current constraints. At the same time, we're also working on scaling the game for a version that we can play in Kenya for the local context, and we're working with our partners together to make that happen. I won't say too much about that because I'm quite certain that Jana will talk a bit more about it in a moment. Before we get started, I will start with a short video that highlights some of the core aspects of the game, and then we'll delve deeper into how we will play together in a moment. Okay, so we have just seen the video on the Minions of Disruption, And like I mentioned earlier, today we'll play an adapted version of the game. And the best way to think about this is to see it as your own neighborhood or your own community. Within that, you have certain essential elements. And I'm going to introduce the 3 elements that are relevant for our game today. And the first one is the pathways. And pathways are the essential services that our community needs. This can be things like housing, work, transportation, all the way to food and water and education. You can see those with the lines on the map. At the same time, every board game has a superhero and a villain. In our case, the superheroes are our Zillions. Zillions are the orange characters you can see at the end of each pathways, and these are the ones protecting our essential services. They're the ones really helping us out when it comes to climate change. And this is about when you build resilience, that's when you get a Zillion. At the same time, we also have a villain. And the villain in this adapted version of the game is the Klimi. Klimis are the ones causing disruptions, causing harm to the different services, and leading to a lot of problems. So it is our goal in this adapted game to invest early enough in resilience so that we're well protected against these Klimis. How does that work in practice? Well, it is the following. We will play 3 rounds, and each round has 2 steps. The first step is that each team will select 1 initiative card out of 3 options. And once you select an initiative card, you get this Zillion, and that will help protect a pathway. After that decision has been made, we will face 1 disruption, and this disruption will cause a Klimi to harm another pathway. And it's about making a decision in terms of where you think most protection is needed. The game itself is point-based. It's collaborative. Within your team, you have to make a decision on which of the cards you pick. At the same time, you try to get the most amount of points. So how does this point system work? When it comes to building resilience, we believe in the concept of early investment. In the first round, you get more points for investing into a resilient initiative. So you get 3 points. In the second round, you get 2 points. And in the final round, you get 1 point. Once your pathway is protected by Zillion, it becomes resilient. And that means that it will be immune from disruptions for the rest of the game. At the same time, there are also things that deduct points. These are the Klimis. And at the end of each round, there will be 1 disruption. And for disruptions, we believe in the cascading impact, which means that for disruption, the amount of points deducted goes up at the end of every round. So we start off with -1, then becomes -2, and then becomes -3. You can see the overview in this slide. So this is what I just mentioned. You will get a growing amount, you will get a lower amount of points for each Zillion, but at the same time, the disruptions go up. If it seems complex, don't worry. I think it becomes very clear once we go through the first round in terms of how this sets up. And it's going to be very exciting to see if you can make the right call in terms of which of the pathways you want to protect. So, like we said earlier, it's time to get started. And my colleague already mentioned that this is one of the games that we will play on Slido. And I'm going to ask the game leaders to open up the first question on Slido. At the same time, for everyone listening into the session, you can join us on your phone or on your browser. I would recommend using your phone by scanning the QR code. So if you go to Slido on your phone, you can scan the QR code, or you can also join by typing in the different hashtags. So we have hashtag Team Alex, we have hashtag Team Jamie, and hashtag Team Sam. You can decide yourself which of the teams you want to join. And within that, you will soon join a discussion. The first question once you enter a room is a sort of introduction of yourself. And because we are in an anonymous environment, you can consider Slido as a WhatsApp group chat where you can share how much information you would like to share. You can talk about your interest, your hobby, you can share your name and use a nickname. So while that's happening, I will introduce the different characters and explain how you can make use of these to sort of inform your decisions. So the first character that we've created is Alex. And Alex is a university student who works as a part-time barista and is eager to learn, very much focused for the youth. The second one is Jamie. And Jamie is not a Game of Thrones reference. He is a single parent with young children doing the best to keep the neighborhood safe and clean. So if you want to join Team Jamie, you can join them as well. And the last one is Sam, which I would think is a reference to Lord of the Rings. It's a handicapped graphic designer who tries the best to keep informed about the neighborhood. So please do join us in the different teams. Maybe comment a little bit about something you want to share about yourself. I know that the game leaders are doing the same as well. And for now, I'll ask the game leader, Jana, to introduce herself and mention a bit about the discussion in the group and what's happening when it comes to Team Alex. Jana, the floor is yours.
We're hoping for people to join. So maybe just to explain again, you go to, you can use a QR code or you go to Slido. If you just type in Slido and then you can put Team Alex and you can join the team.
Okay, so while we wait on more people to join Team Alex then, maybe it's good to say something about yourself and then afterwards we'll go to Team Jamie.
Absolutely. Yeah. So personally, I'm with Simavi and I'm working on CSO and public engagements in climate policy and plans. And I work on partnership development. I think Alex is a really interesting character and we can jointly develop her persona or his, see how we would build resilience in our community.
Exactly. That sounds very exciting. I'm wondering, how is it going with Team Jamie? Did the Game of Thrones reference work?
For me, it doesn't, to be honest. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Rishi. I'm completely new to Game of Thrones. I haven't tried it yet. It's on the list, maybe one day. Now we have some people joining in. Maybe a bit about myself, my background. Before I used to work in renewable energy, so quite a lot of work on climate mitigation. So especially that debate between mitigation and adaptation is a very worthy one to have. I think a very valuable discussion to have. Also where the funding needs to be going. So also in that light, it's really nice to sort of to walk through and see what narratives are about climate adaptation, where efforts should be put to build resilience. So quite looking forward to these discussions.
Okay, that's a very nice introduction. I hope that more people join as well. Then Sam, Lord of the Rings reference. I hope we had a bit more understanding of the reference there.
Yeah, a little bit. And yes, well, my name is Carlos Alonso. I am from Mexico, and I am collaborating with Day of Adaptation since March this year. Currently, I'm living in Germany, and I started my journey in sustainable projects since 2006. So that's quite a long time. And in the last years, I started to relate my work and my research on resilience and adaptive capacity. So this discussion is super interesting for me, and this new way to show that discussion using a game for me is like an awesome experience. So exactly. Yes, I am waiting for more participants also in my.
Okay, so then what we'll do is I'll give people a bit more room to join, and I'll just emphasize that if you're having troubles to join, you can also join through your browser. You don't need to use your phone. It's the same concept. You go to the web page, and then you type in #Team Alex, #Team Jamie, and #Team Sam. I don't want to preference one of those. All three of them had a very nice introduction. Maybe I can tell a bit about myself and my interest. I'm Rishi Kumar. I work at Day of Adaptation. And one of the things that really made me excited to become part of this project and to try changing this narrative is that I experienced the impact of climate change firsthand when I was working in Mumbai, and I saw the impact it can have on local communities. And what I think that this board game does so well is that it makes some of these aspects very concrete. And you're able to work with this topic in a way that is positive, collaborative, and competitive. And that's not something you get often. So I'm very happy to be part of the initiative, and I'm very happy to play this taster role with all of you. So I hope that people join the different groups, but even if that doesn't happen, we will go on and have a conversation about the different cards and showcase how the game works between the three of us. And you can always reach out to us to play the game with us. And feel free to join the session while we're ongoing. We'll keep monitoring the different Slido rooms. With that being said, I think I'll move on to the next slide, and I'll showcase what we would do in the first round. So basically, on the screen itself, you see the 3 different initiative cards that people in the 3 rooms can pick from. These all protect a different pathway. And the idea here is that you discuss in the breakout room, in the Slido room, which of these cards you find interesting and why, and then afterwards you would have to make a decision on those. Considering that we do not have that many people playing the game, but a lot of people listening in, I think we're gonna just have a discussion on those cards. So I'll start by reading them out loud, and then I'll maybe ask the game leaders of the different rooms to give a comment. Which of the cards do they find interesting? Is there one of these that they have seen up close and in action? So the first card that we had was App Protection. An App Protection focuses on installing a weather app with alert to extreme weather conditions such as flooding, storms, and heat waves. Heed this app's advice to protect yourself. And this is very much focused on health. And this is a very concrete example of something that I've seen in practice as well. The second card that we had is Sound the Bell. This is about reporting potential hazards that threaten critical elements such as bridges, tunnels, and roads during extreme weathers to authorities and get these issues addressed early. This is very strongly a card that is relevant for protecting our transportation. And the last one that we have is Tiles Out. Tiles Out is very concrete. It's about removing boring tiles and replacing with plants from gardens for better drainage during storms. This is for housing. Normally, I would say and ask the game leaders to go to the next question on Slido, which is where you have to make a decision. But if the game rooms are empty at the moment, I'd be happy to hear the game leader say something about these cards in terms of which one do they like the most, what stands out. And this time we are going to start with Team Jamie. Rick, can you let me know which of these cards do you think is interesting and why?
Ooh, I do like. Well, what I do like is the Sound the Bell. Every community needs a flag bearer, somebody to lead the troops. Where the other one, the App Protection, as you mentioned, like there's quite some interesting apps out there that either guide smallholder farmers in what crops to grow with satellite imagery, etc. And the Tiles Out has been quite an active campaign in the Netherlands. I think 2-3 months ago. But I think I would stay with B, Sound the Bell. I think every community needs a ambassador for to lead the troops.
Okay, that's that. I'm not going to be biased and say whether or not I would support that choice. Maybe we have Jana from Team Alex who has a different opinion on it.
No, I think some fun examples of some of the initiative cards in the Minions of Disruption game, and I personally do love the Tiles Out. Something I think Alex, as a student, would probably support and could participate in, which I think that makes it a really cool activity that you can do collectively as a neighborhood, or with your neighbors, or and make an effort to get more soil and less tiles in our cities. So I'll go for option C.
Okay, and Carlos, what is your pick?
Yeah, even though Sound the Bell sounds really, really interesting, I also think that maybe not only preparation, but a new way to see our cities is really, really important, and to try to adapt to the new reality that we are living in. And it's important to change our minds about the tons of cement that we have in our cities, and start to changing that with greener spaces that can help us to drain, but also to have more oxygen and to have a healthier life. So I will go with C.
I think that's a very good option. Very well recent. I think the character of Sam has it pretty much figured out where to go here. We would now face a disruption. So we've all made a choice in terms of where we want to invest in. And let's see what a disruption brings to us. It's the card Sinking Ship. Houses sink as Glimmies dig deep into the ground in a cycle of droughts and floods. This impacts the housing pathway. What does that mean? Well, it means the following. We've seen that the different teams have picked different initiative cards. And if you, in round 1, picked housing as your resilience building, it means that you're immune. Because in this adapted version of the game, you have the Zillion protecting you. So for the team that picked housing, you have 3 points. And then the other teams get 2 points because they face a disruption at the moment. Can we hear from the game leaders what was their choice and which points do they have at the moment? Starting off with Team Alex.
Team Alex opted for the housing, the neighborhood one, and so I have 3 points.
And then Team Jamie.
I'm in a tie. My team has A and C. Nobody opted for the B. That's quite. I did make a good point. So I would like to join the team to everybody that joined that picked number C, so we can claim the points at least.
I don't know if that's entirely fair, but I'll make it work for now. But I won't do that again, okay? And then Carlos, what is your pick? I do know what it is, but can you repeat it for everyone joining us?
In Team Sam, we also picked the number, the C.
Okay, wow, that is
the option C.
Everyone made smart investments here, but will it play off in the rest of the game? We'll see. So the next round, we have again 3 cards. People listening in, you can still join the different teams, even if it is only to vote and make your opinion count. We have 3 game leaders who all will try to reason their way for a certain choice. Card 1 is Gentle Nudge, which is about suggesting our workplace to go with sustainable products as the default option. Organizations and clients are happy with our recommendations. This is for the production pathway. The second one is Get Zen. Constant Glimmy disruptions make our youth more and more anxious. School offer meditation and yoga programs to help students find the balance. This is for education, and I know a certain student character that might be interested in it. And final one, Urban Farm. Volunteer at urban farms close by. Nice to have our fresh produce on the dinner plate and get to know your neighbors. This is for food and water as pathway. Let's see. So now on Slido, if you're joining in just recently, you can vote on which of these cards you prefer. And I'm going to ask the game leaders to pick once again or reason their way for one card, starting off with Team Sam, Carlos. Which one of these cards appeals the most to you?
Okay, I think that I'm between Get Zen and Urban Farm. And that's the reason why, because thinking about on my character and my situation, my current situation, I will say that that it's really, really important that the schools have these kind of programs that helps you to go through this awful climate crisis, because it's not only a crisis in our cities, it's also a crisis in our minds, and it's really, really difficult to try to stand with this situation. And so that is the reason why Get Zen it's appealing to me, but also Urban Farm, because it's really, really important to change our ideas on have our food in the city. But no, at the end I will pick Get Zen. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You convinced me. I won't tell you for which one, but you definitely convinced me for one of them. Um, team Alex, Jana, what are you thinking of?
Yeah, I'm going for. I mean, I thought Carlos' points around getting Zen was a nice one, and I am my persona is a university student, though I think I'm going for gentle nudge. I remember when I was in university, we had some like eat-ins, what we called it, in the cafeteria, where we all brought our own local food and try to convince the cafeteria that they should stop offering what they were offering at that time, to really try and protest it. And I think that there's a lot that universities can do to kind of change their ways. So I'm thinking that this student would probably organize to make sure that the university and the catering and all of that is more sustainable. And that's probably should go, or he or she would go for gentle nudge. So
Okay,
I'm going for option D. I'm leaving Get Zen and Urban Farms. No, not this time. Not my investment this time.
Okay, no, I think that is a very interesting choice because it showcases how your experience in the game can guide you in a certain direction. And I do think that many students are nowadays very much focused on more sustainable products in terms of what they can cook and what they want to have as an option when they go to the university cafeteria. So fully understand the reasoning there. Jamie, have we convinced you for one of the cards, or do you go your own direction?
Well, I think as a single parent, I think I would love, not speaking from personal experience, I think I would love to have kids that are very Zen. I think that would be the bliss for every single parent. Well, my team is hinging towards urban farming. So 2/3 of the votes are going for urban farming. I think that also has to do with, with good parenting, showing where produces come from. I think that would be it has a nice touch to it as well. So the team goes for F.
Team goes for F. Okay, so we have all the 3 choices. What disruption will we face? So at the moment, the disruption scale has gone up. The impact of climate change has become a bit worse. And we are facing the following. Train no more. Climmies tie themselves to the train tracks during the heat waves and cause massive delays. People struggle to get to work. Climmies are spreading. This is impacting transportation. So now it's the moment to get a sort of midterm check-in of the different scores. If you have invested in the pathway transport earlier on, it means you're protected from this -2 and you get +2 points. Whereas if you had invested in one of the others, it might still be beneficial, but later on, not now. I'm going to ask the different game leaders, team leaders to tell me what their total amount is in terms of score so that we can have a midterm ranking. I know Team Jamie, maybe you can kick us off with giving us your total score.
Sadly, this round we didn't score any points, and because we didn't go for option B in the first round, where I made a very strong point. No, we're now at +3. Current standing is +3.
+3. Oof, will that be enough? Can Team Alex give us an update?
I did. I'm also at +3 because we opted for the housing neighborhood pathway and now did not get any extra points this round. So unfortunately, still at 3 points.
Okay, and then the final one is Carlos, Team Sam.
Yeah. Also +3.
+3. So we have basically a tie.
A tie, yeah.
Everyone is at the same level. Okay, so that is interesting. The final round will be basically who wins the game. Of course, there are no winners and losers, and there's no right or wrong investment to make. That's not what we're promoting here. But in terms of the competitive spirit, we have a very tense game going on. And you can join as well by still going to those hashtags. I'm here to offer a small twist to our game leaders, but also if anyone has joined the different rooms, you can let your opinion be known. Since I explained the concept of cascading impact of climate change, and we're now in the final round. Due to climate change becoming stronger, we have more greenhouse gas emissions and everything going on. The impact has gone higher. So in this final round, the disruption will cause a -3. -3 points. I'm here to offer you a deal. I can freeze a disruption at -2, like we had in the previous round, but you as a team would have to give me a total of 5 points. And it doesn't matter which team contributes to how many points. And all it matters is that I get a total amount of 5 points that will be deducted from your individual team scores. Having said that, you now have the room to go into Slido and let the team leader know if that's a good deal. If there's not that many comments, then it's up to the team leaders to make a decision if they want to take the deal or not. So how do we proceed from here? Let's see. I'm just checking if I see any comments come in. I don't. So that means I will ask the team leaders to make a decision if they want to take the deal. It's also an option to not do it and keep the game going as it is, which is not working together, but that's also an option. So I'll check in. I think last time I started with Carlos. So this time I will start with Alex and Jana. You can make a decision if you want to donate points for the common good.
Yeah, I would definitely donate some points. So I'm thinking 1, since I'm just starting out in my life and trying hard to contribute in all sorts of ways to climate actions. I'm hoping that others will also be able to contribute some points. I'm donating 1.
Okay, I wonder if we see here the benefit of the early announcements, because now there's pressure on the others to follow suit, and we know the target, it's 5, and we need 4 more points. Who goes next? So I think Team Jamie was the one that spoke before, so it's Carlos.
Yeah, in the spirit of the summit that we are part of as a parallel event, I will say that we are spending 2 points in this great effort.
That is a massive announcement from Team Sam, which means we have a total of 3 points. There's a lot of pressure on Team Jamie to make a similar move. Will Rick, not to publicly announce it, will Rick make the same decision?
Oh, this is I think Jana did a good move there by being the first one. I think, yeah, I cannot stay behind, of course, because I think in the spirit of the game as well, if you get hit by the climate crisis or the climate impact for this round, we can lose -3 points, if I'm correct. So that will make me end up at 0. So I think I will chip in on the 2 points. I will join Team Sam.
I actually just had an intervention in my Slido room. Someone is saying we should donate all 3 points.
Oh, wow.
I think
no,
this may just be the thing to do.
So will you, there is room to change your choice here, very briefly. So will you change it to 3 points?
Oh, I changed it to 3 points. I guess we've just collectively raised enough. Will there be, bonus points for
Well,
for
what I'll say
all
is that climate, if it improves for all of us. So I cannot give you an individual bonus point at the end of this. But keep in mind that Alex, as a student who has his or her whole life to live, will enjoy the benefits of this decision.
Yeah, let's go for 3.
3.
Good.
So, Team Jamie, Sam, any other announcements, or are we satisfied?
Now, maybe Team Sam and I can only donate 1 then. I think we're there, right?
That's negotiation.
That is a twist. It's not a twist I had in mind.
Another twist, yeah.
Okay. So
yeah, what happened if we spend more points? It's just
if you spend
more resilience.
Yeah, you do it in the spirit of working together. You work for the greater good. That's all I can give at the moment. At the same time, you don't want to be known as Team Jamie, who just only gave 1 point and basically went back on the promise, on the commitment to its team members. So, Carlos, any change, or will you stay with 2?
Yeah, we are staying with 2 in Team Sam.
Okay. And Rick, you're already at 5 points.
Yeah, exactly. I think 1 Jamie is enough in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we passed the benchmark. We have a total of 6 points being donated, which means that we will freeze the disruption skill at -2. And we now have, if I counted correctly, Team Jamie leading, then Team Sam, and afterwards Team Alex. But a lot can still change in this final round, because here again we have to make a decision. We again have 3 different cards. Card 1 is Come Together Right Now. Join a neighborhood sustainability group. The group leads neighbors to concrete adaptation actions, which is for the politics pathway, because you're working together. You're voting on an action for the neighborhood. The next one is Green Thumbs. Zillions roll up sleeves and plant thousands of trees in the neighborhood. We save heating and cooling costs. This is a zillion for the pathway neighborhood. And the final one is We Got You. Join local organizations to help vulnerable neighbors during extreme weather situations. This is again for the health pathway. Is there any of the game leaders that wants to take the lead for this one in terms of announcing their decision?
I think Team Jamie should go for I to make up for some lost karma points in the previous rounds, I think.
Okay, so we have Team I, We Got You. What about Team Alex? I think Team Alex is still thinking.
I'm thinking. I was actually hoping that my live poll will help get me some answers, but I don't see much yet. But I think I would also vote for I personally, because this is sort of the role too that the students can play, and really supporting their neighbors and being more connected in it.
Okay.
So I'll go for I.
That's a very inspirational student we have. What about what about Team Sam? There's no pressure to pick I, by the way.
Yeah, I know. But it's on my interest to help my neighborhood and to help also my community. So I am between G and I. So I am really struggling with my decision. And I will pick G, because it's really important to have a group to lead the decisions that we need to go further.
Yes, no, I understand. I think all of these cards showcase like a different option you can take, but they are all quite important to pick. Having said that, we will face a disruption, and this is where the skill is at level 2, because we did manage to find a deal through very tough negotiations. And what we face is a zombie nation. This is that due to heat waves, under-rested residents sleepwalk at work, causing risks to health and safety. This means that Klimis will be added to health pathway. So now this is the big moment where we will see how your decisions in the game have given you like a benefit or not. Can I receive from the game leaders? I will ask you one by one to give me your total scores. I did not know who I started off with in the last round, so I will ask Yana, Team Alex, to give us the first score. Total
I
score.
gave away all of my points, and I did gain 1 point by picking the health billion. So I have 1 point in total.
1 point. Is that a competitive score? We will see.
I doubt it.
There are some doubts about it, but maybe Team Carlos, Sam, how are you doing at the end of the game?
It's a little bit frustrating because I didn't pick the good one, so I am with 0 points.
You're with 0 points. I am actually very surprised by that.
Yes.
Oh no! So then I know what time it is. Team Jamie, Rick, how is it going?
Well, Rishi, hold on to your chair. I have a plot twist for you. The team voted, the majority voted for the J in the previous round, the G. So I'm actually at +1. I think there's a lesson in this.
No, wait, what?
Yeah, there's a lesson in this one.
I did not account for this. See, there we have it. We see it in practice.
Mm-hmm.
You have a team being a tough negotiator, going back on their promise, not winning. The team that gave away a lot of points is as well in the lead. And we have a choice to make. Which one of the two do we want to be? Having said that, I can't congratulate the winner. We're all winners here, especially Team Alex and Team Sam, Janne and Rick. But I do think points to Carlos for showing the positive spirit because he really helped out. I think he donated good amount of points for the common cause. So I think we all contributed to this common goal. And for the people listening in and the ones participating on Slido, thank you as well for shaping the discussion. Having said that, I just want to show you the full version of the board game because what we played just now is the adapted shortened version. And in the full one, we have also like greenhouse gas emissions as its own character, Carbians. But we also have funding. So in this, it has to do with how much does it cost to use a Zillion? How much does it cost to invest into an initiative? At the same time, disruption will also hurt you financially. And I think once you play the board game, you can see how you have to make a decision where you really work together in your teams. So if you are interested, we will talk a little bit more about how you can contact us at the end of the presentation. For now, I will hand it over back to Janne, because she is one of the co-winners, to talk a little bit more about our wider project. And then I'll be back at the end to wrap it up.
Yes. Yes, let's go to the next slide. So it's really, hopefully you've sort of got a sense and a feel for what this actual board game would look like and would feel like to play this with your co-workers or with your family or with other members of your sort of community. But in recent months, Day of Adaptation, who is the creative brain behind the game, the Meanings of Disruption game, they partnered with Zimavi and Proportion Global and KWASNet to adapt the game to the Kenyan context. So hereby our goal is really to develop an advocacy tool that is based on game principles that will allow our civil society partners in Kenya to engage, in particular women and youth and groups in vulnerable situations, on climate and water issues and related policies and plans for the local institutions. So really to try and create like an interactive gaming experience. As we know, in East Africa, many livelihoods will be severely affected by climate change and weather disruptions. And on this photo, you see Christine and her neighbors. So how can we provide welcoming spaces for their voices, and how can we invite them to the table? How can we motivate necessary and relevant actions? These are some of the collective challenges that we, as I said, civil society organizations at large, sort of facing and dealing with climate change work. You can go to the next slide. So now you've just had a little teaser really of the Meanings of Disruption game. On this pictures, you sort of see it in action. So there is a physical board game that is played by organizations and companies and banks, municipalities in the Netherlands. And then there's also an online COVID-proof version of the game that has been played by communities and students in Chile and Mexico and Philippines over Zoom. So it's sort of a 2 to 3 hour game session that is coupled with discussions. So through the game, we try to bring to life how communities are affected by climate change and the initiative that participants can take. We hope that the game experience and sort of subsequent discussions can really transform climate conversations from doom and gloom is something that is energizing and engaging. And so just allow me to highlight how this works or how we want this to work. So we really take fun seriously. We make complex issues easier to understand and more actionable. So then imagine during a game session, how much fun and how insightful it could be for Christine to play the role of a policy decision maker. Secondly, we collaborate with people that we call sort of unlikely heroes. These are local champions among women and girls and youth that we've identified who can step forward and lead community actions. So imagine someone like Christine leading discussions with gay participants from governments and CSOs and private sectors and sort of exploring solutions together. That's the idea behind this tool that we're developing. And thirdly, we use human-centered design principles to adapt the game and are really looking to radically redesign together with our target audience, the game format, the content, the issues, and really gear these to the country context in which we play. And we know we can really simplify the conversation by better reflecting on a community's own climate risk and their own experiences and merging them with their own tools and languages. And so it's through fun and play, and that our project really aims to create a climate positive future that participants can touch. And together we rewrite the narrative on climate and inequality with people like Christine to one that is sort of collaborating and empowering and hopeful. So if you want to play the game or work together, really don't hesitate to get in touch with us. And I'm handing it back to Rishi to close up the session. And I think there's one more slide showing some of the online fun reviews.
Some of the online Zoom fun that can happen. I think Carlos is somewhere on that picture, isn't he?
I think so.
Yeah,
Yes,
I am there. Yeah, at the bottom.
Yeah, one of the most excited. The days when you won the game, I guess. So having said that, like what we saw today is a little bit of a teaser in terms of how we approach the game, how we talk about climate change, but also how you can have fun in the way that you tackle this. I think Jana pretty much summarized our different approach quite well. What I want to show you before we leave is this slide. These are some of the organic reactions that we've gotten after people have played the game. And I think you quite strongly see like some of these keywords such as fun, learning, collaboration, engaging, also a bit complicated. But to be honest, the topic is complicated. And I think what we saw today a teaser of is how you can play the game, have fun, but at the same time also discuss certain aspects that come to the forefront. What we hope to do, and we really mean this, is to connect with people. We hope that this helps in being informed of the different options. How you can work together, but also how this competitive spirit can help us all work towards one common goal. For the last slide, I have the email address of our organization on it. You can also go to our website, they have adaptation. We are very curious to hear your thoughts, whether that's on the game, what are your thoughts on this session that we hosted today, but also what do you think about local initiatives? Do you think that this concept of playing a game or thinking about it in a more fun manner is effective? Have you seen this happen in practice? And we'd be happy to have a discussion with you as the audience on this, just to hear some different thoughts and work together on this goal. For now, first of all, I want to thank the game leaders for really amazingly contributing to the discussion. Thank you for that. I want to thank the participants, everyone listening in on YouTube for taking the time and joining us for this session. Before I close the stream, I'll ask Rick to maybe see if there was any question on the YouTube stream that was still left open.
No, I think we got to everything. There's no question on YouTube, no.
Okay, so having said that, once again, thank you all for joining. I hope you have a wonderful time listening into other sessions. I hope you do definitely reach out to us. And I wish you a good evening if it's that time, or good afternoon if you're somewhere else. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Okay. I've stopped recording now. I I think I should leave the room.